Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the live streamers joining us in Burlingame, California. We are here for day 2 of the Burlingame SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. We're so happy to have you all here, both in person and in our live stream. So welcome. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker because I want you to all have all the time possible with him. Lee Osborne was born and raised in Mount Shasta, California, in the powerful energy there. He began his spiritual journey in 1992 in the gorgeous and powerful vortex of Mount Shasta, where he was born and raised and graduated from Phillips School of Massage in Nevada in 1993. In 2008, Lee began studying with the mystic healer and teacher Almin and was initiated by Almin as I can never say that word.
Belvaspata.
Thank you, Grand Master in 2009. It translates to healing of the heart, and it's a sacred modality that heals with light and frequency so beautifully. This healing method is a gift from the infinite to the cosmic races to accommodate the changing laws of physics that took place as all life ascended into a new creation in August 2006. Today, with Lee as the gifted healer he is, we will learn how to connect with our angels and guides. We will learn how to create a powerful life through this amazing healing modality. And without further ado, I am going to transfer you to Lee. Do you want this or
No?
All right.
Hopefully everybody can hear me. If not, I'll talk louder. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. And welcome to Change Your Thoughts, Change Your Actions, Change Your Life. And we're coming to you from the SoulSearch Expo in Burlingame, California at the lovely DoubleTree San Francisco Airport. And so our thanks to SoulSearch for putting this on, DoubleTree for hosting us, and thanks for all of you who are going to be here and who are here and who are joining us on live stream. So, my name is Lee Osborne, as she said, and I was born in that quaint little logging town in far northern California called Mount Shasta. I'm sure some of you have heard of that. And came home from the hospital at 3 days old in a blinding snowstorm in Chief of Police's police car. In those days, right smacky dab in the middle of the 20th century. So makes me sound old, doesn't it? Women were kept in the hospital 7 to 10 days after birth, delicate creatures that you are, of course. And now it's like, okay, well, here's the kid. Give you a couple of minutes to recover, and then you're hat coating out the door. I think it has something to do with who's paying. But anyway, so that's how I really began my life. And so, when did I begin my psychic journey? Well, spoiler alert, we all begin our psychic journeys at birth. We come into this lifetime with spiritual and psychic abilities. But what happens? The culture, our parents, our teachers and all really kind of grind that out of us. Well, you didn't really hear that. You don't really know that. How can you say those things? But as I look back through my life, I had some of those deja vu moments. I can really remember them, like, I know what this person's going to say as they say it. I know what I'm going to say. I'm like out of my body, sort of watching this whole movie play out, But it was like, well, that's weird. New Age hadn't dawned. Any of this woo-woo stuff just wasn't going on. Mount Shasta was a lumber town, but a spiritual center. And the two really kind of didn't meet. I grew up in Dunsmuir, which is 9 miles south of railroad town. They're kind of conservative. We didn't have the internet connections or anything like that. We had newspapers and television, and we didn't have television in our house until I was like 13 years old, because my mom didn't want one. She wasn't going to have it. And my grandparents decided that, well, their grandchildren were being culturally deprived, and combined their money and bought us a television. But 3 channels, TV went off at midnight, that sort of stuff. Nothing like we have here today. So I grew up there. I went to college in Weed, College of the Siskiyou. So we've all seen the internet thing, college, Weed. Yeah, I went to school there. Went to Chico State, and was working for the Forest Service fighting fire. That's how I paid my way through college in the summertime. Got a permanent gig with them, but not a full-time. Decided sitting around playing pool all winter and skiing it was a little boring. Chief of Police in Dunsmuir offered me a job before the Forest Service brought me back. So I went to work for the police department, worked there about 19 months, and then got a job with the Nevada County Sheriff in Truckee, where I worked for the next about 30 and a half years. 20 years in Truckee, 10 in the main office. So how did I get here? Because it kind of seems sort of opposites, right? So about 15, 16 years in, about halfway through my career, my first wife was diagnosed with cancer. And so we went through surgery, about a year chemotherapy and all that sort of stuff. And a couple of months after that year, the cancer came back. So I was her caregiver for the last months of her life. And it was the hardest thing I ever did in my life. But what a gift. What a gift for several reasons. One was I really discovered that control is an illusion. That we really cannot control another person, and we really cannot control outcomes. Because see, it didn't matter. It didn't matter what I did or how I cared for or didn't. The outcome was going to be the same. So, but some magical things happened too. People came out of the woodwork. Folks that I would not have ever expected showed up. And they sat with her during the day, 4 days a week, so I could work. The office changed my hours. I no longer had to rotate, so I could work. A straight day shift. I was always on time, except for these 3 or 4 months. I was never at work on time, and I wasn't very present when I was there, because and they accommodated me because they knew what I was going through. So these were like the real miracles that were occurring without me really knowing about it or recognizing them as such at the time. And that whole period, other than caring for her, whatever happened was blank. And then after I had come back from my bereavement leave, I would be making mistakes, and my captain would go, "Wait a minute, remember we talked about this?" I'm like, I remember nothing. I remember nothing of these staff meetings or anything that occurred during that period of time. I remembered nothing, Because look, if I got the call, if I showed up at your house, take the call, or at a bar fight or whatever, I got your situation under control. Nobody mastered fates or captained souls like I did. Until I left, and then it all went out of control anyway, because we can't control other people. So once I got over that hump, then I discovered that whatever I was doing in my life just wasn't really working. And I found a flyer a couple of years later. I'm up at Mount Shasta because my mom still lived up in the area, and my brother. And here's a flyer: Transform Your Life Weekend Workshop at Mount Shasta. I haven't done anything like that. I had a good friend who'd been working on herself spiritually for about the last 4 or 5 years. And she would tell me all about the stuff, reading auras and doing that. And I was always the voice of reason. She was the woo-woo person. I was the voice of reason. And I figured, well, what I'm doing ain't working. Maybe I should step off the cliff and see what's going on. I had no idea what was going on. Sent that woman a check. and with my eyes wide closed, stepped off the cliff. And guess what? The path appeared. And it was a transformational experience. So I went back a few months later in the fall. This was in June, and I went back in the fall, which was scarier. You know, stepping into the unknown was pretty frightening. Knowing what was going on. Oh, and my friend, the woo-woo person, was going to come with me. Uh-oh. If she gets to peek behind the green curtain and see what's really going on in here, we're still friends to this day. Still friends to this day. So I made getting routine body work, and then in 1993, as I said, I came out of my second tour in the DEA drug task force. I had a lot of leave built up. So I took 6 weeks off and I went to massage school. Now, as you can imagine, folks around the cop shop are looking at me a little askance. But I did that. And then I went back to the school as a student assistant, you know, helping Judy train. And I was a student assistant for probably another 3 years or so, because I was getting an awful lot of spiritual growth out of it. And that helped me to change my attitude, change my thoughts, change my way of looking at things. So let me take just a couple of minutes here and tell you a little story. As I said, I worked for the sheriff's office, so here's two guys that are working for the same, we're working for the same agency, and one guy just is not happy at all. Keeps getting passed over for promotions, thrown into things where there's no equipment for him. If there's a mess, he's got to clean it up. Somebody else made it. He's not, other people aren't being held accountable. Moved on and on and on, okay? Finally topped out, but didn't make the last promotion that he thought he deserved. Second guy gets promoted into detectives and takes that on as a challenge. Solves a whodunit murder with help from the FBI and a district attorney investigator. Solves a murder where the victim had remained unidentified for 6 months. And we put the victim and the suspects together, got it solved, and the main suspect's still in prison to this day, doing life. This guy, if there was a problem, he's the guy that they called out to solve it. And he went in and he solved it. Helped set up the first DEA North Lake Tahoe task force. Went back over there when they were having problems. Went back over the second time and cleaned up a whole bunch of cases. And was really primary in arresting the guy who was the largest PCP distributor in the South and East Bay Area. He's still in federal prison. He's got life. Okay. Transferred to the main office and was asked to set up a training and administration and personnel unit. Bring 2 other people in and did that. Integrated animal control. Brought modernity and changed things around in the corrections division. And as the corrections division commander, finished out his life there, really making life better for the people who worked and the inmates in the jail. Now, who would you rather be, guy number 1 or guy number 2? Guy number 2. Guess what? Both those guys are me. And the differences in the attitude, the differences in the thought process, you know, could be, oh, poor me, oh, they hate me, you know, nobody loves me, everybody hates me, I'm going to go eat worms. And I had those attitudes for a while. But once I started changing the attitude, and So if you look up stubborn in the dictionary on Wikipedia and there's a woman's picture, that's my mother. And the old apple did not fall far from the tree. So I just, at first I just dug my heels in, all right, SOBs, I'm going to show you I can do this. And then my attitude changed as I went through this set, and I thought, well, here's an opportunity to shine, and why do I care? Why do I care? Why am I letting these people dictate what I want to do? Okay, you want me to go over and clean that up? I'm going to clean this up. I told you. I told you don't make this guy a training on. I told you don't promote him. I told you don't replace me with him. I'm always right. And I sat up in staff meetings and said that my wife says, you cannot tell your boss that you're always right. Yes, I can, because you know what? I'm always right. When it came to personnel matters and who should be promoted, I'm always right. Well, where did that come from? That's my downloads. Did I know that at the time? Oh, no. I was like, that was my ego and my arrogance. I'm always right. As I figured out that, no, this is my downloads, this is my intuition. As I changed my attitude here, okay, then I would still tell them, I'm always right, but much gentler. I wasn't trying to pound it into them. They're like, yeah, you should have listened to me. Just like, I'm always right. And so it made life easier for me. Why did it make life easier for me? It's like, okay, well, I wanted to collect up all the ne'er-do-wells and the folks that didn't do, and whip them into shape. Well, by my third time around as a patrol sergeant, I'm like, I don't want those idiots working for me. I got the good people want to work for me. It's Camelot. I'm telling you, I don't have much to do. I just give them the things to do, and they go out and they do the job, and they don't call me unless they need me. I don't have to look over their shoulder. I became a better leader, a better administrator, a better, total better person. And so I didn't allow the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune to penetrate me. You know? I knew who I was. And I knew what I was all about, and I wasn't going to take anybody else's stuff on. So by changing our thoughts, look, I am worthy of this, and I'm damn good at it. Whatever it is that you do, I am worthy of these successes. I am worthy of these promotions. And hey, when it comes to setting up this thing, or changing the attitude, or changing the culture in a different, and cleaning up some messes in a division, who else you got? Who are you going to call? Because it wasn't any of my contemporaries. You know, went over as the admin lieutenant with a dynamic captain, and we changed the culture. And then when I went back over, it was just like, okay, folks, you guys worked for me before. You know what this is all about. Now, did everybody universally love me? Oh, no. There are people today, I've been retired 17 and a half years, who are still sticking pins in my voodoo doll. Well, if they want to waste their time doing that, it doesn't affect me. But there are also other people today who say, best boss I ever worked for. So that's cool. I mean, that's really cool. You know? So by changing my attitude and changing my behavior, which allowed me to change my behaviors, these are the rules, here's what we're going to do. And I am going to see that the work that I produce is my best effort. And I'm going to ensure that the people who work for me are going to put out their best effort. I'm going to reward them for it. Here's the fences. Here's the gear you need, and I'm going to get them the gear that they need to do the job. And then let them go out and do what they will with it, because everybody, we all have free will, and we're all very, very different. And they can choose to do a good job, to do a mediocre job, or to violate the rules. You ruined my life. You know how many times I heard that? Over 32 years. People I arrested, went to jail, people I had to discipline or fire. I didn't ruin your, and for a while I thought about it. There was, how can I do this? But as I changed my attitudes, I began to see and say, I didn't ruin your life. You were doing a pretty good job of doing that yourself. There are consequences to your behaviors. I just happen to be the consequence. So I didn't stick a gun to your head and force you to drink all those drinks and then get behind the car and drive, by a wheel of the car and drive. I just happened to be there when you did. I didn't force you to break the rules to the extent that you did. I just happen to be the one that you're working for, so I'm going to be the consequence of that, okay? And I'm not going to take this on. So as I changed my attitude, I began to change my behaviors. And I let an awful lot of this stuff go. I wasn't going to take these things on. I became much clearer, and as I became much clearer, I demanded, in a very gentle way, that other people be clear. I did an internal investigation, and the undersheriff asked me, did you ask those specific pointed questions? And I just looked at him and said, what specific pointed questions? Now, had it been a decade or so earlier, I'd have been, oh man, oh no, I didn't. Oh, I must have screwed up. Did you ask those specific pointed questions? What does that mean? What does that even mean? It means nothing. It's a measure of trying to exert some control. What specific pointed questions? Tell me what you want. Here's what we want you to do. I'm sorry, but that's against the rules. That's against the law. Here's what you want to do. Okay, put that in writing for me, and then we'll go do what you want. And one of and as an administrator, I had to learn this, because everybody come in and go, hey, I need you to drop everything and do this. Okay, well, you have given me 7 assignments. I can complete 5. You tell me what your priorities are. Because who doesn't have this? I need you to do this. I need you to do this. I need you to do this. Okay, this is an emergency. The world is going to end if you don't move this piece of paper from that part of your desk to that part of your desk so it can go someplace else into somewhere. Then it's like, well, then they're back with, I told you I wanted this done. Well, I was busy doing this other thing. So, well, I'm not a mind reader, neither are you. What do you want? What are our priorities? And this works not just at work, but it works in your relationships and with your family and in every part of your life. What do you want? What is if I'm working for you, what is your priority? Okay. And then when they come boiling back in, it's like, okay, well, here, look, you told me these were your priorities. What is your priority? Now, if I'm the one in charge of driving somebody from point A to point B, my priority is to not be late. Not to be late to practice, not to be late to a band rehearsal, not to be late to a training or to work or whatever. Here's when I'm leaving. If you're there, you're there. If you're not, well. And as our children, we have to make sure our children have their mittens, have their shoes, have all this sort of stuff. But as they grow up and to get older, they have to take responsibility for that. I'm at football practice, but I forgot my football cleats. Well, I guess you're going to be running laps barefoot. I mean, you're in 7th grade, you're in 8th grade, you're a high school kid. Not my responsibility to see that your bag is packed. Because see, if you're not at dinner on time, if you're not ready to go when you're ready to go, so you won't be late, so that I'm not scrambling, it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful. And why should you stress out because somebody else doesn't have their act together? That's not on you to make sure that they have their act together. I mean, you can go down a few minutes or 10 minutes or 15 minutes before it's time to leave. Hey, do you have all this sort of stuff? Yeah. Okay, bus is leaving. Here's when it's leaving. You can be on it or not. Because I have things to do. I have to drop you off, and then I have other things to do. Change your attitude about things. Change your thoughts. You are worthy of respect. That changes your behaviors. We're not going to take on anybody else's stuff. And then that changes your life. Your life all of a sudden becomes richer and fuller. You have more time for stuff because somebody else isn't in your head. Because whoever cuts you off, in traffic, just let them. They're in a bigger hurry than you are. We're all going to get where we're going. Hooray, congratulations, sir, you're number one. With this finger, not the other one. You're number one because you made that stoplight 3 seconds before I did. Here's your sticker. It makes life so much easier. It really does. And it's easier to live in the moment because you're not going over what was said in an argument yesterday, last week, last month, last year, getting set up for what you're going to say when you get to work today. Somebody wants to, if you're working for somebody or around somebody who's constantly disrespectful and constantly a jerk, well, what do we choose to do about it? How are we going to react? Are we going to let that happen for us, or are we going to choose to do something else? Find another job. Say, hey, look, I love you, but if you continue like this, we just can't live together. I was a bachelor for a long time. I've had a lot of girlfriends, and I love every one of those women. I still do. But there's a reason why we aren't together. And for most of it, it's because they couldn't put up with my shit, and that's okay. I understand that. I mean, I understand that. Plus, we're two very, very, very different people. So, changing our thoughts changes our attitude, changes our behaviors. I'm going to be at work on time. I'm not going to be rushing around. I'm not going to let traffic bother me. It's just like, it's a bit of an irritant, but I'm not going to dwell on it. We're going to reclaim our power. And in doing that, that helps us to help make the world a better place. By doing those little things, holding the door for somebody, letting somebody in on traffic, if you're in kind of those things, because some people will let you in when it's time for you to move over. Returning your shopping cart, dropping a few bucks into somebody who's busted, guitar case or something like that, donating to the food bank, doing those little bitty things every once in a while. Okay, so how do I help you out with it? Well, I do card readings. angel oracle cards and things like that. And so we have a few minutes. So and here we'll do a demonstration. And I'm going to keep talking because they really don't like a blank screen, but life is hard. Life is really, really, really hard. This is a deck called Angels and Auras, and it's the author is Radley Valentine. Really a dynamic speaker and author and tarot reader. Has several decks and a couple of books all on Hay House and all those sorts of things. So now these cards are individual each for you individually, but as a collective, they may resonate with you. So the first one, when you drawn Archangel Uriel, whose aura is gold, and talks about passion and an epiphany. Now, what we're talking about, changing your life, changing your attitudes, changing it. So an epiphany will be coming to you. But he's also an archangel of entrepreneurship and people who are driven. So do you own your own business?
I'm starting it as we speak.
Okay. My fingers remain detached to my hands at all times, and there is nothing up my sleeve. I cannot make this up. Okay? I cannot make this up. So, he's real. Archangel Michael, whose color is blue. Michael is wise, for people who are wise, trustworthy, observant. People really trust you. And you're pretty observant of the world around you. And if you're not, then it's time. The way to become more observant is to live in the moment. Okay? Because this is really, truly all we have. It's not fair to go back when you were 5 years old, 5 years ago, 5 months ago. Okay, we learn our lessons and we move on. It's also not fair of us to start thinking about, well, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? See? So if I ask you a trick question, what's going on with you now? What's going on with you now is you're sitting right here in Burlingame in the DoubleTree listening to me. It's not whatever's happening with your business or something like that, but this is what's happening right now. So this is living in the moment. Here's the other thing about the Archangel Michael is while we all have our team of guides and angels and come on with us and stay with us our whole life, the archangels are available to all of us all the time. We can call on them. They can be everywhere, everything everywhere at once. Okay, and you can call upon the Archangel Michael to bring his sword of light and cut above, below, side to side, front to back. Cut away your cares, your worries, your fears, any attachments that people may have put on you at any time. At any time. So, peace. Peace. Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask, like, for example, she drew the card Uriel and she started a business as a Uriel back in her 100%.
Yes.
And then, like, for me, he had Michael and all those whys, and all that. So does that mean he's backing me for whatever I'm doing at the moment? So
yes.
I mean, how are these drawn to us at this moment and referring to us?
You drew the card.
Right.
I think that the card picks you. So
Okay.
This is your team, your guides, your angels, or the archangels delivering you a message. Okay? For her, so this is how this works. The question is how do these cards come to each of us? Okay, and at this point in time. So you're starting a business, so you need Uriel behind you for the entrepreneurship. So this is a message that, like, Uriel's behind you, your guides, your angels, and specifically Archangel Uriel. But if anybody else in here is an entrepreneur, Uriel's here for you too. It isn't an either or one or the other. Archangel Michael is drawn to you because you need his healing powers at this point in time. Okay, to remind you that you're honest, that you're wise, that you're trustworthy. And also remind you of Archangel Michael's protection. But this is good. This is for everyone here too. Everyone here too. So, and so this card is the card of peace. And so you have the Leonardo da Vinci person with all of the chakras, colors. And so you're connected. You're connected deeply with your angels and with spirit, okay? And so it reminds you that we are all on a journey. To quote Kate Wolf, a late 20th century folk singer, really good folk singer, from a song that she wrote, it's a journey with my soul that I am taking, that only leads from the cradle to the grave. So we're all on this journey. Okay? And to remain for you to remain balanced in your life. All work, no play. Okay? You have to take time. We have to take time for rest. We have to take time to do our full moon ceremonies. We have to take time for our meditation. Yeah. Not fill our life up with just work.
It's amazing. It's me. Not finance. Really just work.
Look, there's a time for work. There's a time for work. And in the Masonic tradition, they say that the day is divided up into 3 periods: 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest and refreshment, and 8 hours for sleep.
And it's amazing. Yesterday, I chose the card. The card told me for the goals. So I'm adjustable. I forgot the goals. I just going on to the goals.
Yes.
And today, the card told me you should balance. It's
Right.
just amazing.
You can still work towards your goals, but remain in balance. Okay? And by remaining in balance and seeing what are we talking about here, change your thoughts, change your actions, change your life. So that brings you peace. You're working towards your goals, but you're also working towards your goals when you're in meditation. And you're working towards your goals when you're in sleep time, because we have to have enough rest, right? Or we're going to make stupid mistakes. Me, I like to be rested so I can make stupid mistakes deliberately.
That's true. That's the best therapy during the lucid dream, right? Like,
Okay. Well, self-employment. Somebody else is starting a business or has a business.
Well, I laughed when you pulled that card because most of your street right now, I was debating to kind of leave the corporate world that I've been in for 50+ years and just do something. And I've been
oh my God.
struggling with that.
Kind
And
of
then
hard,
I felt like
Allow me to point out that I didn't draw the card.
Ooh.
I presented the
No,
deck
you never
and
make mistake. That's the
picked,
thing.
and you picked
Like-
the card. Okay, so step into that confidently. You are resourceful. And when you commit fully. World is full of helpful people. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. But oh, wait a minute. What else? What else was drawn up here, Uriel?
Wow.
There are no coincidences. I have a couple more minutes. So here, yeah.
Great.
Since you came in late, you
Wow.
can draw.
Jesus.
Okay, so
What the?
folks, we can't make this shit up. I'm just not smart enough. 444 angel number.
Oh, no.
What's that? I have to take a picture, guys.
Wow.
Everything is okay. Everything. Everything is okay.
Thank you.
Okay? Your team and your guides are with you. You can
Right.
call upon the archangels. Okay? You have support from them. So be reassured of that.
Right.
Everything is perfect in its imperfection.
Wow.
It absolutely is.
That's just so crazy.
I'm telling you, folks, I'm not smart.
I just did have my son healing event. I want to show you the cover. It's like, are you kidding me? Really? This is I just say that's. You want to read?
I'm going to show this. Oops, I'm going
It's like there's no mistake in the universe. I have to say.
I'm going to throw your phone around, but this is the cover that she has. Okay, folks.
What's
Now let me move it out of the way. Sorry about
Buddha
dropping your
and
phone.
Tara
Butterfingers. Yes. Okay, so that this is what I do, and I have a booth here.
No, my son healing event.
You kind of go in, and I'm off to the left. There's a big purple sign with flashing lights and all those sorts of things. And so I do 3-card readings for $70, and 5-card. Those run about 20 minutes. 5-card readings, which run at least a half hour, $420. And I'm also offering, because you're here at the show, if you want an introductory package to work with me, so that's 2 60-minute sessions, which includes recordings and a 30-minute gift certificate. So those are normally, my normal rates are at $800 for today. They're $400. And that also in the introductory package includes like 90 days of what I call Oracle urgent care. So if you're having some questions or some things like that, you can text or call me, and I'll get back to you, and we'll spend 10 or 15 minutes trying to answer your question. If you want to work for 6 months, I have a 6-month package, which usually about over $1,500 price for $600 today. 6 sessions, recordings of the sections. The gifts, all of these packages include the Oracle urgent care too. And if you want more in-depth work over 12 months, same thing. 12 sessions over the next 12 months, 30-minute gift certificate, value of $110. So that value is like almost $3,100, and for today it's $1,400. And if you're streaming live, you can drop me a text at 530-913-4650, or log on to SoulSearch, soulsearch.io, and search for my name, Lee Osborne, and it'll come up in ways to contact me. So, and if you choose not to purchase a package today, stop by, get a business card or whatever, and then drop me a text and remind me that you were in my class at Burlingame, and I'll honor these prices. So, okay, so now, clap, 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 stomp, 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 say yeah.
Yeah.
Clap, 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 stomp, 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 say yeah.
Say yeah.
Clap, 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 stomp, 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 say yeah.
Yeah.
Woo, yes, all right, we're done. And thank you so much. I appreciate you so much for coming here today. Thank you all so much. All right, so yeah, I'm about running out of time here, and I have to go so the next speaker can step up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's amazing.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo.
Remind everybody that we are coming to you live from the Burlingame Expo, where Tangela is about to give her talk.
Beautiful. And I'm so grateful. My name is Barbara. I am so grateful and honored to introduce not only my beautiful soul sister, Tangela, but also the amazing creatrix of this organization, SoulSearch. Without her, our consciousness journey would be a little less fun and a little less enlightened. And so I, for one, could not be more grateful to have this amazing woman in my life. I'm going to introduce you for those who don't have the honor of knowing her yet. Tangela is the creatrix of the organization SoulSearch, as you know, are a platform for everything spiritual, for your spiritual pleasure and learning and advancement. Tangela is a longtime spiritual seeker, global adventurer, entrepreneur, and multi-dimensional guide. Tangela's spiritual journey led her to create SoulSearch as the multi-dimensional platform for community, for spirituality, for consciousness, for healing and transformation. She has a very long resume of accomplishments, multiple master degrees, her accomplishments as a serial entrepreneur, helping global economies, transforming a multi-million-dollar corporation. I could go on and on and on, but we are here for all things spiritual today with Tangela. She is going to speak with us today about creating the new world and harnessing the power within us all. And it's my pleasure and blessing to introduce her to you now.
So thank you all for tuning in. Thank you to all of you attending live and in person here at the Burlingame SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. Thank you for being here. We love being together in community in person. Also, thank you all for tuning in on the live stream at SoulSearch. We do love to live stream our talks as well, so that those of you who can't attend in person, you can tune in. And of course, thank you to our Global Peace Tribe community for tuning in and spending your sacred Sunday with us. So I'm just delighted that, you know, in this day and age of technology, we're all able to connect and create spiritual community together, especially during these times. And so today I'm going to be giving a talk about what I like to call the now earth. And this is something that I'm very passionate about, because all of us here, you know, who are on the path of consciousness and spirituality, we are talking about creating a new earth, stepping into the fifth dimension. And so it can seem very nebulous at times. You know, what is the fifth dimension? Like, what is this golden age that we keep hearing about and that we keep speaking about? And so I want to really talk about the third dimension, the fourth dimension, and the fifth dimension. Because when we can understand where we are now in the third dimension and how we are moving into the fourth, we are then able to understand and move from the third, fourth, and into the fifth with grace and power and ease, especially during this time. When you guys think about the fifth dimension, what are some things that come up for you? And I'm asking our live audience, I'm asking the live stream, what are some things that come up for you when you think of the fifth dimension? What is that supposed to be? The new earth.
First word that comes to mind is transformation.
Transformation. Personal transformation. And what?
And of the earth.
And of the personal transformation and transformation of the earth. Beautiful. Anything else you guys thinking of? What comes up for you? Fifth dimension, new earth. Any thoughts?
Heaven on earth.
Heaven on earth. Beautiful, Scott. I love that. So exactly, heaven on earth. And what does heaven on earth look like for us?
Peaceful.
Peaceful, okay.
Remembering who we truly are.
Remembering who we truly are. Great.
Non-judgment.
Non-judgment. Beautiful. I love that.
Free of belief.
What is it?
Free of belief systems
Free of
into non-judgment.
free of belief systems into non-judgment.
I was going to say closer to source, which is
Yes, closer to source, exactly. So this is all beautiful. These are, you know, peace, non-judgment, closer to source and the divine, remembering who we truly are. That is beautiful when we think about the fifth dimension and what we're creating. And so when we look around in this day and age, where we actually are is what we refer to as the third dimension. And this is where a lot of us are sitting. We also go into what we call the fourth dimension. And then we have what we are creating, co-creating together of the fifth dimension. So we are going through what we call this ascension process together. And most of us here are moving between these different dimensional realities. Each dimension is a level of consciousness where we play. And each level of consciousness has its own rules, has its own game. And this is where we are moving. And as we get to learn the different levels of the game and the playing field, we're able to consciously make the choices that can support us in moving ourselves and shifting the whole entire planet and the collective from this third dimensional reality into the fifth. So where we play now, when we think about the third dimension, is one of where what you see is what you get. Everything around us is part of this third dimensional reality, and there is a lot of rigidity in what we call the third dimension. It's about rigid belief systems and structures. Always, never, separation, judgment. So we have separation, judgment. And so these are some of the hallmarks of the third dimension, and also linear time. So in the third dimension, we have the past, the present, and the future. And we believe that what has happened in the past is constantly affecting our present and creating our future. We live in this third dimensional linear time vortex when we are stuck in the third dimension. But all of you here, everyone here in the Global Peace Tribe and SoulSearch community here at the Expo, we know that there is a lot more than just this third dimensional reality surrounding us. Because the third dimensional reality surrounding us is such a small, minuscule part of who we are as beings. Energy is everything. The universe is vast and far greater than we could possibly ever imagine. And all of us here know that, because here we are connecting with angels, connecting with the divine, opening our spiritual gifts and our innate abilities. All of that is playing into the fourth and the fifth dimension, where we are doing and we are saying to all others that what you say is impossible is possible. That we are powerful, that we are divine spark creators, and that we are here to create something new. And so the fourth dimension, what is powerful about the fourth dimension is that it is about choice. That every moment we have the choice. In the third dimension, we are constantly reacting. We are reacting out of fear. We are reacting out of separation. We are reacting out of, this happened in the past to me, to my family, to my community, so it's going to happen again in the future. We're reacting because we feel afraid. And in the fourth dimension, we begin to understand that we do not have to live in this box, in this rigidity, in this inflexibility of separation. We always have a choice. And that is where our power lies, in that moment of choice. And we are not living in linear time. We are living in the now moment. So every moment is the now moment. Yes, we have the past and we have the future, but we are creating a new moment every single moment. As Eckhart Tolle said, the power of now. So as we step out of the third dimension into the fourth dimension, we begin to understand that I don't have to react when something happens around me. That I can claim and choose my power as the divine creator being I am, and choose what I do want. Choose what I do want to see. Choose what I do want to create. This is where we are reclaiming our power from one of reaction, reactivity, from fear, from judgment and separation, we step into the empowerment of saying, I choose. I choose in this moment to be happy. I choose in this moment to be hopeful. I choose in this moment to create something new. And in this political climate, we are facing a lot of fears, a lot of frustrations. What is happening around us? A lot of structures we see falling apart. This is something that a lot of spiritual people have said is coming, because we are in the age of Aquarius, the new awakening. We're going to see a lot of structures crumble around us. As we see this happening, we can react. We can choose to remain in the third dimension, where we react with fear, with hopelessness, with despair, and with anger. And there are a lot who are doing that, and that's okay. But for those of us who are in the fourth dimensional reality, in this consciousness, we are able to stand strong and choose. And this is where our power lies. When we say, I choose love, I choose peace, I choose equality, I choose hope. This is where the strength lies and the power of the fourth dimension, of us being able to choose to create our own reality. How many of you guys have heard the law of attraction? Yes, and Abraham Hicks. So Abraham Hicks always talks about the law of attraction and getting into the vortex. Here, this is in the fourth dimension, because it is our constant opportunity to choose to be in the vortex. Are we going to react to the people, places, politicians around us and allow them to create our reality? That's what we have been doing in the third dimension, allowing others to create our reality, to tell us who we have to be, how we have to live our lives, what we have to do, whether it's kings and queens of the old ages, the pharaohs, whether it's our mother, father, priest, minister, teacher, our society, our religion. These are all systems of the Piscean age and of this third dimension, where we have been told how we have to live, who we have to be, what we have to believe, that I am separate from you, and that because we look different, because we were born in different countries, because we were born in different places, because we have different backgrounds, that's us versus them. And this is the old story of Piscean age separation and control. But as we have moved into our own personal enlightenment, each one of us, and into our collective enlightenment, we see all of this is different. We live here in the United States, we live in an amazing melting pot, where all of us sitting in this room and across this live stream, we're from different races, cultures, ethnicities, religions, genders. The diversity and multiplicity of who we are as humans is what makes us so beautiful and so powerful. That people, that beings across the multiverse are watching us in awe. And when we chose and volunteered to come down on planet Earth to play this game, we were so excited because of the diversity that is here on this planet. So as we have been moving from this third dimension of separation, systems of control and power that creates division, we have been moving into the fourth dimension, all of us together, choosing something different, choosing harmony, choosing unconditional love, choosing to leave behind those old systems of judgment, of control, of separation. And this is where our power lies in every moment in the fourth dimensional consciousness, is that we are able to choose. And that is the ultimate power that we have. Because when we can stand strong and certain in our ability to choose
who we are, what we believe, who we love, what we want to do with our lives when we want to do it, that is the ultimate political act. That is the ultimate act of liberation. Because still on this day on this planet, there are billions that cannot do that. So we have the freedom and the power as conscious fourth dimensional beings to stand and choose. I choose love. I don't choose fear. So if something comes up on the television, on the news, on your phone, something that disturbs your nervous system, how could this happen? How could they do that? How could this be? We have the opportunity in every moment to choose something different from love, from our presence and our personal certainty that they may do this, but I choose love. I choose harmony. I choose creating the now earth where we can all live as one, where we can provide safe havens and safe places for people of all colors and creeds to live together, that we can create affordable housing, that we can end poverty, that we can not just protect the environment, but build and strengthen our personal and community connections to the environment. So we remember who we are as children of Mother Earth. So we can choose these in every moment. And it's a powerful choice when we do this, because we know in the fourth dimension, we're moving beyond that third dimension of matter and form. And we know that everything is energy. And the law of attraction is so powerful. The law of attraction doesn't speak English, Spanish, French, or Chinese. The law of attraction speaks the language of energy. So what you feel and what you believe and what you know in the depths of your being and heart is what you are attracting and what you are creating. And in the third dimensional reality, in the third dimensional level of consciousness, we have been playing in that realm of reactivity, so that we are feeling fear, we're feeling anxiety, we're sitting in judgment, we're feeling separation. That is our energetic reality in this third dimension. And like attracts like. We feel fear, and we sit in that fear and anxiety of what's to come. What are they creating? What are they doing? What are they doing to destroy our country, our livelihood, our way of being? We're taught to sit in that fear. But we are all here stepping into the fourth and fifth dimensional realities of consciousness, where we do not have to react and live in that fear that has been prescribed to us for eons. The ages of the pharaohs and the kings and the queens are gone. We are the kings and queens of our own reality, and we are sovereign to create the now earth that we truly want to live in together. And that is the empowerment of the spiritual realm and our spiritual journey, is that this is a path of liberation for each one of us, as well as for the entire planet. Because when we step out of reacting, out of that judgment, separation, lack, dis-ease, poverty, we move into the fourth dimension of choice. So they will tell us there is not enough. We say there is more than enough to go around, because the universe is all abundant. They say that some people deserve to suffer and not have a home, not have access to services or health insurance. We say that all deserve to have access to home, to abundance, to a livelihood, to a respectable and respectful existence. They may tell us we have to go to war. Those people, they are so different from us. We have to go to war. We can say, we are here for peace. We are here for love. We are here for co-creating a global family of love and mutual respect. That is our choice in the fourth dimension. And so this is where we are right now. And that's why it seems so frenetic. It seems so restrictive. It seems so hard at times right now, especially when you turn on the phone, on the news, you're like, what is going on? Yes, things are falling apart, but it is up to us. Are we going to let it fall apart and sink deeper into this third dimensional reality? Or are we going to choose, yes, I am the conscious creator of the now earth, of the now reality that I want to live. So they say hate, I choose love. They say fear, I choose peace. They say insecurity, I choose abundant, infinite blessings. We have the power to choose in every moment, and one of unconditional love. So it's a very powerful movement that we're going through right now as we move from the third to the fourth and the fifth dimension. Because as we become more present and purposeful and certain in our power of choice, our power to choose love, peace, harmony, beauty, abundance, stability, blessings. As we choose this, the law of attraction, the universe, will give us more. So it is up to us to leave behind this imbalance of the third dimension and realize that as we are traveling and ascending into the fifth, we have the power in this now moment to choose love in every moment, to choose peace, to choose harmony, even with the people who antagonize us, who scare us, who we do not understand who they are and what they're doing. Everyone on this planet has a role to play. And we are not here to have an understanding, as in our human minds, of what every single person is here to do. But we have power over what we are here to do. And so when something comes up on the news, on TV, on your phone, you feel that resistance, you feel the anger, you feel the rage, you feel the fear. Feel it. Feel all of that in your body and let it go. Let it go and choose. Choose the fourth dimensional consciousness where you step into your power, step into your love, you step into your balance. For that is what the fourth dimensional consciousness is all about. We open ourselves up to our higher selves, to our divine consciousness creator being selves, and we allow that to flow through us, and we bring that in. Feel that flowing through you. This is who we truly are, not this rigidity of the third. We are the divine spark creator beings of the fourth and fifth. So here in the fourth, we're letting more of that in, so that when those antagonizing, fearful moments come up, and they are coming up quite often these days for a lot of us, we take a breath, connect to our creator consciousness, higher self. We send love, and we choose. We see fear. We see suffering. That is third dimensional reality. We create love. We create abundance. We create beauty. We have the power to choose. And I know it may seem so difficult at times because the reality of the third dimension is so dense and it's so physical. It's everything around us. You know, when you listen to Abraham Hicks, people always say, well, Abraham, how do you get the money out of the vortex into the bank? Right? And so you might say to me, well, this is great to hear, but how do we create that peace when it seems like there's no peace around us? How do we create that love when it seems like people are trying to tear us apart? But it starts with us. It starts with our energetic reality and our energetic knowing as we step into our balance, and then we choose. For the more that we choose, we come into alignment with who we truly are. We come into our own balance. Because in the third dimension, it's about not being aligned. We're not aligned with ourselves. We're aligned with what other people have told us to be, what other people have told us to do. Our governments, our kings, our queens, our teachers, our mothers, our fathers, our priests, whatever we have been told. That is not being aligned with who we are. As we step into the fourth dimension, we become more and more aligned with who we are. What is it that I want? What is it that I believe? What is it that I want to create? And as we step into that certainty, we empower ourselves to make that choice in every moment. And it's an energetic choice. Don't feel like, oh my God, what do I have to do? What can I do? I'm one small person. I can't fight the system. I can't fight the government. It's not about fighting or resistance. It's about choice. That's because what you resist persists. Remember, law of attraction. So we are here to choose and step into our power, our energy, our purpose. And as we do that again and again and again, we then begin to create this fifth dimensional reality. One of community, one of cooperation, one of working and co-creating with the creator consciousness, with the angels, with the teachers, with the masters, with the guides. We begin to co-create a new reality of the fifth dimension that is so immense, with non-judgment, unconditional love, with connection to the creator consciousness, all things you guys mentioned at the beginning. We begin to create this fifth dimension and more. It's beyond our human comprehension. Yet we are creating it already, and we play in this dimension as well. So it's up to us to take these steps from the third, knowing that this is where we're at. This is where we have been for eons. And this is what we're releasing in this moment. And that's why it can feel like such a struggle right now, personally, politically, socially, because everything is shifting. And so as all of these shifts are taking place, do we choose to continue reacting? Do we choose to stay stuck in the rigidity and the separation? Or do we begin to make a choice for ourselves? And so I'm going to do a little exercise with all of you here, because I know there is a lot of frustration, fear, anger, despair coming up. So we're going to create our own reality together. We're going to make our own choices. I'd love for all of us here, and including everyone on the live stream and tuning in, to get a piece of paper and a pen. If you have one, I'll pass them around here. And we're going to have a mock election. So you can just take a paper and pen. So we're going to have a mock election. And I want all of you, and I don't call it actually a mock election. We're just going to have an election. We're going to have an election, and I want each of you to write 3 top things that you would want to create for our country. If we were voting right now and saying, these are the top 3 things that I want to create here, what are those 3 top things? So just take a few minutes to write them down. What are you, and if you have more, feel free to write more. You can write 5, write 10. We want to become those creator beings in practice. We no longer have to react and feel hopeless and disempowered and as victims. We can energetically create in every moment in the fourth dimension. Because in the fourth dimension, all is possible, and we are all powerful. So all is possible. And this is the paradox of the fourth dimension that we can create, that there is no nevers and always, that everything can change in the blink of an eye, and that anything can be created in the blink of an eye. That's the power of the fourth dimension. All is possible. Anything can shift and change, and we have the power to do it. So write down what you're voting for right now. What are some of the top 3 things that you would like to create for us? Okay, let's see. Hi, and so would any of you guys like to share? What are some of the things?
I was all walked loaded because I was already meditating this morning.
Okay, great, perfect. What are they?
Well, it's a positive polarity of power. And so words are empowerment, influence, and encouragement. Just a few that jump off. But, yeah, so.
Wonderful. Empowerment, influence, and encouragement. Anything?
Freedom,
Freedom,
economic stability,
economic stability,
and love.
and love. Okay, perfect. Do you want to share?
It's peace,
Peace,
love,
love,
respect.
respect. Okay, wonderful.
Love,
Love,
peace, success, and abundance.
peace, success, and abundance. Beautiful. And any of our global peace tribers, would you like to share what you came up with?
I'll read some of what people are saying.
Okay, perfect.
We've got ego-based greed is replaced by compassionate care for all. No money is replaced with everybody just knowing what needs to be done and doing it. Susan Blomquist writes harmony with the earth. George Noble writes acceptance of all as it is, non-judgment. Connie Baxter writes more abundance than we can fathom.
Beautiful. And how about you all?
I wanted to create women's circles for connection and growth and ways to clear up our lineage to teach our youth on ways to behave.
Beautiful. So women's circles to clear up our, I'm just repeating it for the live stream, to
clear up like our lineage, our ancestors.
clear up our lineage and ancestors. Beautiful.
We are the ones that our ancestors have been waiting for.
Yes, exactly. We are the ones our ancestors have been waiting for. Powerful. And for you?
I got several. The creative pursuit of empowerment, freedom, love, and acceptance.
Creative pursuit of power, freedom, love, and acceptance. Beautiful. And anything you'd like to share?
Telepathic communication.
What is it?
Telepathic
Compassion communication. Telepathic communication. Yes, exactly. That is a hallmark of the fourth and fifth dimension. Definitely. So beautiful. So look at the world that we are just co-creating in this now moment. This is the now earth for us. This is the now earth for our fourth and fifth dimensional reality. Everything else out there is Shakespeare's theater and it's noise. It's very loud. It's very loud. And it's actually going to get louder because we are choosing something different. And they're trying to tell us, no, come down and listen to us. But we have now chosen what all of you have been sharing: peace, empowerment, personal empowerment, compassion, love, connection to the earth, abundance for all. These are our choices, and we are co-creating them together in the now moment, co-creating the now earth. And this is how we do it. It's an energetic process. So as we are leaving behind this third dimensional game that we have played for eons, we have played it out, all of us. We have been oppressors and oppressed, kings and slaves. We have played every role, every possibility, and we have done it all. So we are now leaving this third dimensional reality behind us with love. And now we choose power, choice, balance, abundance, alignment, compassion. And as more and more and more of us choose that in every moment, this is how we are creating the now earth, the fifth dimension. This is what we are doing. So every moment, each one of us chooses self-awareness, chooses compassion, chooses love. This is the ultimate act of liberation for ourselves and for the planet. And this is how we are co-creating the fifth dimension together. We, our human minds, can't even begin to comprehend how and what that will look like. Yet we know it is one: peace, love, harmony, community, cooperation, abundance, all the things that we've all mentioned and talked about. So it's up to us energetically to choose that for ourselves and for the planet in every moment, despite all of the noise around us that asks us to go back and believe and react and step into something different. So this is the process of empowerment that we are in together now as a community, as a collective. And for all of you here, you're already playing in the fourth and the fifth dimensions. You're already co-creating all of this. But more that we become aware that we are doing this, we disrupt the old patterns of reactivity and rigidity of the third dimension. The more we realize, oh my God, what just happened on the news? Taking me into fear. Well, I can choose something different. That is a pattern disruptor. So every moment that we are able to step into our self-awareness, we're able to disrupt the patterns of the third dimension and consciously make that fourth dimensional choice. And more of us than we can even imagine are doing this right now. Mm-hmm. And as we come together in community here at the Expo, here online, we're all doing this together. And we're here to remind one another that we have this power of choice. We have this power of love, that we are stepping into our alignment and balance, and that nothing is forever. All of these stories of rigidity and separation, that's all in the third dimension. For us, anything and everything is possible, and it can all change in the blink of an eye. So it's a very powerful moment for all of us as we really begin to understand where we have been and how powerful we are as we step into our power of choice. And that we are empowered beings. We no longer have to be a victim. Because when we choose for ourselves, we're choosing for the planet, and we're choosing for the collective, and we're choosing the fifth dimension. So it's a very powerful time that all of us are co-creating together right now. And when we think about it in these simple terms, we begin to understand that we are co-creating this now earth together in every moment. Yes, there's a lot of frenetic noise around us, but we can release and let all that go. Because thoughts, we are picking up on so many thoughts and disruptions and anxieties from everyone around us. They're coming in, and then they're affecting our emotions. And our thoughts are electric and emotions are magnetic. So as we feel those thoughts in our mind, and then we feel those emotions erupting, we can release and ground and let those go. We can release them into Mama Gaia, into Mother Earth. Allow her to transmute those energies. And as we let go and release, we can step in to our own choice and our own power, remembering who we are as creator conscious beings and creating the now earth. And so I just ask all of you to close your eyes. Close your eyes and just relax, feeling the excitement and the energetics of these fourth and fifth dimensional consciousness realities that we are all co-creating. Breathe in and breathe out, relaxing and letting go. And just feeling some of those frenetic emotions, and thoughts that have been coming at you, to you, throughout the week, throughout the weekend. Feel those thoughts coming in and just let them go. Let them go and release through this beautiful grounding cord, this golden tube of light that connects from your root chakra down, down, down to the center of the earth, to Mama Gaia. Breathe in, feeling the frenetic thoughts, the fears, the anxieties, the despair, the disruptions, and you let go. Feeling them again and letting go. And just releasing all to Mama Gaia, allowing her to take in all of that anxiety, those fears, those disruptions, and just letting go and letting her to transmute them. And feeling those electric thoughts, those emotions that have been taking over your body. Fear and the anxiety of what will happen, what will be, what has happened before, and what is to come. All of those electric thoughts that attract light. We release them on an electric cord surrounding that tube of light. Let them all go to Mama Gaia and release. And release. We release what is no longer ours, what has not been ours, all of those thoughts, all of those emotions, fear, anger, despair, anxiety. We let them all go and release to Mother Earth. And as she takes them in with love, she transmutes all of these energies. And she gives back to us her strength, her power, her stability, her eternal wisdom, her everlasting abundance. For she has been here for eons, watching, supporting, loving, and she will continue to be. So we feel her strength, her power, her unconditional love, her peace, her wisdom. And we bring this in and we breathe this in up, 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 up into our root chakra, feeling the blessings, the magnanimous nature of who we are. So blessed. We bring this into our sacral chakra, feeling the creativity of our being as we co-create this now earth together. Lighting up our solar plexus, our abilities to manifest, to bring into fruition all that we know is possible and beyond. Lighting up our heart chakra, opening up wider and wider and wider so that our unconditional love of self and of all is able to hold the entire planet, the entire universe in love, compassion, and grace. Lighting up our throat chakra so we are able to speak our truth in power, in full alignment with who we are as our creator selves, our divine selves. And lighting up our third eye so that we are able to know all and see all across the multidimensional realms, utilizing our telepathic and spiritual abilities to see and know and understand life better. And lighting up our seventh chakra, our crown, opening ourselves up to the higher realms, to the divine, wider and wider and wider, so more of our divine creator being can pour into who we are in this physical human body. And as we feel this light and love rushing in and through us, through every cell of our body, we feel enlivened, enlightened, empowered, excited for who we are and what we are here to do together. Together as a global family, together with our archangels and ascended master, brothers and sisters and friends and guides. For we are all one. And we go higher and higher and higher. 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th chakras all lighting up into the celestial realms. We soar higher and higher and higher, feeling the ultimate freedom of who we are as eternal souls. And then we look down on the earth, on this magnificent planet where we chose to be, where we chose to come. And we see peace. We see love. We see community. We see cooperation. We see harmony. We see abundance for all. We see oneness with the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms. We feel, we know, we co-create together the 5th dimension. Feel the power of who you are in this moment as you look at your co-creation of ultimate beauty and light and power. So vivid, so beautiful, so lit up that it lights up the entire universe and multiverse. Feel the reverberation of what we are co-creating shine across the universe. For this is what we are doing together in this now moment. This is our choice. And we reverberate and share this power, this peace, this certainty, this presence, this love, this compassion to all across the planet. We go to all of the homes, the orphanages, the war zones, the refugee camps, the hospitals, and we bring our peace, our power, our love, our compassion, our abundance, and our certainty and knowing that we are here to choose love, and we bring love, and we are love. Breathe in the power of who you are and breathe it out across the universe. Knowing, feeling, understanding that we are co-creating the 5th dimension together. Breathing in your power, feeling your certainty, feeling your strength and wisdom, feeling the passion and compassion of who you are as a divine creator. And release it out to the world. So open your eyes now, feeling the strength of who you are, feeling yourselves as the divine creator being, feeling your power to choose in every moment what you want to create as our reality. This is who we are, and we are truly creating the now earth in the 5th dimension together. So thank you all. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your co-creation, for your courage, your bravery, for being the light, because we know a lot of people are still playing here, but we are playing here and here. And as we stay here and here, we support all others in doing the same. So thank you all for playing and creating. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. And thank you all for tuning in and co-creating this 5th dimensional reality with me together. So I really appreciate all of you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. If you have questions, feel free to let me know. And thank you, Global Peace Tribe, and of course, our Soul Search community as well. And thank you, Scott.
That was wonderful. So many comments coming in of people appreciating you, your wisdom, just a great presentation. People really loved it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thanks for tuning in. And this is our continued conversation. This is our continued mission. This is our continued movement, all of us together. This is what we're doing together, creating the awakening world. So thank you all. Stay tuned in. We have Annie Batchelor coming in next. So lots of love to all of you guys. Thank you so much. And you guys have questions?
You know, what I'm gonna do is right now I'm going to
No.
She's a
going
privilege
to
talking about the third dimension, fourth
to
dimension.
focus on.
Oh, sorry, let me
I'm
just.
sure. Here it is. This is how we do it.
She's talking about the between third and fifth, third and fifth.
I love.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone live streaming with us. Hello, everyone in the awakening world. It's so amazing to be here all together in the same space. We know there's no such thing as being separated. We are all in this together, no matter where we're coming from in the world. Hello, everybody here joining us live at the Burlingame SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. Can everyone sitting in this room say hello to everyone live streaming? Hello. Our frequencies are completely connected as we are about to embark on this amazing journey with our Akashic record expert, Annie. You are all in for such a treat. I never get to stay in these talks, but one of these days I'm going to be able to do that. So we are thrilled to have back with us Reverend Annie Batchelder. She is the gifted channel, psychic, medium, and healer who graces us at most of our expos with over 30 years of experience. She has dedicated her life to helping people reunify their soul and the divine. As she often says, truly the divine doth the works, not I. Annie's natural psychic ability has been enhanced by teaching Awakening Your Light Body, Channeling 101, and how to read the Akashic records. Through these spiritual practices, Annie made peace with her own painful life experiences, including being disabled with multiple sclerosis for 10 years, multiple tubal pregnancies, a miscarriage, and having to give back an adopted newborn to a birth family. Annie's spirit guides channeled the book, Bringing Forth Consciousness, and Akashic Records Guide to Living a Fulfilled Life, which we just happen to have right here.
Bringing Forth Soul Consciousness.
This book offers meditative quality and content, as well as guided exercises to teach energy skills and ways of working purposefully in your own Akashic records. Today with Annie, we will amplify our connection to the light and consciousness of our own soul, as she guides us through the process of embodying our soul's light in the most graceful and beautiful of ways, I have to add. In doing this, we will discover the power of our soul and the Akashic records for guidance to living a fulfilled life. Reverend Annie will also share her personal journey and the profound impact the Akashic records has had on her own life. So without further ado, let's welcome Reverend Annie Batchelder.
Hello, good day. Thank you for being here. Hello to everybody who's on the streaming. Thank you for being in the audience physically. My heart goes out to you. My spiritual heart just so touched that you come to listen in. So I'm going to pass around a sheet. You can get on my mailing list if you so desire. If you do not so desire, don't get on the mailing list. I don't want to throw away email. I don't want things that bounce back. And if you would be so kind as to write clearly, then if you really want to be on the mailing list so I can actually read it, that would help me so much. Thank you. And there's a couple flyers in there in case you want to pull one of those out. Thank you. So what I want to do first is engage you in a conversation. And I realize that my information is a little too far away. About the soul. Like, how many people here, by raising your hand, feel that information and knowing your soul is important? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. I could not agree more. Of course, it's my sole purpose to reunify people with their souls. And my guides tell me that the soul is specifically constructed as the link to the divine. So that is another reason why it's important to really have a connection with a deep personal experience of the energy and the character and the light and consciousness of your soul. So why do you think it's important to why else do you want to know your soul? What else makes it of interest?
I want to connect the two. Because
Yes.
sometimes the body does not follow what the soul really wants. You got to know what your soul really wants. And I don't always know that.
So this woman said a really important point. She says, I want to know what my soul's really thinking, because sometimes the physical self, if I'm interpreting that correctly, doesn't do what the soul wants. And then there's conflict, right? Yeah, and it's evident out in the world. Easily, well said and well described. Exactly. Does anybody else have an understanding of why it's important to know your soul?
So you can basically unleash your maximum potential and realize your purpose in this lifetime.
I paid you earlier, right? She says, so you can unleash your maximum potential in this life. And I couldn't have said it better. And exactly, we're all kind of hungry for that connection. We want to get rid of that sense of separation from the divine and from our greater selves. And I think knowing my soul and embodying my soul's light helps me do that. To kind of put things in perspective, I'm going to go ahead and read one of the prayers. There are 5 prayers and affirmations in my book. This is my working copy. That's why it has all these things on it. But you can buy a copy, and it has this autographed copy sticker on it, and that will have a perfectly channeled note inside just for you. But in the back are all the affirmations and prayers, as well as the 13 Akashic Records exercises that to help you. So this is the integrating soul prayer. And what I always say is just let these words wash over you. One of the terms that is going to be referred here is the Great Creatress. And my guides in the Akashic Records are the Akashic Beings of Light. And they channeled most of the chapters in this book. There's 40 chapters. It's not a lightweight thing. It's written like a teaching manual. But the Great Creatress is the Akashic Beings of Light, their word for the Supreme Divine Feminine. And if you need another word in there, just slide it in your own mind. I'm not looking for converts. I'm just looking for the energy that we can generate here that brings us closer to our souls. Okay. For the highest good of all, Great Creatress, please open my spiritual heart to full vibrancy. Awaken me to your divine design. By the power of your spirit within me, I presence my soul. I embody its light and consciousness. Oversee my soul and physical experience as we become one. Safe in your embrace, my soul's light fills me to the brim. Recognizing my soul's divinity and alliance with you, I open to receive its beneficial influence. Embodying my soul's light, I am strengthened. I am awakened to its consciousness. Like you, Great Creatress, my soul embraces me kindly, guides me wisely, fills my heart with its love, sweetens my thoughts, words, and deeds with compassion. My soul naturally forms my link with thee, Great Creatress. May all consciousness be of the light, and so it is. Yeah, there we go. Feel that in the crown chakra? Good job, folks. Thank you very much. So back to why it's important to have a connection with the soul. How do you hear or receive soul messages? How do you know it's the soul talking to you? Yes, sure.
It's not my voice.
Isn't-
It's definitely more pragmatic, more to the point, a lot less frilly than I am.
So for those of you out there in streaming land, she says it's not my voice. It's more pragmatic, more direct, and it's more practical and applicable sort of thing.
If I'm in a tricky situation, if I'm really listening, it's a lot more not disconnected, but more objective.
Yes.
It doesn't take all the emotions away.
It's like it comes from way out here, but it is so personal that it just pings in all my cells, right? How does somebody else receive messages from their soul? Do you have physical sensations? Are there phrases and certain words that seem to be stressed? Like, this is important, use this word? Yes.
I see pictures.
You see pictures, great.
I see on the shower, you know, the bottom shower.
Yeah?
Things form.
So your meditation room is in the shower room?
A lot. Years and
Water is powerful, right?
true. Form.
Yes.
Angels appear with people.
Beautiful.
Like this morning, there was a big bird, and it's like another person trying to pick it up. But there were bars.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, yeah.
That is a beautiful description. Images are very powerful for us. Images and symbols. Sometimes when I'm doing readings with people and I get an image or a symbol, I have to ask, what does this mean? Because I don't get it. I'll give you an example. I was doing a reading for a man and it was sort of weird. I'm going, all I'm getting is this sort of black and white old movie picture, but it's just lips with red lipstick. And I'm going, okay, I'm seeing lips with red lipstick. Does this mean anything to you? And he says, oh yeah. My mother would put on her lipstick and then her bathrobe. Like this was the order of importance in her day. So I knew, okay, we are at, this reading is probably going to be about mother. And so it was like, okay, we're on the right track, right? And so things sort of unfolded from there. And, you know, you can ask, like, I don't get it. What are you talking about? What is this message? Help me understand. Help me understand. Make it clear to me what the purpose of this image is. And, you know, I think we've kind of grown away from, well, can I question the divine? It's like, I'm supposed to swallow everything wholesale. Well, yeah, you can. It's a conversation. We converse with the divine. That's how we get to know the divine. That's how we get to know our souls, because we are communicating. We are communing. We're in the energy of our souls. And that can show up as physical experiences, pictures, phrases, words. I like to ask questions in the Akashic Records. They're like the can openers to information in the Akashic Records. And I have a couple of starting phrases that really help. What's the truth about me and fill in the blank? Why is this important at this time in my life? How is this helping me to evolve closer to my soul, closer to the divine? What, why, and how questions really count. Because you can ask yes, no questions all day, but you're going to be done in like 5 minutes. And I think you're probably like me. You want the full package. You want all the information you can get that's going to empower you and help rocket you into the next dimension, right? So opening the Akashic records really helps with that. This book, chapter 2, teaches you how to open your Akashic records. And it teaches what the Akashic records are about. And by the way, the way this book came about is, this is Annie's personality. So I'm going to take a writing class and learn how to write really good marketing copy. So all of you will pay me to be your favorite psychic, and I will become famous and rich. Okay? A little ego in it, right? So I go to this writing class, and the first day we're writing, what comes out? The first channel chapter of this book. And it's the introductory messages from the Akashic beings of light. And I'm like, nobody said I'm writing a book. Well, is this, I didn't know. Nobody said we're writing a book. Where'd this come from? You know, and they said, if we had given you the picture of what you're really up to in this life, like the whole picture, you would have run tail and hid face down, head down in the sand. And it's like, yeah, I would. It's been a rough ride at times. And although I chose it, which is a rough ride in itself. So, you know, and the teacher said, you know, and she's pretty spiritual. She's like, even further out on the wavy gravy edge than I am. She said, well, this is pretty esoteric stuff. And she says, who's your audience? And I took that back to the Akashic beings of light. And I said, this is kind of esoteric stuff. How am I supposed to work with this? And they said, we have to produce a book that's ahead of the curve. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, by the time the information gets out there, it'll be old news. And it was like, thank you. Especially when I was writing a chapter called How the Soul is Constructed. And, you know, in there I'm going, listen, folks, you know, I don't know anything about this. You should probably get somebody else to write this chapter. I don't really know. And they're like, just keep typing. Just keep typing. So I kept typing, and I get this whole chapter on how the soul is constructed and why it's constructed in a certain way. And as like our soul is like the software that runs the hardware. Our bodies are the hardware. The soul is the one that said, in this lifetime, we're going to experience X, Y, Z, P, and Q, right? And the body is going, really? How do I do that? You know, I'm going to break something. And the soul is like, this is how we're going to learn to evolve and become closer and closer with the divine. So I'm just going to teach you a little bit about what the Akashic records are about. The Akashic records, and that's a Sanskrit word meaning limitless sky or raw energy from which all things are formed. You know, raw energy gets molded and shaped and turned into physical things by our thoughts and our wishes and our wants, right? So it's really nice to know that the Akashic records are spiritual, not psychic. So you don't have to have a PhD in psychic readings to be able to work effectively in your own Akashic records. And they are the record of your soul's entire journey. All your lifetimes, all your in-between lifetimes, all the things that where you went off world to study with a certain group of consciousness in order to learn a certain thing, right? All that is recorded in the Akashic records. And the wonderful thing is they are governed by 3 principles which make me feel really happy. Resist not, judge not, and fear not. Now you open your records and you get into an environment like that, and it's like, all right, I get to be as big and as loud and as, you know, strong and as I really am in this space. And it is really fun. I mean, that to me is where, like, judge not, fear not, resist not. So if I'm resisting, I'm trying not to have, I'm resisting somebody or something. If I'm fearful, what's controlling my thoughts and my feelings? Fear, right? And my acronym for fear is future events already ruined. Because when I'm in fear, I'm always out in the future going, oh no, that's not, what am I going to do with it? Oh, it's always, I'm nowhere near this moment. It's like, get back into the present moment where everything is, oh, I'm not in the rain. There's gas in my car. There's food at my booth. Like, everything's okay. I have a roof over my head when I go home. There's love in my life. It's all going to be all right. So in the Akashic Records, the order of importance is energy first, information second. Because the energy will get in underneath the personality's objections. Or the mind's like, my training is blah, 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 right? And that's like locked down, right? Because the human mind can be pretty resistant. Anyway, so the energy can sneak in surreptitiously, or the light can seep in surreptitiously and do the work and lay the groundwork so that the ship that you're really looking forward to and looking to create or experience actually can happen, right? It's the energy. And the words or the descriptions or the pictures or the explanation, that can come later. It's when your mind goes, oh, this is an okay thing? Okay, I'll let it in, you know what I mean? So in your Akashic Records, it's easy to access past lives and information about your ancestors. They're all part of your record. Anybody we had a relationship or even a conversation in the grocery store line, it's all in the records. It's all there, but it's recorded like with absolutely no judgment. There's not an evaluation or a moral, summary going on in here. That's not happening. It's like, oh, this happened. End of story. It happened. And sometimes we need to know that. This is an opportunity to discover how you can come to peace with your past and to love yourself unconditionally. Okay, I'm in. Like, what do I want? I want to know why I had 3 tubal pregnancies, a miscarriage, and had to give the adopted baby back after having him for 28 days. Like, that ripped my heart out. I mean, I took him home from the hospital on Christmas Day. And I learned so much from this little window of experience. The birth mother was 15 years old at the time she got pregnant by an 18-year-old guy. And her grandmother raised her. Somewhere along the line, her mother was not quite tuned into being a mother. And so grandma raised her. The reason she wanted the baby back was not because the birth mother wanted to raise him. The mother wanted a do-over. Not the grandmother, the mother wanted to take the grandbaby on and have a do-over. And I looked at my records and I went, I signed up to be part of this family's drama. I signed up, oh yeah, you need somebody to do that in your lifetime so that whatever you can experience happens. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. I will never choose that again. Lesson learned. And coming to peace with that peace in my life was like, okay. I was standing in my hall after that happened, and I'm looking inside my linen closet, which I kept like tight. It was organized. It was neat because that's how I was at the time. And I'm like, okay, divine, I get it. You don't want me to have a family. What do you want me to do? And what happens next? I start getting psychic readings. I start doing classes about esoteric energy. I start learning and off and running. I was selling semiconductors in Silicon Valley at the time. So it was like going from that and the little pinstripe suit and the briefcase, dress for success stuff, you know, and I went into this whole other field. And it was, you know, it probably would have taken that to get me to change directions because I have really strong self-will, and to orient me to divine will takes a major ship or an accent or a 2x4 up the head, you know, it's just like that. Okay. But the Akashic records seem to offer a way to come to peace with my powerlessness over what happened. You know, I couldn't have changed those people. They were on a mission. They were having their own drama. Everyone involved had played their little part. And also, I bailed out of that marriage. Like, I ran. I moved to Washington State shortly after that. I did not know how to handle my first husband's response to grief. Didn't make sense to me. He was angry, and I was just wrecked with grief. You know, wrecked, a mess in parts. And I didn't know how to be with him, and I bolted. And that it turned out that was one of my themes. One of the things I've had to overcome in life is do not bolt. Do not bolt. It's hard on people you bolt from. It leaves them holding all the cards, wanting what did I do? What happened? You know, it's disruptive. So here's an Akashic perspective for you. The soul has everything it needs and nothing it doesn't need. Right? There's a lot to think about in that statement, huh? You know, in my world, the soul is created by the divine taking a piece of her light and creating that point of light into a spark of consciousness, and that into your soul. So we are products of the divine. We are part and parcel of the divine, and there's got to be linkage with the divine plan, right? Got to be connection. And I feel it like I need connection with the divine. Don't you? Does anybody else feel that way? Like when I'm not myself, it's like, who do I go? Oh, please help me. You know, great prayer works all the time. Please help me. Totally qualified prayer. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, good. We're doing it again. Things are buzzing, right? Good. Okay. Every experience in your records is a healing. You're back unified with your soul, your original design, the creator of the purpose that you're having, the life you're having, and you're connected with the divine. That is a healing. And people walk away from their readings going, oh, I'm glad I did this. I should do this once a year. I think they should do it more often than that. But, you know, it's like, open your mouth and remove all doubt. That's my brother's expression. And, you know, like, ask the questions that are on your mind. They're in there for a reason, and they're kind of driving us around like they're the motor that's pushing us to do things and to come to, you know, a SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo, because we have questions and we need answers. And so you have every right to be in your Akashic records. Let's see, what else do I need to tell you about? Working in the Akashic records is a practice. You know, everybody starts as a beginner, even playing field. No, there's no like holy stars, superpower rockets, whatever. Everybody, this is your soul. It's your business. You know, it's like, why wouldn't you go find out from the source? Why was I an alcoholic and an addict? And that led to me becoming sober using spiritual principles, because it was the divine that put a wedge between me and the things I was addicted to. And that made me really happy. I didn't need the drugs and the alcohol and the substances and the food and the cigarettes and the whatever to fill me up. You know, being connected with my soul does that. Being in the lap of the divine. Literally, I envision crawling into the lap of the divine and going, I need to just sit here for a while. I'm just going to meditate in the lap of the divine and like be held. You know? Yeah, it sounds kind of like mommy. Yep, that's how mature I am. Approximately 10% of Akashic Records readers receive information via audio and body sensations. 10% receive visual and images, and 80% receive through a sense of knowing. You know, that sense of knowing that's like, it's like, you just know. There's no question in it. You don't have to doubt yourself, wonder if you're just making it up. Is that just my imagination? I'm a really active imagination. I'm just making that up. You know, when I first started getting past life information about people and readings, it was like, well, this, am I making this up? But it sure did go. And the more I talked about it, the more I spoke out loud to the person I was reading for about the reading, they're like sitting there going, like they got it. And it didn't matter what my mind was trying to judge or edit or, you know, be careful of. My job is to speak what's coming through. I may not understand it, but you do. So I really make a point of noticing body sensations. When I first started channeling, before I even learned about the records, I would get like, okay, there's a little twinge in my neck. Oh, what's that? That's just my neck having a twinge, and that seems to have gone away. Okay, great. And I would ignore it because I thought it was me. And that would happen on a regular basis. And after a while, I went, maybe I'm supposed to ask them, do you have a twinge in your neck or this thing in your back? And they would, yeah. In fact, that's one of the reasons I'm here for a reading. Oh, okay. Thank you. That helps me a lot. And you know, and it's okay to ask questions in the reading. I don't always know what you do for a living. I mean, really, let's just get to the point. This is what you do for a reading, but what, or a living, but what's not working? Where's the rub? Where's the conflict? That's what we're here to make peace with, right? Okay, so the Akashic Records create an energetic sphere around you, containing heart connection between the human you, your soul, and the great creatress, or the divine as you know it. You know, I mean, that's why I'm such a fan of the records, is because it always feels good. At worst, it's like, oh, that was kind of uneventful. But it didn't wreck the day. It was still a good meditation or something like that, right? This is a really good point. You can be certain you are receiving Akashic information if it contains a positive tone, contains an uplifting message, and the overall feeling is loving, expansive, kind, compassionate, and respectful. If what you're hearing in the Akashic Records is, you knew better than that. You shouldn't do that. Well, what were you thinking? Well, yeah, yes, exactly. That's my human mind, right? And the records don't speak that way. They just don't. So, since that's the record of your soul's journey, it makes sense that this is a tool to help you grow spiritually and to become closer to your soul. When I started channeling in 1988, it was like the year and a half after I had to give the baby back, and I was up in Washington. I received a letter because we didn't have email yet, and I'm reading this letter. I'm standing in the living room, I'm shaking, And I'm going, I have to be in this class. I wasn't even read the whole thing. I have to be in this class. I'm already going, okay, I could probably make a payment on this credit card, another payment on here. And by the time to make the third payment, I'll have, but it's going to rack them. But I was going to this class. Then I read a little bit further down and it says the prerequisite is you have to channel. Now, my teachers were Sanea Roman and Dwayne Packer. And some of you, if you're old enough, you probably remember the book Opening to Channel by Sanea Roman and Dwayne Packer. You're not old enough. Anyway, it's like the Bible. They taught a lot of people in the Bay Area how to channel. And then they moved up to Shasta and worked in Shasta and Ashland and Medford and so forth. But they were my teachers from I had readings with Sanea in about 1985. And she helped me get over, after I had 3 tubal pregnancies, I had this swollen ovary that was about like a grapefruit. And the doctor says, well, this doesn't reduce in size within a short amount of time. We're going to have to go in and do surgery again. And it was like, I'd had the last 2 tubal pregnancies 5 months apart. And I was like, there was a scream in there, huge scream. And I was like, no. So I called her and I said, I need a reading. And she taught me how to heal my body. And what she taught me is how to listen to it. I drove my body like a Mack truck. Just try it, or a tank, you can go over this, you can compete with the men, you don't have to get that much sleep, you don't have to eat regularly, you don't have to feed your body at certain times or certain kinds of food, total disregard, right? Apparently that doesn't work. And my body really likes it when I feed it on a regular basis and, take care of it, get lots of sleep, rest when I need to rest. And she said, go in, ask your body what it needs and wants right now. And when I was healing up from this 3rd tubal pregnancy, I got like 5 answers consistently, or a combination of one or two of the 5. Water, carrots, broccoli, a walk, or a nap. And so if I got water and carrots, I go get a couple of big glasses of water, down them, and then eat some carrots. Like, okay, good. And she also taught me to work with the healing divas, and they would go in and scrub places that were scarred and take care of little bits and pieces that need to be cleaned out of the cells and things like that. Anyway, and it was like, really? This is awfully easy, And I was a real beginner then. I wasn't even channeling then, but it just seemed completely natural to me. I have to get a drink of water now because my mouth is dry. You have helper's disease, so do I. Very appreciated. Thank you. So I learned how to change. Oh, yes, please.
Question.
Yes.
Are the records of the past and present, or does it contain the future?
Well, there's a couple of answers to that. A, there's no time in the Akashic records. So if I say, what time is a good time for this lady to move to another county? And they'll say, oh, anytime's fine. And it's like, no, she needs to know. She has to plan. There are, different factors in play, right? But they will usually come up with an answer. In the records, there's the past. Okay, let me start that sentence again. In the records hold everything that has happened, is happening now, and has the potential or the possibility of happening in the future. Now, if you want to make a change in your life and you go, I'm not shopping at that grocery store and I'm not going to that coffee shop, I'm going to go this way home. You make little changes like that in your life, it changes like the warp and the weft in the Akashic records. And that changes the possibility of what can happen for you, right? So rather than do like I do, like turn your life upside down and change everything and scare the crap out of yourself and your family and the people who love you, and your therapist is going, Annie, are you sure about this? Of course, I made a plan. Self-will, you know? If you make little changes, it doesn't scare your poor personality who's having to live in this body with you, right? And when I come from fear, that scrambles the works, right? It really does. The guides say in my book, what you think about most is easiest to manifest. So if I'm thinking most about, good God, what's going to happen now? And that's not going to be good for us. And it's going to tear down that can't, and look who's going to suffer. And, like, stop. That's fear running my show. That's not connection with myself, my soul, and the divine. So I like being connected. And so your question is really relevant one. And I kind of look at it when it's a time question. I think I pull out the psychic tools and go, okay, where's the energy light up or feel good? Oh, the time to move is probably going to be in August. Also, that's when the interest rates may come down just a bare little bit. That's what they told me. This was a recent question that somebody asked me. The future, as a psychic, I know a lot of people want to know the future. When is he going to show up? What is my boyfriend thinking? Okay, we're laughing because we recognize these questions. I resemble that remark, Okay, when is he going to show up? You know when that person is going to show up? When you learn to love yourself unconditionally. When you learn how to be a good partner to yourself. When you learn to value and respect yourself. All on your own, not expecting somebody else to bring it forth for you. If they could they've got to show me. They better come bring the goods. No, I generate my reality from in here. So I got to bring the goods to myself. I have to be a really good partner to myself. And then people who fit much better with us start showing up, And what also works is I'm going to be single for 3 years. That's it. I don't need a relationship. I'm single for 3 years. Yeah, 5 months later, I'm moving in. But I've been there for 12 years, and it's the best experience I've had. So we have about 4 minutes left that I can answer questions. Yes? Yes, absolutely. In fact, my book teaches you how to open your Akashic records. It's not really about learning to be a reader, and you may have a bent that way, and that could be a future conversation, or it's probably going to be one of the classes I teach later on this year. But this is really about you being with you, your soul, your records, your version of the divine. Yeah. And as a channel, I used to find it horribly difficult to get information about myself when I was channeling. It was like, where did my objectivity go? Nowhere. Left town. But in the records, I can get information. I was doing a reading swap with this gal once, and I have an affinity that verges on addiction to butter. And I would be very happy in a closet eating a whole thing of butter by myself. Don't bother me, I'm busy. And I was like, what's the truth about me and butter? And immediately this image of a little kind of a dirty little orphan gal in a dress with a big cow, white and black cow on a string, basically, that she and the cow went around all these villages and provided milk or made butter, and the cow kept her warm. She slept with the cow, like that was the heat, that was the heat source. They kept each other alive, and it was such well, that was survival. And fondness also. And it just was, as soon as I got that image, I'm bawling, right? It just made so much sense. And it made me feel less guilty and secretive about the fact that I like to eat butter by itself. Yeah, as a main, that could be the main course. That's fine. Anyway, so more questions. Yes.
So the question, what is the truth about questions you ask? What else do you ask?
Why is this important? Yeah, okay, I've got 2 minutes. What does this have to do with me and my soul evolving? How does this help me develop unconditional love for myself, my fellows? What's the female version of fella? I don't know. I want to know. My friends, my family, my coworkers. So what, why, and how questions pull the information out. And when I do a reading on Zoom with people, I send a confirmation letter that says, you might want to play with some of these lines. Is there a past life that can be healed during this reading? Yes. And we're off to the races like that. Yes.
Is there a desire to detach from what you know about the butter addiction? Like, I sense that I have something genetic passed down, which can be very torturous. So I'll delve into using the techniques that you mentioned, but is there a way to detach from what carries?
Well, okay. Can I reinterpret your question? Thank you. My sense is, what is this in my DNA? Am I stuck with this? Like, is this a programming feature and I can't change it? That feels like the question. Do I have to just put up with this crap?
That's getting straight to the point.
That's the records. Yeah. And the thing is, it bothers you. So we want to get right to the point. We want to find, where's the opening for healing? And detach is a funny word. In my world, it means don't even think about changing him or her. That's Al-Anon, folks. Some of us went from AA to Al-Anon. Like, that's the advanced course, right? And so if I'm looking to make them different so I can be happy, yeah, I need to detach. But also just like, how can I love myself even though I have this could be family trait of fill in the blank? How can I love myself unconditionally? And usually if I find a way to love it, it becomes less potent. It takes the sharpness out of the blades. Okay, I'm being told to move along. So I want you to buy my book. So come and get my book. It's $24. It's written so that each chapter has what's the term they use? Interactive questions. So there you are with your records open, and you answer some questions and you write your answers. So we created the Bringing Forth Soul Consciousness Companion Journal because the questions and the places to write them are all filled out for you. And so it's a really nice package. I'll give you a deal on. But independently or individually, the book is $24 and the companion journal is $22. If you want to get the book on audiobook, because a lot of people like it that way, it's very meditative. It's great to be in the energy of it, of the chapters. I'll give you a list. My booth is in the big room, and you come see me. I'm doing readings out there. You can have an Akashic Records reading and get the book today. Thank you.
Well, we have our amazing sound healer coming in now to do singing bowls with an amazing Reiki healer. So if you need a little vibrational upliftment right now, we would love to have you stay for that. And if not, go enjoy the event and all of the vendors. What is she?
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Burlingame SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. We have the most amazing treat for you all today. We have a packed room here in our live event, and so many lucky people watching via live stream, both our own live stream at SoulSearch and the Awakening World. Hello to everyone and welcome. I just invite you all to take a collective deep breath in, a nice slow breath out, as we prepare this collective space for this powerful experience today. I'm kneeling here with you. As you can see behind me are the amazing singing bowls of Shamika. And Erin Sullivan is here, who will be doing some amazing and powerful Reiki with her Reiki infused crystals today during this beautiful sound bath. Shamika began teaching yoga in 2016. And she began facilitating sound bath meditations in 2019. She soon discovered that attending sound baths herself and listening to recordings of crystal singing bowls gave her intense and powerful moments of relief from decades of anxiety. After 4 years of teaching yoga, Shamika felt called to provide this offering to others to help them calm their busy minds and tired bodies. She believes it's important to have a toolkit of remedies to help soothe when the nervous system is activated. And she fully believes self-healing begins when we are in a calm state. And speaking of a calm state, Erin Sullivan is going to help facilitate that today. Erin is a powerful Reiki master, and she is also the owner of Mosaic Mandala. She has a beautiful, gorgeous booth here with us today. If any of you who are attending live haven't been to her booth yet, please, please go. She infuses all of her beautiful crystals with Reiki, and she has candles that are infused with both Reiki and crystals. It's really an experience just to be at her booth. She, again, infuses a Reiki into her amazing collection, and she will be using that collection today with us as she does a collective healing during the beautiful sound bath, both for the people here live and with our streaming viewers. And so without further ado, let us collectively welcome Shamika and Erin into this space.
Thank you, Barbara. Hi, everyone, and welcome. Thank you so much for being here today. It's such an honor to be able to present this offering to you as a collaboration between myself and Shamika. And I've also actually asked my friend Pia, who owns Malaya Botanicals. She also has a booth outside, and her products are CBD based and come in a very diverse application.
Correct. So CBD health and wellness, also Reiki infused, and I'm a Reiki practitioner as well. And we'll be assisting Erin with Reiki.
Yes. So we will be offering a collective Reiki blast, as we like to call it. But we'll also be walking around the room and giving Reiki to each of you individually, as long as you're receptive. And if you feel a gentle touch on your shoulders, that's just one of us letting you know that we're working with you. If you're not open to touch, just let me know, kind of just put your hand or give me a nod. That way I kind of know as we go through. And otherwise we'll just kind of let you know that we're there with you. I do want to, oh, sorry. I'll speak into the microphone. Just do that.
We really can't. So you need to turn up the volume, please, or be louder.
That mic is just one mic. The biggest that will speak loud.
Maybe adjust audio send on the computers.
Thank you for letting us know. I will speak louder, louder for the people in the back. Oh.
All right, so just to quickly recap what I just said, we are here honored to offer this sound bath with Reiki today for everyone. Thank you for being with us. This is Shamika Goldsmith. I'm Erin Sullivan, and Pia from Malaya Botanicals is behind me. I do want to share before we get started a fun story about my how I came to meet Shamikia and why that is such an important part of my journey. And I share it with you because I think it's really important for everyone to have memories and to have be able to go back to experiences that have happened in our lives that will remind us and help us reroute in our belief system. So, because life gets crazy and life gets hard and it challenges our belief system. And I think right now, I'm really nervous, sorry. Right now is such an important time for our human history, for just our universal history. We're coming into some really, really big energies, and there's a lot of separation and a lot of different types of belief systems at work right now. So I think it's really just important to make sure that we are checking in with our own inner authorities at all times before allowing external influences inside. So just tying that back, this is why I share this story. For me personally, I was at a sort of rock bottom, if you will, back in 2019. I unfortunately had been pushed out of a job, and it was a career that I had been in for over a decade. So it was a big deal. Speak up more, okay. And let me know if it gets too loud, but I'll speak up and everybody in the back can hear. Yes, thank you, okay. So I was at a little bit of a rock bottom. I had hired a life coach to work with, and that life coach just so happened to be a very spiritual person. And I had a base of spirituality in my early life, but had gotten away from it in my 20s, early 30s. So I was a little bit spiritless at that point in time. I was open, however, to their direction. So I did find Britt, who is a friend of Pia and I's, for life coaching and Reiki. In her session, she told me to go find drumming and rattling. So that was like one of the takeaways from our session. My very first Reiki session, I was receptive, but also kind of nervous and scared. And I thought, okay, it's kind of weird, but I'm going to take it and see what the universe brings to me. Jump on Meetup, and I find that Shamikia is doing sound baths at a local yoga studio. And so I go and I show up for the sound bath, and nothing's happening. So I thought that was so odd, like, oh man, what's happening? So I didn't really think too much about it. I sent her a message and let her know. She did end up getting back to me, and later we did connect at many of her sound baths at that location. So that was how we got to meet. But the power of this, the other power of this story is that I jumped back on Meetup and found a full moon ceremony happening in a close neighborhood. And it was at somebody's house in their backyard, and I was with my friend, and so we're like, okay, we're creating a signal. If this is weird, we're out of here. Sure enough, everyone was amazing. A lot of those people became very close friends of mine as well. And the coordinator of that ceremony told us that she had a special treat for the day, and that she had invited someone who had brought their drums and their rattles. I always get so many chills when I tell this story, because I wouldn't have been there if I didn't find Shamikia's sound bath, and that didn't work out. And so there's just so many reminders of for me in that story, and I'm sharing it with you too, of you can't make something like that up, right? Like the universe was guiding that. So surrender, trust, faith, and just the importance of taking that step, that inspired step when you get that little nudge, is really important. And so that was 2019, and here we are today in 2025. I now have a Reiki-based business where I am sharing all of the healing that I was slowly exposed to all of that time, hopefully with all of you, and hopefully all of you will then share it with other people as well. So we'll get started. And we're going to go ahead and I think turn off some of these lights. Shamikia will start to play the sound bowls. We'll go until about 1:40-ish. We'll wrap up, and then I invite you all to come and share anything that came through for you, anything you want to talk about at our booths outside, just because we'll have to sort of reshuffle, pack up, and make room for the next speaker. And then lastly, each one of you should have a crystal in your hand. If you don't, please let me know. Okay? And okay, I'll get to you. These crystals are Reiki infused. We'll also be giving you Reiki, but so you have a lot of Reiki going on. So as receptive as you are, the more you'll get out of this. Unfortunately, I can't give you the crystals today. So when you're done with it, if you could leave on the chair or hand it to me, I appreciate it. I'm so sorry for my cracking voice.
You are
And I'm so excited for this. So I appreciate you, and we'll get started. Thank you.
All right, can everyone hear me? Yes? Okay, perfect. As loud as I can. Okay. I don't know if you want that, but okay. So we're going to just start off with a moment to settle and connect with ourselves before I start playing the bowls. So as somebody will turn down the lights, I just invite you to go ahead and maybe close your eyes. You don't have to. And get into a comfortably seated position. So if you've got both feet firmly planted on the floor, that is fantastic. If you need to cross your legs, that's great too. You also don't have to stay in your chair, so you can sit on the floor if you prefer. But as you get settled, I'm going to ask that we each take a deep inhale breath together through the nose and open your mouth to exhale. Perfect. Let's do it again. Deep inhale through the nose. Exhale from the mouth. And one more, just like that. Deep inhale. And let it go. So we're just going to take a moment to get in touch with our bodies, and starting from the top of your head. Just notice what you're feeling there. It could be sensation. It could be nothing at all. Nothing's right or wrong. And from the top of your head, take your awareness down to your eyes. If you can, just soften your eyelids, let your eyebrows relax. Letting the eyes feel heavy in the sockets. And bring your attention down to your ears. Maybe just acknowledge the sounds that you're hearing around you, inside and outside of the room. And then draw that attention inward. So maybe you're hearing your own breath. And from here, scan down to your neck and your shoulders. And see if you can let your shoulders fall away from your ears just a bit. As you relax your jaw, your throat. And with your next inhale, become more aware of your chest. Notice how it begins to rise and fall with each breath. And take this down to your belly. Feel the expansion and contraction with each breath. As you become aware of your back, upper back, middle back, and lower back. Without force, maybe you sit a little taller, but still relax. And let that awareness carry into your hips, your thighs, your knees, your calves, your shins. The top and bottom of your feet, and down to your toes. With each inhale, you're taking in the breath of life, allowing it to fill every part of your being. And with each exhale, you're letting go of anything you no longer need. And anytime during the sound bath, feel free to come back to this deep, nourishing breath. start to be start to become aware of the space that you're in. Maybe with your eyes still closed, just start to deepen your breath. And as you become more aware of your bodies, just start to gently move your fingers and your toes. And with your hands, just start to gently rub your palms together. As they warm up, lightly cup them over your closed eyes. And feel the warmth of your palms as you further awaken. And then take one hand over the center of your chest and place the other hand on top. And here, express gratitude. You can start with just the fact that you can feel your heart beating in this moment. And that your body brought you here today. And that your breath continues to flow. Maybe during the session, something surfaced for you. An intention, a thought, something that you can take with you. Maybe also something surfaced that you could let go. But I thank you all for being here today. And I wish for you that you find release in your surrender, hope in your faith, and that you find your space in joy. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shamikia. That was absolutely beautiful and very powerful. Take your time, everyone. Moving, we still have a few minutes before we have to leave the room. So just make sure, if you're not familiar with grounding, Shamikia just walked you through and kind of brought you back. So you should be at least somewhat grounded. But if you're not feeling completely back yet, please take your time. One thing that I do that's excellent with grounding is I imagine a red cord that goes all the way through my body, down through the root chakra, which is like the base of our hips, connecting all the way to the absolute magma center of the earth, not just the crust, the grass, the ground, the water. You want to drop it all the way deep down in there, because what you're sending down there is anything that you're releasing that's not serving you, that's not nourishing you. And instead of sending it back out into the world, we really want to get it to a place in the earth where it can be transmuted into something better. Okay, so make sure to do that now. I just felt the whole energy come down, so I can tell that a lot of you are coming back to us now. Excellent. Great job. Great job. So as we start to pack up and close up, I will share a couple of collective messages that I received, and then I also want to just invite you all to visit myself, Shamikia, at my booth inside the main room. If you'd like, you can also visit Pia. She worked on you today with some Reiki. She's in the hallway area. And if you have any questions or things you want to share with us, any clarity that you need, anything like that, please feel free to come and see us, okay? But some of the collective things that I noticed, I was working on a lot of third eyes. So a lot of our intuitive centers were a little bit calcified. And I don't know if you know this, science has given us some confirmation that we actually do have crystals inside of our pineal glands in our brain. And this is what we consider our third eye. This is how we connect to our inner authority, our intuition, that information that we go to first before we go externally. That it's so important to keep that clear. There's lots of ways the crystals can get a little calcified or clouded or other things, and your intention is the highest authority. So anytime you are feeling any blockages to trusting yourself or any insecurities with trusting yourself or unclear with inner guidance, just kind of do a quick little mental sweep. Imagine yourself kind of just sweeping those crystals nice and clean, maybe run them through some creek water, some ocean water, something like that. And then go back and drop back in and see what you get. And do that as many times as you need to until you really feel back in connection with yourself, okay? So that was the first one. I was also getting heart chakra, it's always very common. So I invited each person to release the pain, release the suffering, keep the lessons. Okay? Release the pain, release the suffering, keep the lessons. I then sent you some empowering energy in the heart chakra space as well, just to kind of enable that, support it to open up in some cases where that would be beneficial. And the root and sacral were also very common here. So if you haven't done so today, make sure you go and find some joy, get some pleasure in, whatever that is for you. For me personally, my guilty pleasure is a Diet Coke. So I have to go and then balance that out with something actually healthy, but it serves me in my sacral. So it's okay a little bit to have some guilty pleasures, right, as long as we're a little bit balanced. And then for the root, this one's a really big one, and I probably should have started with it before people started to leave, but remember that you can trust yourself, and remember that you are protected, you are safe. This is a human experience. Your soul, your spirit will never ever die. It will never ever die. You will always be safe. You're here to learn. It's challenging. It hurts sometimes. It's hard. I personally don't quite understand why we would put ourselves through that, but I'm sure there's a reason for it. And just know that your actual being that is existing in our human bodies, that energy can never be hurt. It can never go away. Nothing bad will ever happen to it, okay? I'm still working on the messaging around that because I don't quite have a firm understanding of the whys and all the things of why we're here. But anywho's, so remember that you are just safe. You create the safety for yourself, and boundaries was the last one. So yes, taking advantage of practicing healthy boundaries. So I think we're gonna shoot out of here. If you have any questions or anything you want to share with me, please come see me. Thank you so much again, everyone, for being here, and Barbara for making this possible. Thank you.
God. I wasn't even fully immersed because I had to, do other things, but it was palpable. I feel shifted just having been present in the room. So hopefully it was an amazing experience for you all. And yes, come to the booth, and if something speaks to you, just, even just hold it or be near it. You're in such an elevated vibratory state right now. You're very open. I would say, since you're so open and have done this, just to kind of take a breath and imagine a bubble around you, just because you're so in such a lovely open state. just allow your energy to be your energy and everybody else's energy to be their energy as you venture back out. And yeah, and just enjoy. If you have any questions or if you want to share any experience with us, we're always available to hear stories, and always. So, just so grateful for you all. Thank you.
Yes.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We have, we're again so grateful that you are here. We're setting the room now with the most amazing attention and energy. Hello to all you live streamers. Hello, Awakening World. Welcome back. Again, so grateful for you all. I am so excited for you all. I'm so honored and blessed and grateful to introduce to you two of my favorite humans on the planet, and you are in for a treat with this experience today. Renee and Anthony. They are modern mystics, they are teachers, they are healers and visionaries. They are the voices behind Blue Soul Earth, which is focused on igniting global consciousness and bridging the worlds of science and spirituality. Their teachings, workshops, darshans, membership, and programs focus on universal consciousness, heart-centered living, and our human existence. They lead Blue Soul retreats, which are amazing, to sacred destinations around the world, and dining with spirit experiences for those with a passion for both spirit and food, of which I am absolutely one. Today, Renee and Anthony will be channeling Mary Magdalene for you, and that's all I can say. Just breathe in this time, this present moment, this experience, and without further ado, Renee and Anthony.
Thank you, darling. We love you. Okay. Thanks for being here. So if you're at Soul Search, you're not new to channeling, right? Anyone new to channeling? One person. Two, three. Okay, cool. So how we channel is a little different, and what we're going to talk about today is a little different. Often when we speak before we channel, we talk about the divine masculine and feminine coming together as one, which is a really big part of Magdalene's teachings and Yeshua's teachings.
Can everybody hear us?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can hear us? Okay.
Okay. So anyway, one of the things that we've been, how do I put this? We have a little bit of a new twist today. So we do a lot around people asking us, how do you channel, right? And we've never really led courses on how to channel. But I think lately what I've been feeling with our book that has just come out, the book was just launched 3 weeks ago, by the way. I know, 3 weeks ago, big deal, a long time coming. I know, finally, right? And so there's a frequency to this book that even we feel, having gone through it, rereading or whatever, we're feeling this. And we were down in San Diego last weekend, and Marianne Williamson was talking at the CCHE conference, and we know her well. She's been on our podcast, and she said something that really resonated with me.
And that was?
Well, I know, because we haven't talked about what we're going to talk about today, and I thought, this is it, right? Now, obviously, she's not a channel. But those of you who know her work, she's really connected to we call him the J-Man, Jesus. She's very connected to the J-Man, and so is this one, by the way. And so I've never heard her say this before, but what she said was, this is the time to merge with your higher self's calling and voice, to get up there and be congruent with who you are, or something along the lines of that. And then this part I love, because it's very similar to our teachings. And she said, if Jesus is it, great, call him in. She said, if Muhammad, if it's Buddha, if it's Shekinah, if it's Sophia, if it's God, call it in. And I think that really resonated with me, because a lot of times our guides will say to us that Anthony's not channeling Magdalene and Yeshua, they're channeling him. Or us, really. They're channeling us. So I think that's really worth thinking about, what that really means, because there's no separation. That's like a big part of the message that's come through us from the very, very beginning, 10 years ago when we first started channeling, is that there's no separation. And that means there's no separation between you and God, right? That we're not source. So what does that actually mean from a channeling perspective? It's really like a merging. So imagine that we're all energy, because that's really what we are. We're energy beings. And when the guides connect, like the way they used to show us, and it's explained really interesting way here, is it's like connecting to the auric field that's around us, right? But then Anthony would say, there was a part in the book where he said, well, it's not really like that. They're like merging with me somehow. It's not a separation. It's not like in the beginning. Well, why don't you explain it, sweetheart? In the beginning, you felt like you were separate.
Well, I would always keep myself separate because I was terrified. So
yeah,
I cried. I did a lot of crying back then. I had a lot of nightmares. So, it was pretty. It was a scary experience. But now it's completely different. So what it feels like is, in the movie Avatar, when you see them putting the hairs together like that, they combine. That's exactly what it is. They fuse together. But I allow it to happen, and we can do that, all of us. Yeah. We allow these energies to come in and just fuse with us, and they energize you. And that's exactly what it does.
That's kind of what it is. So I think it's a really important distinction, because, one of the things I want to say here is that we don't call this book channeled. And I'm going to tell you all here that, because it's Soul Search. And many of you know our work. Lindsay and Violetta have been a big part of our community for a long time, and we're so happy to see you here and our support. Yes, I know, and yeah. So just very happy for your support from the beginning. And so we've gone through a long journey with channeling and trying to figure out exactly what it is. And I think a big part of our teaching too is that there's no gurus. We're not gurus. All the channelers out there, you're channelers too. So when you're going to a psychic reader out there, you have that ability too. And that's not only been part of our teachings as Renee and Anthony, it's been part of our teachings when we go into state and these energy beings come through. And I think that's really the important message that I think is a little different than what we've been talking about for a long time. I mean, we've been teaching that for a long time, but I think that distinction of that merging energies with our field is super important, because now more than ever, we need to step into our truth. And Magdalene is like, women, get out there and do what you were here to do. I mean, she's a very, very strong force, which you'll see when she comes through, Anthony. She wants you to go out there and speak your truth and don't hold back. She's the Joan of Arc energy.
She's a very big energy.
And she doesn't, so there was really funny moments in this. So it's about a couple named Rochelle and Angelo. I don't know who they would be. It's set in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And then one day in the living room, which these two know is our old Blue Soul room in Marin, she came through and suddenly disrupted this couple's lives. So it's a fictitious tale of Rochelle and Angelo. And suddenly she's there, and Rochelle and Angelo are trying to figure out what the hell is going on. I mean, is this for real? This can't be real. We're not religious. How can this be possible? And it's really about that journey of how is this possible? This disbelief that people go through when this gift falls upon you, to maybe this is possible, but how could it be possible? What's actually happening? Are we meeting in their dimension? Are they meeting in ours? Or, so the whole beginning of the book is a little bit about that. And then they realize, well, we are the portals. We're not actually opening a portal, but we are the portal. So, it's really that journey into Never Never Land, where they go down the quantum rabbit hole to only emerge more confused than ever.
So in truth, these beings would come through every single night. It was nonstop for, I'd say about 9 years. Yeah. Now it's much more controlled. They don't come through as much, and they pretty much told us that's what was going to happen.
Yeah, but in the beginning, when Rochelle and Angelo are still trying to figure out why us were not religious, Yeshua and Magdalene said, well, we weren't religious 2,000 years ago either. And so,
although they did practice their Judaism, but they broke pretty much
all the rules. They were the Burning Man people of the time.
Definitely. They were all burners.
Hippies.
Right.
Because they were about love. They were about unity consciousness. They weren't about the patriarchy is in charge and you have to go to an institution to find God. God is right here. It's love. We are love. We are that divinity that we seek outside. So that was a big part of the message. And then, finally, Rochelle and Angelo have to give into this. And it's like, okay, why are you really here? And Magdalene says, I'm here to tell you my life story.
And she did indeed.
She did indeed.
But
there were funny moments. There were very funny moments where I was taking longer to get things written down. And she said, why is this taking so long? Are you editing my words? She said, humanity is not going to like what I have to say, but I need you to write down the words as they come through in the pure form. Do not edit anything that I say.
So you'll see that in the book as well.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all integrated together in a beautiful novel that has been created about these two individuals having this incredible experience of spirit coming through.
Yeah, and Anthony's right. It was terrifying at first.
Yeah.
I think that was a really good one. Like, really, why is this happening? Why us? And how can it happen?
If I were to tell you exactly, like, I know how this is done, I'd be lying to you. It's like you saying, when you look at your cell phone, do you know how your cell phone is working? Not really. Do you know the technology that goes into it? Not really, but you know that it works. I know that it's happening. I can't explain to you exactly how it happens, but I am working on it. Little by little, I'm trying to figure it out. There is some science behind it.
There is science, yeah. And actually quantum physics comes into the book when you least expect it, actually. So there's just a lot of teaching in there about a culmination over many, many years of our working with them.
As our channeling, and I say this to a lot of the people that work with us, when you're on your journey, your spiritual journey, it should change. Everything is changing, it's evolving. If you're not evolving, then you're kind of just stationary and you're just kind of letting life happen to you. When you're on this journey, it's always going to change.
Always going to change.
Your spirituality will change. The way you heal others, the way you heal yourself will change. The way you look at yourself will change. Hopefully.
Because you're evolving and you're awakening more memories. So when we first started channeling and doing healing work, it was very shamanic,
Yes.
very pagan and very shamanic. And then one day our guides came through and said, okay, enough with that. You know, we're going to now take it to the next level. I don't want you to think that there's a levels and that one form of healing is better than another, because that's not what they meant by that. Essentially what they mean is get aligned with what you're here to do and what your superpower is. And so they allowed us to dance and play with different energies, working with gods and goddesses, doing shamanic form of healing, just so that we would understand how to do it. And then one day they're like, no more shamanic drums, Gaia. Now you're going to do crystal bowls. And I'm like, but I prefer shamanic drums. You know? And so they said, you can work with them, but that's very grounding energy. And now we need you to work with the seraphim realm and the angelic realm. And so we went to crystal bowls. And so that's something, because there was a sound healing in here earlier. All of these energies ride upon and connect to the frequencies of the music that's coming through. So our guides would say that the angelic realm connect to mostly to the crystal balls.
That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Oh, in the beginning too, the guides that would come through, they weren't necessarily Yeshua or Miriam of Magdal. Even though they were part of it, the guides that came through, the beings we didn't know what to call them. And they said, you can call us whatever you want, because they have no names. They're just spirit. They were once all human beings as well. Yeah. So when they do come through,
they're very human.
They're very human, and they'll look at you, they'll crack jokes and laugh with you and things like that. So, but they're not going to be coming through. And Jesus can't come through either.
Magdalene's coming.
I really like Yeshua. It's a very gentle and loving energy. Magdalene is like a bull in the China store that's just going to come but
I have a message to say.
She has a message to say, so
yeah.
She will come through.
Yeah, and she wants to work through everyone, male or female, by the way, particularly women. She
really loves
but she doesn't discriminate.
No.
She said, I will work my feminine magic through anyone who wants me to work with them.
Yes. If you have questions too, are there any questions right now? Yes.
I just envision you guys being in a huge crowd, and then our being here is so intimate. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I love intimacy, intimate crowds, actually more than big crowds. I enjoy working with individuals and seeing everybody and being able to just be a part of your energies. When it's a really big crowd, I don't have the opportunity to look into your eyes, or when they're through, touch you and cry with you, things like that.
Yeah, when we were at this conference, I was talking to these women. They're like, you got to go do this Joe Dispenza conference or whatever. It's like 2,000 people.
2,000 people, that's a lot of energy.
I'm just like, I don't know about that. So, that's the thing. I don't know that we'll ever do that because of how we work, and it's very hands-on.
I don't think we'll have a choice.
You don't think we'll have a choice? Well, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll just keep it in, put it into the universe. Whatever happens, happens. If it's supposed to happen, then it will.
Yeah, but I do feel like, we've been talking at venues like this about the merging and balancing of masculine and feminine coming together as one. We've been teaching about the multidimensional soul. We've been teaching about different realms and dimensions. But now I just felt like a day ago, even though we didn't plan what we were going to say today, I think it's about this. Because I feel, so this is what happened. It's been out 3 weeks, and the very first negative review came out. And I panicked a little bit. I woke up and Anthony's like, what's the puss face? That's how what's the puss face? And I said, well, we got our first 1-star review. And he said, well, what is it? Read it. And the review was, a woman from England. She said, I'm a Christian, and I really don't like the fact that you portray Jesus with partner. especially Mary Magdalene. I hated it. I deleted the book. And I'm like, okay. I mean, that's the first thing I saw when I got up in the morning, and he saw my puss face. And then he said, yes. I said, what do you mean, yes? And he's like, this makes it, what did you say? I don't even know what you said.
It makes it authentic. It's real.
It's gonna push. She's gonna push buttons.
She's gonna push buttons. That's what happens.
Yeah, she's gonna push buttons. But you have to remember.
Send it to all the Mormons.
You know, I don't want our Amazon. I mean, I used to be a publicist. You know, like the human part of me. I know. I just, you know, I'm a little bit terrified of all this because, you know, when I used to represent people, you know, marketing and branding 101, do not get negative reviews on Amazon, you know? So anyway, we're going to have to just surrender into the universe and see what needs to emerge right now at this time of increased divisiveness that's happening on our planet. So shall we call her through? I do want to read something from the book, but I'm wondering, should we have her come through, do a little channeling? I know we don't have a ton of time. I'm not sure how much time we have left.
20 after.
20 after? Okay, so let's do some channeling. I'll read a little bit from the book as well.
All right, let me get some drink first.
Yeah, because these boxes just arrived. We were down in San Diego and doing a book reading thing down there, and we really didn't have any books. So we came home and there were like 100 books. So we're just like opening them, and it's kind of.
So those who haven't seen channeling before, I'm not in any pain or anything like that. You'll see my body tense up at first. My breathing is going to slow down. I'm going to use something called an ujjayi breath, which happens naturally. It's in yoga, all the yogis, yogini know it's
Also called the ocean breath.
We'll have those that work with us will be holding some space, so thank you. I never knew what that meant, but I know what it means now. They're able to take on the energies really well, and they incorporate it and
ground the room.
Ground the room. So you'll see my head moving a little bit like this, like an antenna. I start getting goosebumps. So when you start to channel, you start to do, I love the spooky stuff. When you start to channel or if you're psychic, you might start getting these physical manifestations. Yeah. Okay. You'll see
tingling in your ears, you know, scratching of the head.
You'll see people's heads moving around.
Anthony scratches his head a lot. He does not have dandruff.
I used to think I did. I shaved all my head off before, my hair. So all you need to do is think. But when you think, you don't think here. You think with your heart.
Yeah.
You feel into it.
Spirit does not work through our minds.
Mm-hmm. You hear my throat? So now I can control it to a certain extent.
Do you need to set?
No, I like trying all different things. How's it going to be when I stand? How's it going to be?
Yeah, usually we set when spirit's coming through. Mm-hmm.
1 second, please.
Okay. Frequency match is trying to attune to my field, the room's field, Anthony's field.
Good. Very good. I am here. I am Miriam Badal. Magdal, it is good to see you. Miriam, if you want to say. Magdalene, if you wish to say as well. It is good to see you. 1 second, please. to establish it.
How many people can guess why she's coming through a man in a full embodied way? She works for me. She works for me when I write, when I create. All the jewelry that we've created, the descriptions, the name, everything comes through me. I don't remember afterwards. But why did she choose Anthony to come through in a full embodied way?
Because I can.
Yes. What do you think?
Potentially because society has men as opposite authority, and we figure he's an authority figure we can listen.
Oh, interesting. Right. It's almost the opposite, actually.
But I am an authority.
Yeah. So, there's a fear around embracing the feminine
is true
for men, right? And so, if it can be demonstrated that a feminine energy such as Miriam McDowell can come through an Italian from the Bronx, then men are able to to embrace it. Like, what's going on here? There's no fear. He was very machismo when I met him. Actually, not all good, but it's shifted a lot since we've worked with Magdalene and Yeshua. And I think that's the point, for that energy to show up in the full embodied masculine, feminine, united way, and to demonstrate it to the world that there's nothing, the feminine is not to be feared.
Of course not. It's to be celebrated. That is why I'm here, to celebrate the feminine. As I always say, the feminine is rising, it's ascending, it's moving up. It's becoming equal with male energy, and it will go higher, and then it will rebalance itself again.
It also shows Anthony what it's like to be feminine.
Can I move around a bit?
How powerful is that?
I'm going to move just a little bit to see people.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Okay.
Good. First, I want to see your hand. How beautiful. Beautiful. It's good to see you.
Sorry, Awakening World. Scott, you know that Magdalene and Yeshua never stay in one position. They're always walking around.
Beautiful. I like connecting with people. This is the intimacy of who I am. Sisters, human beings. I was once a human being. I'm a human being now, as you can see. All right. Sister. You're holding my energy better now than ever before.
Yeah.
No, you're not, are you? Well done.
Good. Very good.
Good. I know you are. And I know you're from here as well. And that's what I love about you. And there are other things I love about you too, but I won't say it.
Yeah. Go all around.
Yes, I know I can't. I know. But I do enjoy it.
I know.
Okay.
We don't have enough time to do that. This is why our retreats go 12-hour days.
If I could see every single one of you, to touch you, to talk to you, to look at you, to be with you again, I would. You have no idea how beautiful you all are, to touch and to feel and to see, to smell, to taste. These are the things in the spiritual realms you don't always have, unless you manifest yourself. And you do, like this, and like that, and like that, and that, and that, and that. How beautiful you are. Remember that. You are never separated from yourself. Source, God, goddess, shamanic. Yeah. And other things. I can see who you are. It doesn't matter where you're from, whether you're galactic, shamanic, goddess. It doesn't matter.
Angelic.
What's most important is now, the here and now, the present moment, to be here, to love one another, to know each other, to feel each other. I can feel you. I can see you. I can sense you. Beautiful. Be creative. Know who you are. When two become one, that's when you will know yourself. When the male and the female become one, you will know yourself. That you are neither male nor female. You just are. You are spirit.
Energy.
Energy.
We are energy. We are energy beings.
I will manifest myself as a woman, but in truth I am not. But I can come through a male as well. But I will manifest as Miriam of Magdal 2,000 years ago. So I can give this message to you again in a different way. Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you now. No one's coming after you. Love like you've never loved before.
Speak like you've never spoken before.
Love whomever you choose to love. And don't be afraid. And other things. Enjoy your sexuality and be free with it. Don't hide from it. You come in all different sizes and colors and shapes and textures, and enjoy that. Connect with whom you are in this lifetime, and don't be afraid. Nothing's holding you back except you. How are you? I know you. Do you have questions for me?
By the way, they see us as light energy beings. So when she says she knows you, she knows your frequency.
I know your frequencies.
Yeah.
You're not one, but you are infinite. How many hairs on your head? These are what make up your soul.
Yeah.
We're getting to that too, aren't we? The soul. The perception of a soul. Does it exist or does it not exist?
That's where we're going with.
Ooh, that is a good one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Does that little creature here, that little energy ball of fur, does it have a soul or not? Well, that's something we will discuss in Magdalene Sisters,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah.
But let's just say that that little ball of energy is a creation of all of us.
It's a manifestation.
We have manifested
We've created.
to love us so that we could love it and understand love in a different form. That's what it's there for. To comfort us, to ease us. Right? Gaia?
Yes.
How are you? Good. I am fine.
So questions at all? Any questions? So I could read something from your book.
You can. And I will look at people. Gaze in their eyes. Read, Gaia.
Okay. What would you like me to read about? I mean, I literally just opened this right beforehand. I didn't have it was one of those.
Read.
Read.
Let's see what I have to say. And I have a lot to say. How many pages are here?
Close to 400, 388. Something like
You see, I can talk if I need to.
Tell her to get to the sex part.
I was going to say that.
I know you were.
Sex.
She's on the podcast tomorrow.
Next 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Sex is one of the most important ways that you can reach your soul. What we have been led to believe as women, that it is wrong. It is not wrong. It is one of the easiest and most enjoyable ways to reach God, if you will, Goddess. Through the orgasm, the energy, the chakras. Yes, he has it, the little one. There you go. Like a snake. It is through the orgasm and through sex. Don't be told that you can't do it. Do not be told that you're too old. And it is not just male and female, but female, female, male, male. It doesn't matter. What's important is love. The act of sex when there is love. Read.
Yeah, so I'm not going to read about sex. I'm going to read about something that just blew me, and it blows me away every single time I read this chapter. It's the chapter, The Gospel According to Lazarus, Miriam's brother.
Yes.
And it's just powerful. So imagine the couple sitting in the living room and Lazarus shows up, right? It's like, actually, he showed up first when we were camping, which was kind of weird. And then reappeared in our living room a couple weeks later and was teaching us about the soul. So Rochelle is asking Lazarus, did Yeshua really resurrect you from the dead? Like, come on, right? Like, is this?
No, that is a trick question.
It's a trick question.
Did Yeshua raise Lazarus from the dead?
So Lazarus shows up, and by the way, he seemed like he was a bit of a player back then. You could just sort of tell from his energy.
He wasn't a player.
Well, I don't mean a player in a bad way. It's like just charisma. Like
Yes, he had a great deal of it.
Charisma and owned a room. So anyway, but she's trying to figure this out. So he is saying, well, so what actually happened, And she said, you mean your physical body reconnected to your soul again? And he says, the soul reconnected to my physical body, but truthfully, it is really my energy body, for that is what we are, energy. The chocolate wafer in front of you is nothing more than a field of energy. He said, pointing to the small plate of cookies on the table.
Energy.
When I put it into Angelo's mouth, I can taste it, I can sense it, I move it around, but it's really just pure energy. That's what it is. And this cup of tea before you is nothing more than energy. What seems to be solid material form is nothing more than particles of energy that you believe exist in solid form. But I'm showing Angelo a picture right now of what merely appears to be real. So essentially their teaching is this is not real. This is just similar to the Maya illusion that, the Eastern tradition teaches. Now, what I'm telling you will be incredibly controversial. Yeshua really didn't save my life, nor did he resurrect my body. It only appeared that way. Now, I remember this moment when he told me that, and my eyes went like this, right?
Why did it only appear that way?
And then he says, many of your Christians and Catholics will not like this message. You see, Yeshua gave the appearance of resurrecting me. And now my eyes are getting bigger, right? So, now wide awake, Rochelle blurted out. So did he or didn't he? That's kind of what it's like sometimes in our channeling
You
sessions.
argue with me all the time.
I do. I get frustrated. I want answers.
That is good. Argue with them. Argue with the guides that come through you. Ask them questions. Good.
So anyway, she's frustrated, right, about how his explanation didn't make sense to her conditioned mind, her rational mind, her logical reasoning, her rooted in science thinking. After reflecting for a moment or two, she said, how is this actually possible scientifically?
You're getting there all of you.
So he says, let me explain with a quantum understanding of who you all really are. And this blew me away. It still blows me away. Both energy fields must be equal to each other, and the frequencies must match identically for it to be successful in the way it occurred during my lifetime as Lazarus. It is a frequency and vibrational match between two energy fields, and they must be aligned. The energy field of human beings is like that of a tuning fork. Rochelle, when you play your crystal bowls, you create vibrational frequencies that match ours. When this connection takes place, Angelo is able to bring these frequencies and vibrations into your dimension, this dimension here, including our energies, but it must be an exact match. This is how healing takes place.
Not easily done.
Not easily done.
You must take this hair and
Yeah.
connect it directly like this. And it all must match the frequencies. Interesting, isn't it? Connect your hairs together, all of you. Actually, you already are connected. I'm only here to remind you.
So I'm going to skip ahead. Then he goes on to explain, I simply re-energized the conscious portion of my body, and it appeared that my physical body came back to life in the three-dimensional world.
This is the quantum aspect of who you are.
Wow, right?
But as I said before, what's most important is touching and feeling, hugging, and being with each other.
So it really wasn't Yeshua bringing me back to life, as it was a communication between our two energy fields outside this dimension. So there's a few of you stopped by the booth and we were explaining how our channeling is different than a psychic. It's like your soul is communicating with Anthony's soul while he's in this expanded state of awareness. Your soul is communicating what your soul needs to hear. It's not us doing anything. It's a frequency match, and the soul is communicating and simply giving it right back to you.
That's all it is.
That's what's happening.
Your hair connects with mine.
Yeah.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Anyway, I just love this chapter. It's so crazy. It's just
So
crazy.
I will speak quickly about the perceptions. How much
Anyway.
time do we have? Goddess. 20 minutes.
Oh, we do?
It's multiple.
Okay, good.
Now, quickly. This
And
hand,
there is a sex chapter.
it feels warm and soft. It even smells good. But it's not what you think it is.
It's particles coming together in this manifested form that we think of as a physical state.
Do you understand? I'm asking you. Do you understand? Good. Something's happening now.
Yeah.
You don't always have to understand.
But it will.
But your heart must be open.
It will come in some way, shape, or form. And the next time you hear about this, it will make more sense and more sense and more sense.
Do you understand any of this?
The channeling?
What we've been talking about?
Well, I don't have enough, a lot of reference to who Magdalene was or the characters, but I think I do from a different perspective. That's not one that originates from religion or Catholicism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Funny enough, I am from that, maybe where we know each other. Though.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
Good. I don't expect that all of you or any of you are going to understand this. I only wish, hope that you open your heart to the possibility of change. Just open the door and I will stick my foot in there and I will not let it close. That's how it works.
Because once you connect to your higher self, right, it is like, and it's explained.
Are
in
you
the
a
book.
Martian when you do that?
Well, that's kind of what it's like. Like, we're old enough to remember AOL dial-up. We're actually old. And it reminded me of that when she was trying to come through in the early days and there wasn't a perfect frequency match. And so the fluidity of the messages that you're hearing now wasn't possible back then. Like, it would be 1 or 2 word utterances. And then when the connection finally got strong, then she said, I'm here to tell you my story.
I see people there.
But it took a while.
Yes. How beautiful it is.
This is a very great example of the difference between Yeshua and Magdalene. Before we went down to San Diego a week and a half ago, we were having our roof redone, and we were doing a Zoom call. And Yeshua came through and led a guided meditation. Didn't even notice the banging on the roof and it was so loud. It was, unbelievable that we were able to have this Zoom call. Yeshua didn't even notice it. This goes into
But I
guided
notice it.
And then she comes through and she's like, what's that banging on the roof?
I see you there. Your technology I can see
It was a
you.
funny moment.
Yes, heart. I see you all. And I appreciate that you're here and opening your hearts to us, to me. And I see you and I feel you.
So any questions, doesn't have to be about what we've been talking about, physical form or energy.
The
but it
one
could be
that doesn't understand.
about anything that's on your mind or, okay.
I actually just happened on a video recently about healing and how, talking about how the way that it works is that the healer will be in a certain frequency, and then the person being healed will decide whether or not to match the frequency, and then they actually heal themselves.
Yes.
That's a thumbs up.
That's it.
You got it.
That's exactly what happens. So, you know, if the soul decides it has more work to do in this lifetime and wants to come back, and that's part of their soul's journey, like Dr. Eben Alexander, who came back, you know, why wouldn't a neuroscientist from Harvard be able to come back and tell that story? He's credible. He comes from an Ivy League school. Of course, we need one of those, you know, on the planet from a scientific perspective to suddenly wake up after, I can't remember how old it was when this near-death experience happened to him, but he was a materialist. He was a, you know, a stark materialist. And now he's out there speaking all over the world about this isn't real in a different way.
It's real and it's not real.
Yeah.
The perception seems real, but that's good enough.
Well, the message is really not so much that this isn't
We'll
real,
go
but
that
that
far.
consciousness exists outside of the brain. That's really
You
what
have a
he's
question.
communicating.
Yes, I have a question.
And then we'll go back to
Yes.
So I believe that God is within me, and whenever I want to feel the presence. But I guess my question is, I've always wondered the difference between when in prayer, is there a difference between praying in voice and out loud, or just in thought? Or am I confusing myself? Because
That's a
I
really
think just the
great
communication that is trying to like help understand it.
Okay,
Go ahead.
we will do this together. won't
Yeah, I know. It's really important
we?
question.
First, you said you believe that God is in you. Let's take it to the next level.
Yeah.
You know that God is in you.
That's different than believe.
Now, do you know that you are God?
Yes.
Ah, even better. Know thyself, know thy God.
Perfect frequency match.
Two, become one. Good, you've done it. Now, that's the most important thing there is.
Really is.
To know that you are God. That's how it works. Okay? Now, praying out loud or praying to yourself. You can take that one, Gaia.
Well, so the true answer is that it doesn't matter. That's the true answer. However, our voice carries a frequency. And so when you're speaking out loud, our voice, the Om, right, the proverbial Om, the sound of the universe carries a frequency that does change us and shifts us. So I would argue your voice, that resonance of your voice is waking things up. And so I would speak out loud. I mean, truthfully, you will tell us it really doesn't matter, but
why not let others listen to you?
Well, but even if you're
Hear
walking
you.
around the house, speak out loud. Because
Speak to yourself.
Out loud, because it carries the reverberation through your body in a way that can't be explained.
When you speak to yourself, you
Yeah.
speak to Goddess.
Yeah.
You speak to you.
You're waking yourself up, so why not give it a loud wake up?
Why not sing to yourself?
Yeah, because something happens
Yes.
when that happens.
Exactly.
So
Very good
And then we had a
question.
question over here.
Communicate with your higher self.
How can you?
How do you communicate with your higher self?
How can you communicate with your higher self? I don't know. That is up to you.
She does know. She's playing with you. Go deep with that. That's what they're here for. I mean, you know, the real answer is it's different for everyone, and that's why she won't answer the question.
I will answer the question.
Yeah, but go, because that's what
That's what they're here for.
Each individual, each energy, each form will communicate to itself in its own unique way. There are a myriad, infinite ways that you can communicate to your higher self. You have to choose. We can't. I can't choose that for you. But you must do it yourself. But I can tell you this. When you are in community with others,
like this,
when you are in all communities like this, when you frequent shows like this,
and
when you practice,
when you're in the resonant field of other like-minded beings who are carrying a higher vibrational frequency, that helps.
then you are communicating with your higher self. You're telling your higher self, your soul, I am open for business.
Yeah.
The I am open for business is lighting up.
Because we are the portals. We do not open portals. We are the portals themselves. So the other answer to that is to get still. Sit. The famous Buddha teaching is to sit and just be. And that is another really powerful way to connect, because in that stillness, the clarity of your higher self.
But what if she likes to walk?
Well, so I'm just giving one
Or
example.
garden.
I'm just giving one example. The
Or
other-
swim.
Yeah, so nature would be the other. I mean, if there's two places you want to start, meditate still, be in stillness. If that doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for me as much as it does work for him. And so nature, getting
What
out
if she
into
likes
nature.
to pray?
Yeah, but I'm giving two examples. There's so many. There's so many ways to connect.
More questions?
We can take one more and then we have to close. One more. Go ahead and close.
As I envision you wearing sandals 2,000 years ago, was any of this enlightenment visible to you?
It was there, but it could not be expressed in the way that it's being expressed now. I will tell you this, as Miriam, as Yeshua, we could not express it in this manner.
Didn't have the knowledge, didn't have the
had-
vocabulary.
Right, the vocabulary as we manifested was not there. We could speak about the Father. We could speak about God. We could speak about prayer. We could speak about sacrifice. We could speak about sin.
We could speak about the kingdom lies within, which is a core message.
The temple is here.
The temple is already here. It's not outside yourself.
But we could not say that you were made up of small little particles, that you are the glue that connects the universe. You are the dark matter that makes up space-time continuum. That is what we are together.
We're the glue.
They wouldn't know that, would they? But you know it now. Your science is expanding. Your consciousness is expanding.
But you did teach, and a lot of the original teachings are in there, that there's no difference between masculine and feminine. We are equal under the eyes of God, right? That was a big part of Yeshua's teaching.
Yes.
And the people at the time couldn't believe that to be true because they didn't see equality around them.
And they certainly couldn't believe that they are God.
Yeah.
God forbid. Blasphemy, I tell you.
Yeah.
You see, you don't have to be afraid now. No one's going to stone you, burn you, and do all of the terrible things that human beings have done to each other for so long.
And by the way, and this, I mean, you are very, I personally think, kind to the male apostles in the book. I mean, some of you may disagree with us. I think you're pretty kind because they didn't really believe you or respect you as a woman, and you were very kind. And so there's a point, I don't want to be a book spoiler part, but Lazarus talks about how he was curious of the original teachings in Gaul, where they went in France. Why were they being so acceptive of his messages when they weren't in ancient Judea?
That means it's time to go.
Okay.
I'm going to leave now.
Okay.
It is an honor and privilege to be in the presence of all of
Love you, Scott.
you. I'm going to step out of Anthony's auric field. Actually, I'm going to dim my light and let his light shine more. Thank you. Peace be with you all.
Hi.
If I didn't have to go, I wouldn't.
Well,
And
maybe,
we'll see you later.
yes, maybe people will come to the booth for sessions and you can come back.
Yeah, Renee, why don't you tell them about sessions?
Yeah, we'll be doing sessions at our booth. So if you want a channel session, definitely stop by our booth. It's the first booth as you walk in, the one with all the jewelry on the table. And then our books are there too, and we'll be signing books if you want to grab a book. We'll be signing them, and the jewelry is all channeled as well and infused with her energy. She's very clear about that. And Yeshua's energy, actually. So. Oh, and we have 2 membership programs. I know, I might as well fill the void here.
Yeah.
You know, go to Delhi or go to BlueSoulEarth.com. There's 2 online memberships programs that we have, and a few of you are in them. So, and I guess that's it. Thank you.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high.
Hello, everyone. Hello to everyone here joining us live in Burlingame. And hello to everyone joining us via live stream. Thank you for spending your day with us and for filling this room with your energy and your love. We're getting started here. Thank you so much. So I am, without further ado, because I want to keep the train rolling here, I have an amazing speaker for your viewing and energetic pleasure today. David Kamnitzer is a light worker, teacher, healer, holistic doctor, ontological coach, and spiritual guide for over 49 years, and a doctor of chiropractic for 37 years. His passion is to work with patients and students who are ready to make a quantum leap to their next level of well-being and service. And I have a feeling that probably speaks to every single person in this room today and all of you live streaming as well. David's superpower is to assist people in rapidly uncovering and handling the physical and metaphysical issues that are limiting their quality of life and effectiveness in life in a seamless and integrated way. Today, David is going to guide us in regaining control over our hormones, our mood, and our sense of well-being as we unlock many of the keys to recovering our divine inheritance. And so without further ado, let's welcome David to the room.
Thank you. Am I mic'd?
You are mic'd,
Okay.
yes, but sometimes to make it a little louder if you want, you can
Okay.
do this.
Are we good?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get started. Those of you who've heard me before know that I respect your time, and there's so much material to cover to help you as much as I can in the 50 minutes that we have. And so I would just ask the favor for you guys, if you can give me your undivided attention, because a lot of times the way that I teach, there's more going on than just data exchange. There's sometimes a transmission that's going on as well, and you've got to be here. You've got to really be here for that. You know, it's not just here, but you've got to really be here for it. So, you know, it sounds nice, right? Regaining control of your hormones, your mood, and your sense of well-being. But if you think about it, it's almost like the hero's journey of our time. If you really think about it, how many people do you know? This is a serious question. How many people do you know that really have regained control on a consistent basis of their hormonal balance, of their moods, and of their sense of well-being? And I think if you look at it with me honestly, whether you're looking at yourself or you're looking at your family, or you're looking at your coworkers, or you're looking at people you know, it's obviously in an extreme minority. And I say that even though that is statistically abnormal, unusual, I want to make a bold claim. I want to say that that is the fact that it is unusual in terms of today's world. I want to say at the same time that it is your divine inheritance to have mastery over your hormones. It is your divine inheritance to have mastery over your moods. It is your divine inheritance to have mastery over your sense of well-being. So there's this huge gap that most of us, you know, collectively, we're living inside of this gap. Something's off. And if something's off and you want to get back on track, well, obviously, one of the first things you need to do is to realize that something's off. And then to realize that maybe it doesn't have to be that way. And then you have a little bit of room to move and to start to examine, how did we get here? How am I unwittingly participating in that gap? How can I take my power back? And so these are not questions that are in the shallow end of the pool. You know, so I'm inviting you to change your pace a little bit. You know, from like a room that has 37 things going on at the same time and all that, you know, I'm inviting you to take some deep breaths, get into the now, get into the body, get into the heart, get into the belly, ground yourself, and challenge us to really consider, what if we took my claim seriously? You know, what if it wasn't just like a nice spiritual platitude for Sunday? But what if we really took it seriously? What if it really is our divine inheritance to have some mastery over our hormones and moods and sense of well-being? And what if it's really possible to reclaim it? But sometimes we've got to first realize how we lost it. So I want to share with you 8 keys that come from many, many, many thousands of hours, tens of thousands of hours, over more than 4 decades of working with students and patients and in individual and group settings, and allow me to attempt to distill some of what I've learned, also from my own life, to try to give you some 8 keys that will help to open up this possibility for you, and maybe to put some meat on the bones there too. So you're welcome to record for your personal use if you'd like. It's also being recorded now on video, and I'm sure they'll give you a link to access that, so you don't have to take a lot of notes or anything and worry about missing it. Just be here, breathe, and let's go. Okay, so let me help you understand the way we were physically designed to be from a nervous system point of view. So there's a part of our nervous system that has to do with our conscious awareness, but there's a lot of things that go on to keep us alive that can't be in our conscious awareness, because if that was the case, if everything had to be in our conscious awareness, then every time we fell asleep, we would die. Because there's billions of things going on while we're sleeping that keep us alive. So there's a whole part of our nervous system that is designed to function, whether you're conscious of it or not, whether you know it or not. Okay, and so that part of the nervous system is called the autonomic nervous system, and that autonomic system has 2 branches. You've probably heard of this: the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. So the sympathetic nervous system was designed to kick in during real physical threats to the survival of the physical body. So in other words, if you were a nomad and a lion was chasing you, your optimal odds to either kill the lion or run away from the lion, we'd need more heightened awareness, we need more heart stuff going on, we need more blood going to the brain so you could think clearly. Blood's going away from your digestive organs because you're not going to sit down and have a feast at that time. Or if you're an elite athlete and you're running a 100-yard dash, you need that extra like that. And so you and I are designed to be in that mode, that sympathetic mode. You and I are designed to be in that mode only for short periods of time, and only if there's actual physical threats to survival. The rest of the time we were designed to be in the other mode, the chill mode. Relaxing, enjoying your life, enjoying your meal, enjoying your family, just being alive, okay? But then when human civilization continued and the brain continued to develop and the frontal lobe continued to develop, modern men and women developed the capacity to not only respond to what's physically occurring, but in the frontal lobe, we can remember things, we can fantasize about things, we can imagine things. Okay, and your conscious mind knows, oh, I'm remembering that, I'm imagining that, I'm not really in Hawaii right now, right, like that. But the part of your nervous system that goes on whether you're thinking about it or not, like if you got a letter from the IRS saying we're auditing you tomorrow, okay, and you believed it, that part of your nervous system is responding to that. If you're frightened of that, just like a lion. But the thing is the encounter with the lion is going to stop soon. Either you're going to die, or you're going to kill the lion, or you're going to run away, and it's going to be over. And then you're going to switch back into that other chill space. But here's the thing. That part of your mind that's just going on all the time, part of your nervous system, if you're worried, if you're afraid, if you're anxious, if you don't feel safe, not just physically safe, you just don't feel safe, okay? If that's going on like all the time. And so that part of the nervous system, it tries the best it can to cope, but as time goes on, it burns out. And then you get this hormonal exhaustion. And then it spirals downhill because, you know, you could be doing all the things that used to work when you were younger or in the past. You could be like eating right, exercising right, and all those things, but you notice they don't work like when you were 19. Well, why? What's happening? Okay, well, your hormones are shot. Okay, so, but of course, the medical industrial complex doesn't want to tell you, oh, your hormones are shot, let's see what we can do to help. He wants to give you something for depression. Wants to give you a drug for depression or for anxiety, right? So it's important to understand what's happening here. Because you understand what's happening here, you start to take your power back and go, well, wait a minute. Do I have my memories or do my memories have me? Do I have my imaginations about what's going to happen when I walk out the door? Or get in the car, or see my boss, or see my parents? Or do those imaginings and fantasies have me? Okay, so, you know, I've got this dog, and I love my dog, and my dog loves me. But there's something different about the being of a dog and the being of a human being. But we also have things in common. Like she has concerns about eating and getting scratched behind the ears. So do I. So we have some things in common. But there's some things about the being of a dog and the being of a human that's really different. And one of the things that's really different has to do with humans' capacity for memory and imagination. So I don't think my dog, even though she loves me and cares about me, I don't think she can think this thought, well, gee, I wonder if David would look better in a blue vest. She can't do that. You can, I can, she can't. So modern men and women have been given this incredible power of memory and imagination. But do you have that power, or does that power have you? How are you being a good steward of your memories? Are you being a good steward of your imaginations, or are they using you? So this is really an important idea to be with, because it invites you to begin to examine your current relationship with your memories and your imagination. What are you using your memories for? What are you using your imagination for? And are you using them purposefully that way, or is that your default setting? And where did you learn that? And when did you learn that? Okay, these are important questions if you want to reclaim your divine inheritance. So I really do think it's the hero's journey of the 21st century to regain control of your hormones and your moods and your sense of well-being. So here's another thing that makes it even more pernicious is if you've been in that chronic stress mode for a long time, you don't even know it. To you, that's life. Now you're really in trouble. That would be like having a car without any warning lights that anything is wrong. Then all of a sudden, one day, your engine falls apart. Right? Excuse me. Like, for example, how many of you, before I mention it now, have been aware of your breathing pattern? How many of you have been aware of the location, the rate, the depth, the quality, the location of your breath? Okay. These are things you can begin to pay attention to. These are things you can begin to take your power back in relation to. Now, one of the things I want to teach you is how to very quickly, like within a minute, like within 45 seconds, when you notice you're in chronic stress mode, how do you shift out of it? Quickly, powerfully, safely, like within 45 seconds. Do you guys agree that would be a very valuable skill to develop? Okay, so I'm going to teach you that skill right now. So I want you to actually do this with me. So don't just think about this. Do what I'm telling you. So put your feet flat on the floor and sit fairly straight. And take your hands and put them here over the middle of your chest like this, like a butterfly, okay? And that just helps to bring your attention to the heart. And what I want you to do, you can do it eyes open or eyes closed. What I want you to do now is I want you to pick one of the following 4 words that help you to open your heart the most. Gratitude, appreciation, care, compassion. So pick one of them, just pick one. Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to bring your attention to right behind where your hands are. It might help you to close your eyes if you like. And what I want you to do is as you begin to more consciously, slowly breathe in and out, I want you to imagine that when you're breathing in, you're breathing a beautiful golden light into that area right behind your hands. And when you exhale, that golden light is naturally dispersing in all directions. As you're feeling, the feeling represented by your chosen word. The feeling needs to be there for this to work. You don't just think about the feeling, you actually feel the feeling. Then combine it with the breath and the light. Beautiful. Now, you can keep your hands there and just gently allow your eyelids to slowly open. And notice how radical that shift is from stress mode to chill mode, and how it's always right there. You just needed the key to unlock the lock. And now it's up to you to decide how valuable and important that is for you, to see if you want to practice it, to see if you want to share it with other people. That's totally up to you. So that was the first key, to help you to shift from defense mode into healing mode. Because I'll tell you a secret, and if Western medicine doesn't learn this pretty fast, not much else is going to work. And I know what I'm talking about because I've made my living being a healer and a teacher for over 40 years with hardly any insurance help. So I've had to deliver. So the first thing that has to happen in healing, for healing to work, whether it's you or helping somebody else, is what we just did. Because if you don't shift from stress mode to healing mode, you can't heal. It's like trying to heal your liver while you're drinking. You can't do it. Your liver's going to defend against the alcohol. It's not going to heal. So, but how many doctors do you know that pay any attention to the mode that you're in before they attempt to do something? Okay. It's like a bull in a china shop, right? That's key number one. So as you shift from defense mode into healing mode, do you notice that you come more into present time consciousness? Do you notice the room seems a little more intimate? You notice there's a little bit less static on your line? So when you shift from defense mode to healing mode, you have an opportunity now to do some deeper healing. You can't do deeper healing in stress mode. It's not possible. It would be an oxymoron to say, oh, I did a lot of deep healing while I was in stress mode. It can't happen. Okay? But how many of us have tried to heal, not paying attention to what mode we're in? Okay? And then if you're in stress mode, when you try to do deep healing, that's more stressful. You can't do it. Okay? So once you're more in present time, if you want to, that's a space where you can do deeper healing. And what keeps us from staying in present time has to do with traumas, past traumas, and unresolved emotions and limiting beliefs. And some of these you're probably aware of, but let me tell you, the limiting beliefs and the traumas that are having the biggest suffocation of your divine inheritance are the ones you don't yet consciously know about. You see, the ones to which you are blind. And that's why.
Repeat that, please.
Yeah, let me rewind the tape. Okay. So, listen. The traumas and limiting beliefs you're aware of, they're not the ones that are constraining your life experience. The ones that are using you are the ones to which you are blind.
And then I think it's subconscious, right? Subconscious.
It's the ones to which you are completely unaware of. It would be like imagine if a fish could speak English. And imagine if I could talk to a fish. And imagine if I had a question for the fish. And I asked the fish, how's the water? The fish has no idea about water. It has no frame of reference of not water. The entire life of the fish has been in water, so it doesn't even know it's in water. Okay? That's the unawakened state of human being. To be in this trauma, to be in this matrix, right? But the thing about a matrix, listen, 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 listen. A matrix only has power over you when it doesn't occur to you as a matrix. Right? Once you see it's just a matrix, well, it's just a matrix. What happened? It'd be like if you're walking in an insane asylum and someone you know is the craziest person in the asylum, and they come up to you and go, "You're the worst person in the world." That's not going to ruin your day. You know the person's nuts. But what if that person's your mother and you're a little kid? The little kid doesn't go, "Oh, my mom's nuts." No. If you're a little kid, you can't afford psychologically to come to the conclusion that the person that's responsible for your survival is insane. You're going to protect your image of that godlike character, even if it kills you, right? So it's important to be humble and to realize that you don't know. Like there are things you know you don't know, but there are many more things you don't know you don't know. And some of the things you don't know, if you knew, even if you knew you didn't know them, would empower you. A lot of the things that we're being, we don't even know that we're being. Like if you go up to the average person and you say, "Pardon me, but are you being that you're separate?" They're going to want to lock you up. Right? So there's lots of things we're being we don't know we're being that maybe aren't useful all the time. And maybe things that we've been being sometimes, and it worked really well to be being that, maybe there are other times, if we're stuck being that it doesn't work so well. Like, for example, let's say I've gotten a lot of strokes in life for being a really good guide and teacher and healer. Okay? And so I could easily get attached to being that I am a healer and a teacher and a guide, and a helper, right? But if I come home to my wife, maybe she just wants me to listen to her. Maybe she doesn't want me to teach her. You know, the Taoists had a saying that's apropos to this example. They said nothing fails quite like success. Well, it worked once. Back when I was 10, it got my dad off my back. And that, what I'm trying to tell you is a lot of times you're not seeing clearly. A lot of times you're looking through a glass darkly. You're looking through tinted glasses you don't know you're looking through. Imagine if you were born with orange tinted glasses and you didn't know it, and you thought you were seeing life as it is. And then someone comes up to you and says, oh, I like your orange glasses. And they go, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's like the fish, water, what's water? Okay. So if you want to take your power back, you kind of have to see how you unwittingly gave it away. There's no blame here. It's just reality. If something was divinely yours, but you gave it away without knowing you gave it away, you can't take it back unless, number one, you know it was divinely yours, and number two, that somehow you gave it away. How can you take it back? How do you have the power to take it back if you didn't give it away? You see, you can't have it both ways there. Okay? So there's ways to access what subconscious ideas you have that your subconscious believes that may not be working for you. I don't have time to get into that today, but just know that if you're committed to handling that, there are ways to do that. Okay. So let's assume that the person shifted from defense mode to chill mode. Let's say they've neutralized, healed, loved, transmuted a critical mass of these distorted ideas, these misperceptions. I guess maybe A Course in Miracles would call them misperceptions. Okay? Then what? Now you've created a little bit more space to be. Maybe you're feeling it already. Maybe some of you already are feeling a little more freedom to be, like a sense of being empowered, than you were before I started to talk. So you created some space, but what are you going to do with that space? Are you just going to fill it up with what you had before to keep life dramatic and interesting and familiar? Or are you going to do something else? Okay, we can get addicted to all sorts of pain and suffering. In fact, we can get to the point where we think that's life. We can think that's us. We can think that's, and so our ego is going to try to perpetuate it because that's what ego wants to do, is to survive whatever it believes that you are. So if you, or whatever it believes life is, and if you believe life is whatever your past was, even if it killed you, it'll try to perpetuate it. Okay, so now the question is, you've created a little space for yourself, but what are you going to do? You're going to fill it up with the very thing that you just cleared out because of habit? Or are you going to start to live a little more purposefully, a little more growth-oriented, a little more consciously? Okay? All right, so I don't know how long they're going to let me go, but I definitely want to get this one in there, and we can go back to my booth later, and we can continue if I get kicked out. Okay? So I need to teach you something. So go ahead and take some deep breaths, stretch a little bit. I know I'm kind of stretching you guys here. Hope you don't mind. Is that okay? Yeah, doing it with love. Okay, like your trainer, right? Like your personal trainer. Okay. Been there, done that. That's a t-shirt. Okay. So I'm going to teach you something that's very, very, very powerful. Very powerful. You could ponder this one for months. I call it the principle of positivity. And I'm going to say it a few times. I want you to let it in, and I'm going to give you a bunch of examples. You ready? You ready? Okay, here we go. The principle of positivity states that senior to or behind, and I'll define my terms, any negative goal is at least one, usually more, at least one positive goal. I'll say it again. The principle of positivity states that senior to any negative goal is at least one positive goal. And that what you really want is not to get rid of the negative. What you really want is something positive. But by getting rid of the negative, you won't necessarily get to the positive. So let me give you an example. And I'm going to tie it into how the subconscious mind works. So stay with me, and I'll bring it together for you. Just hang in there, keep breathing. So a negative goal is anything you want to minimize, anything you want to push away, anything you want to avoid, anything you want to get rid of. I'll give you examples. I don't want to be broke. I don't want to be in debt. I don't want to be fat. I don't want to be shy. Okay? Now here's the problem. Two problems. One is, that's not what you really want. You don't really want to not be fat. You don't want it to say on your tombstone, not fat. You don't want it to say on your tombstone, not broke. You don't want it to say on your tombstone, not shy. Why? Because the negative goal is never a full expression of the senior positive goal that's behind it. And if you're hypnotized into being that what you're after is to get rid of what you don't want, the odds of you ever getting in touch with and pursuing what you really want is almost zero. Now I'm going to make it even worse. This is what makes it even worse. Is the subconscious mind thinks in images and feelings. When you say with strong emotion, I don't want to be fat, your subconscious mind is making this image of fat with really strong emotion. If you're committed to not being fat, you have to make sure that there's always fat around so you can not be not it. It would be like if I said, okay, your consciousness is going to be completely free. I'm going to give you back your divine sovereignty, except there's one little catch. Whatever you do, don't think of a pink outfit. You can do anything else in your life. But whatever you do, 24/7, don't think of a pink elephant. You have to keep thinking of pink elephants to try to not think of them. That's what's happening. I don't want to be fat. I don't want to be broke. I don't want to be shy. Subconscious is going, broke, fat, shy. You're using the law of attraction against you without knowing it. You're taking this precious gift of strong emotion, combining it with a negative image. So how do you flip it? You flip it by catching when you're in a negative goal. And then you ask yourself the $1 million question. Are you ready? It's a life changer. What is it? I'm not kidding. What is it that I really want, that I believe, fill in the negative goal, I'll give you an example, is keeping me from being, doing, having, or experiencing that I really want. So, for example, what is it that I really want, that I believe being fat keeps me from being, doing, having, experiencing that I really want? Now, I'll bet you in that case, I'll bet you there's way more than one positive goal you can come up with. I bet you can come up with at least half a dozen. You could ask that question again. What else do I really want that I believe that being fat keeps me from being, doing, having, experience? Then all you do is shift your attention from the negative goal to one or more of the positive goals.
How would you make that shift with that example?
You have to answer the question.
Just change.
No, you have to answer the question. No, you have to answer the question. You have to find out what it is you really want. Maybe you want to feel incredible in a bikini. I don't know what it is for you. Maybe for you, it's radiant health. Maybe for you, it's feeling sexy. Maybe for you, it's feeling proud of yourself. I don't know what it is. You don't know until you ask. Ask and you shall receive. You have to be willing to ask. You have to be willing to hear the answer. Instead of making shit up, you've got to really be willing to listen to the signal that comes in when you stop making shit up. That's the real signal that's coming in, that wants to come in there. In fact, it's already there. It's already there. It's already in you. You just have to have the courage and the wisdom, or get some help, to navigate this rapid. Okay? But once you understand the principles, and not like intellectually, but once you've worked with them to the point where they become second nature, then you're not so afraid to find out what your negative goals are, because you know how to flip it. See, that's why most people don't deeply investigate things, because they're afraid they're going to get stuck with what they find. They're afraid they're going to get stuck with all this negativity. But once you understand that it's an opportunity to use the contrast to pivot and get clear about what you do want, then you're not afraid of looking deeper. And so that's an amazing thing, because it allows you to accept and be more peaceful with yourself. Then once you get an answer that resonates, if you want to go deeper, then after the pivoting question, you can ask a deepening question in relation to the answer you got about what you really want. Like, let's say you want to feel sexy. You could ask this question: what's most important to me about being sexy? What do I think being sexy will give me? You see? So now you can really go down the rabbit hole. And you can not only pivot from negative to positive, but then you can start to deepen whatever that represents and go deeper inside yourself. And what you'll find is, if you take it all the way, because you can reiterate that question over and over, you can take the next answer and you can go, well, what's most important to me about that? Blah, 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 blah. You can iterate that down. And what you'll find is, if you take it deep enough, It all boils down to this sense of well-being that you're after, this sense of aliveness, this sense of being right with yourself, being right with God, being right with the universe, right? So you can take it down the rabbit hole as deep as you want. Yeah, I'm such a strange person that I've actually spent like 50 years deeply investigating all this shit. I'm telling you, my parents had no idea what to do with me. It's like, where did they get, they're like saying, where did he come from? How did he pop out of me? Jeez. Can I keep going?
Yes.
Huh? Yeah. Why don't you take a few deep breaths? Stretch a little bit. You notice I don't add any fluff? Have you noticed that? I don't. I'd be terrible at a cocktail party. Just terrible. Terrible. Small talk was never my thing. I don't think I have time to teach you this thing. I think they're going to kick me out. Oh, I know a whopper I can share with you pretty quickly. One of the things that's interesting is you know people, maybe you're one of them, that at some level they know that being judgmental is causing them a tremendous amount of pain, but have you noticed they just keep being judgmental anyway? Well, I've noticed that. And that got me really curious. It's like, well, then why don't you just do this all the time? It's like, there's got to be a reason, right? And I figured it out. Because if you're being that judging all the time is the only way to guide your life, you're going to keep judging even if it kills you. Because that part of you thinks that if you stop judging, you're going to be some kind of amorphous, blobby jellyfish, right? It's like you take a really judgmental person and you have them do this thought experiment, it blows their mind. You say, okay, imagine you're getting up in the morning and everything's just the way it normally is, except there are no shoulds, there's no have to, there's no musts, right, it's wrong. How do you know what to do? How do you know? How much time do I have?
I'll go ahead and take like 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. How do I know whether even I'm going to get out of bed or not? And if I do get out of bed, how do I know if I'm going to brush my teeth or not, or get dressed, or do this or do that, or make this phone call, or how am I going to guide my life? Right? It would be like, and we do this to ourselves, it would be like having a Ferrari and only putting regular gas in it. It's disrespectful to the car. The car can't function optimally on low-octane fuel. Well, let me tell you something. You don't function optimally on judgment. That's your low-octane fuel. That's not your divine inheritance, to be judgmental. But if you're being that it's judgmental or nothing, you're going to be judgmental to your death and to your detriment. So what's the way out of this? Anybody have any ideas? Time's up. Okay. So the only reason time's up is because I only have 2 minutes. So there is something to replace it with. There is a higher octane fuel. Discernment. Well, we have to define our terms and give examples. Let's compare a judgmental statement to a discerning statement. Let's compare another one to another one so you guys can practice. Ready? Say judgmental statement. Say that. McDonald's food sucks. Say discerning statement. You know, the last 5 times I ate anything at McDonald's, it completely disagreed with me. I got irritable afterwards. The food was just sitting here. Then I did some research and found out that their French fries stay hard for 4 years. I don't want to put that in my body if I have any other choices. What was the difference there? 1 minute. In the judgmental statement, I was assigning a goodness or badness to the thing itself. Whereas in discernment, I was describing my relationship in current present time to that thing. Was it valuable to me at that time? Okay, that's a huge secret. If you can make that switch, your life will open up in ways you can't even imagine. I've got to shut it down. I'll go back to my cage.
Right.
Make you a little more comfortable.
Right. Thank you for your whole being attention.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our next amazing speaker. Thank you to everyone who is here with us live. Is everyone having an amazing transformational experience today? Yes, I love it. And to all of you live streaming with us, we hope it is the same for you. Thank you for being with us. Can everyone here in the live room say hello to our live streamers? Yes, that is an amazing way to remind us that there's no such thing as time or space. We are all in this space together, experiencing and just being wherever we are on our consciousness journey on that spectrum. It is safe to be here. It's sacred, a sacred space for you all, and we're just so honored to have you here and grateful. And we're speaking of honored and grateful. I am so pleased to present to you our next speaker, Julie. Is that my pronouncing it? Julie Tooten. I wanted to make sure I asked you before and it already went out of my head. Julie is an amazing artist, a designer, and an energy healer. And I can attest to this next part. Whether creating elixir, gemstone jewelry, coaching, or energetic treatments, Julie loves creating beauty and reverse aging for bodies. And for all of you who are here live with us, you don't miss going to Julie's booth. And she doesn't, pay me my dollar to say that. I just know because her jewelry is so beautiful and modern, and it is, spiritual jewelry for the modern day. And I don't have it on today, but one of my favorite necklaces is by Julie, and I get stopped all the time. And it's also because I feel so good wearing it. So that is, I did not mean that to be a plug, but I just wanted you to know my own personal experience. I'm rather obsessed with her jewelry. And I digress. Today with Julie, we will learn how not to take on other people's energy so that we can be our sparkly selves. I love that. Julie will guide us to staying true to ourselves and to shine confidently so that we can bring more ease and joy to our journey. Sounds great to me. You're in for a treat. Without further ado, let's welcome Julie.
Thank you, everybody. It's exciting to see so many faces here and hello online. This is actually my first speaking in public at one of these kind of events. So just imagine yourself standing up here. What would that feel like? And you know what's interesting? With all the training that I've gone through, it doesn't feel any different for me than sitting in the chair, which is a testament to the choices I've made and building that muscle of being able to be yourself, even in front of a camera, in front of people. It's something that takes practice, but anybody can do it. So let's just start. How many of you feel overwhelmed when you're in a crowd? Sometimes, yes.
The after effects.
And the after effects, absolutely, yes. And are you sensitive to other people's moods? Can you tap into your significant other or your parents or your kids and know if they're being
grouchy or crunchy or pissed off at you. And you don't even have to be in the same space with them, but you can pick up that information. What's interesting is that a lot of us pick it up, we're sensitive to that, but we don't necessarily acknowledge the awareness. And awareness is something that every single one of us has. It's whether or not we pay attention to it, and what do you do with awareness? What if you don't have to have it glom all over you? What if it doesn't have to stick to you? What if you can just see it, observe it, and be like, oh, okay, they're upset. No problem. I get it. And from being the space of you, be this space has no point of view, space of allowance, whatever it is that they're going through. And being that actually gives them the opportunity to change. But when we fight against it, resist it, or even align and agree and be like, oh yeah, you should be pissed off, or whatever it is, we're solidifying what they're experiencing. So the more we can be, wow, that's interesting, you know, sorry you're going through that. What space can I be to melt what's going on in your world? Even if you don't say the words, you can just be it, and it's very potent, and it actually works. How does that sound? Everybody's like, I don't know. How many of you shrink from perceiving other people judging you? Judgment, not wanting to be wrong, feeling like you don't fit in. Other people projecting things at you and expecting you to be or do a certain thing. Do you all sense those things too? Yeah, people do it all the time. So what would it be like to acknowledge that and not have to change yourself as you're experiencing it? Yeah, it is possible. What if your awareness is a gift, not a curse or a problem? Just because you're aware does not mean you need to fix, handle, or change anything for anybody else. And as a matter of fact, if they're not willing to have it be different, you can't. They'll hold on to it. Even all of the healers here, if you're healers or empaths, it doesn't have to be a burden. We have to just start to get, is this person willing to change? Do they want to let it go? Do they like their upset? And it's really strange to ask these questions and get a yes. They like their upset. Oh my gosh, who knew? But they do. And that's not wrong, and it's not a problem. It's just for them to hold on to or them to let go of. So I want to do a clearing about this because I feel like we're all so habituated toward wanting to help, heal, fix, and change everybody else so that we can relax, right? So, all right, before I do the clearing, I need to tell a little story. When I was married and had 2 young kids and, you know, all the things with the activities with kids and laundry and stuff and my business, I was a jeweler, still am. I went to my car, oops, I hope I didn't hurt the microphone with that. And I sat on his table and he asked, and I was like, oh, the kids, my husband, the laundry. And he said these magical words that I had no idea what it meant.
but instantly the neck pain went away. And the words were I found out were the Access Consciousness Clearing Statement. That's a bunch of words and acronyms that helps clear the energy on all these different levels. So let's get to that energy that I was just getting at, where you want to help heal, fix, and change things for people that most of the time don't want to have it changed, even though they say they do. We know those people, right? So everywhere you have that in your DNA where you want to help heal, fix, or change, and they're not willing to have it change, will you destroy and uncreate the need to do that regardless? That's where you all say yes or no. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Come on. Yes. All right. Right and wrong, good and bad, hot and walk, all 100. Woo, yeah, shorts, boys, pomads, spaces, creations, and beyonds. That phrase is like abracadabra. It's the Access Consciousness Clearing Statement, and it clears all kinds of things, even if you don't know what they are, and even if you don't know what I just said. Right. But it's basically the judgments, positive and negative judgments that we attach to energies and things, right and wrong, good and bad. And pot and pock is the point of destruction and the point of creation. These are different points where it was created in the world, and it destroys other possibilities. And it goes on with 100 stories and other things. The Access Clearing Statement is amazing. You can use it yourself on anything. And you can even just say pot and pock or pock and pot. Even if you don't know what it means, it'll still work. P-O-D and P-O-C. And you can say it either direction. Pot and pock, pock and pot. It sounds like popcorn. But it's like, you know, whatever you're facing, or if all of a sudden you have a headache and you're like, what is that? What am I aware of? Everything that is pot and pock. And it will change it. It will change it. Especially if you catch your awareness in the beginning. A lot of times we don't, and so we hold on to stuff, and then we're so powerful that our minds create it as a physical ailment in our bodies. So everything that is, ooh, did you feel how heavy that got? Everything that is, let's destroy and uncreate it. Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock. Whew. Cool. So, so that's one tool. Another tool that you can use is asking questions. Like, what is this? What am I aware of? What else is possible? Every single question you ask changes the energy from something solid to starting to be malleable and changeable. And then what? And then what's possible? And then what choices do you have? But if it's solid and it's an answer and it's a conclusion, you're stuck with it. You notice how that happens? So all the conclusions that you've come to about all the problems in your life that you can't seem to change, will you destroy and uncreate everything that you made solid and real and turn it into a question? Yes. Right and wrong, good and bad, hot and pock. Yeah. Okay, so what else did I have here? There's a bunch of stuff about me when I was a kid. Like, what do you guys want to hear about? What are you here for?
Not taking on others' energies.
Okay, right.
You're the big helper, you have that ingrained in you.
Not taking on other people's energies. Yes, yes. And I'm repeating it for the live stream audience. So
How is it that you normally handle your awareness with other people?
We show empathy.
Okay. And where did you learn that empathy meant to take it on?
It's a kid.
Right.
To be nice.
To be nice. Neurotic, insecure. What's the C? I don't know. And emotional. Let's not be nice. Kind is different. And then, like put the oxygen mask on first and then help others. If we are totally turned in an outward direction, wants, desires, and a lot of people go, oh, that's bad and wrong. I'm just going to do me. But it's not about being either or. It's about including. So you've already got everybody else included. What would it be like to start to include you in your awareness so that every choice you make includes you and your happiness and everybody else? So everywhere you've decided that it's better to handle everybody else first, and eventually maybe you'll get to yourself, will you destroy and uncreate that? Yes. Right and wrong, good and bad, hot and hot. Okay, so from there, oh gosh, my mind just went totally blank. So cool. You know, when your mind goes blank, you know that you're being. When the mind goes away, you, the being, get to play. So, including yourself. The way I like to illustrate how our awareness works is we're like this big satellite dish, and there's thousands of stations. And we tune into the trauma drama station all the time, the family station, the work station, everybody else's stations. But when do you ever get to the channel of you? Do you even have a channel? You should. Is it static noise? Like, what is the channel of you? What is it that you came here to be, that if you weren't so focused on
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo.
Yeah, sorry you missed it, you guys. It was awesome, but go to my YouTube channel. You can experience some of the expanding exercises that I just did here on my YouTube channel as well. I used to do a weekly expanding exercise on on Facebook, and then I put it on YouTube. And it's just really interesting to practice being the fullness of space of you. It creates something that only you will know. Each one of you will do a different thing with, and it will gift you the potency of your creative ability to create what you came here to be. What have you come here to be? Do you even ponder that? Or is it like, I grew up, you're supposed to get married, have kids, have a house with a white picket fence, right? I did all that. And then I was like, wait a second, something not quite right with this picture. I'm not fulfilled. So I kept searching, and the work that I facilitate is not about me. It's not about the people that created Access Consciousness. It's about empowering you to step up and be you in your life. And when each one of us does that, we change the world. It's not about like fighting anybody or doing anything fabulous, unless you want to. So for me, I like sparkly things. I'm wearing a sparkly shirt. It's not the holidays, but I wear sparkle a lot. And for some people, they're like, oh, I couldn't do that. Why not? So do whatever makes you happy. Do whatever makes you feel light, and you will create a ripple effect in the world that comes out from your social circle. And it melts people's cranky. You could also, in your head, you could also pock and pod everything that they think is making them cranky, because that can sometimes work. So I would play with it. Play, have fun, choose again. Empower yourself to know that you are aware, that you can make different choices, that you don't have to be at the effect, ever. And if it comes down to it, like, go for a walk, go out into nature, because that's when you also can relax and have your being just naturally expand, because the trees invite it. But, you know, I feel like it's just not enough to be it in nature. What if you can be a tree walking through the world? What if you could be that amount of peace where other people could drop all of their crap and be themselves around you? We could be a little forest right here. So that's what I wanted to share. Are there more questions? What classes do I have coming up? I probably have a few that I haven't quite put on my calendar yet. But you can look on the events page of my website, julietootenenergy.com. Thank you. And there's all kinds of things. There's one about clearing houses and space clearing. This is part of the Talk to the Entities curriculum. Anybody can join that. You can learn how to create just a more peaceful space in your home and your office or whatever. And especially if somebody has haunted house, like, you can learn how to deal with that. There's also entities and money. But I also do coaching to help people find what their sparkle is, or dating coaching or breakup coaching. There's all kinds of things. I just love seeing people bloom into who they are, and you know, if it resonates with you, I'd love to work with you. So, thank you so much for coming. Jewelry, I forgot. 1 second. Don't leave. I take all of this awareness and energy and awareness of gemstones and create these elixir pieces that are pieces that you can wear, and it kind of reinforces the energy that you would like to be in the world. I do gemstone readings and tap into you and what it is that you're looking to create, and create custom necklaces and bracelets. But gemstones in themselves have an amazing energy, and they do love to contribute to your body. So come by the table, or go to my website, julietooten.com. That's my jewelry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
May I have one of your cards?
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, it's broadcasting on YouTube.
Okay, hope that helped. Yes, please. What's your name?
Natasha. She's here tonight. She was here for the very on YouTube.
Yes, but their stream cut out. So my friend, she recorded it.
Yeah. Great. And that's here.
Yeah, if you scan this, I think it goes to my website, and then there's the link. Good. Thank you.
Nice to see you. Good to see you. Nice. Oh, yeah. That's like that. That's really good. Like,
thanks for coming by.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend.
Beautiful. Welcome back, everybody. Everybody live here with us at the Burlingame SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo, and everybody joining us via live stream. Thank you for sticking with us all day. We hope you feel lighter and more expansive than you did when you walked in, and than what you did when you first turned on the live stream. So we're happy to have you all in this sacred and safe container with us. I am so honored and grateful, and I feel so blessed to introduce our final speaker for the day. I was joking before that we save the best for last, but it's only because we are doing a journey right now, and we are doing a journey to return to our authentic selves, return to who we really are by stepping into life across the veil. And with that said, I'm so blessed to introduce Regan Forston. He is a certified past life regressionist and life between lives facilitator with the Newton Institute, which has perfected a process called Life Between Lives, enabling most anyone to visit the afterlife. It's like having a near-death experience without the death part, but you go out to dinner later and enjoy it. The process is safe and life-changing for most people. Over 70,000 people have had this experience so far. Sessions can be done in person or online and are about 90% successful. Regan is a certified clinical hypnotherapist from Hypnosis Motivational Institute and also has a regular hypnotherapy practice specializing in PTSD, fears and phobias, anxiety and depression, bad habits, and pain management. Additionally, he is he's certified in quantum healing, tapping, EFT, havening touch, and EMDR. In his time with us today, Regan will offer us the opportunity to discover this amazing process, after which we will have the opportunity to sign up for a free consultation for those of you who are here and for those who are joining us via live stream. So without further ado, let the journey begin.
Thank you, Barbara. No, I'm probably okay.
Okay.
That's good. So this is this filmed live now?
This is live streaming to our YouTube channel.
Wow, thank you guys for coming today. Nice and easy going here today, isn't it?
Yeah.
You feel that? You know, just got a nice vibe. I've noticed my booth and people walking by, they're just kind of floating in and kind of floating around. You know, it's kind of how it is in the afterlife a bit, where
there's a lot of floating going on, you know, because we don't have these physical bodies, so to speak. That was one of the things when I was in training, and that was the first time that I had my experience that I wrote about in that book, 3 hours and 33 minutes in heaven. And the first time, well, there's about 18 of us therapists in training. It takes about a year to go through this process to become a Newton Institute therapist. You have to have some prior experience before in hypnosis and past life regression, and this just takes it a lot further than like a simple past life regression. So about the fourth day, then all of a sudden the facilitators say, okay, everybody, tomorrow morning, you're all going to go to the afterlife. And I remember going, like, oh my gosh. And I was remembering back in hypnotherapy school that I went to for 2 years, HMI in LA, and I was the last one in the class to experience hypnosis, you know. And it was frustrating because I thought, if I'm going to be a hypnotherapist, I want to know, what does it feel like to be hypnotized? What does it feel like, you know? And so every time they'd ask for a volunteer, I'd raise my hand because I'd go up in front of the class and nothing would happen, and nothing would happen, and nothing would happen, and nothing would happen. I think about the 9th time, I'm sitting there, and the hypnotherapist is doing this thing which I saw before, and it was where they have you close your eyes and you put your hands out, and he said he wants me to imagine that in this hand here he's putting an LA telephone book, okay? And I'm supposed to hold the weight of that heavy telephone book up. And this hand over here is putting a big, huge helium balloon, okay? So he's talking to me, and I go, well, he's just wanting me to do this, you know? And I said, I'm not going to do that, you know, because that's just me being awake. I'm not in hypnosis of that. And he kept talking about how this was getting heavier and this was getting lighter. And I'm going, come on, this is not going to work again. And then he had me open my eyes, and my hands were like this. And I kind of went, oh my God, that's what it is. Oh my God. It just surprised me because I was forcibly not doing what he just said to do. But my subconscious was listening to him and feeling the weight of that phone book and feeling the balloon over here. And then I realized the reason that I had not experienced hypnosis before was that I had a whole totally different idea of what it would be like. Like I'd made up something in my mind of what it was going to be like, and it wasn't anything like that, you know. So then, then it became a little easier for me. It's still a little tough, it was. So now, 15 years later, I'm in training for doing this work, and they said, tomorrow, everybody's going to do that. So all this fear came back again. Well, what if I can't? What if I can't? So first time, you know, we didn't hardly get anywhere, you know, and so the therapist kind of gave up and says, we'll have to try again. Next morning, the other 16 people, everybody's talking about, oh my God, I saw my guide and I'm doing this. And I'm sitting there like, oh my God, not me. You know, I felt like a failure, you know. So luckily there was a great therapist there. She worked with me about 3 or 4 days on some stuff, even did some traditional therapy did some tapping or EFT on some emotional issues and stuff with my mom. So on her own time, it was about the second to the last day of this training, she took me in a room, and there was another therapist there too, 2 of them. They were double teaming me, you know, and I got to the past life, okay, and it was so emotional. Wow. I was kind of prepared for the weather, but I wasn't always an angel, you guys. Like I'm in training now, but wow. In this past life I saw, I was crucifying people. I was a Roman soldier, and I was on this big white horse, and I was going up and down this row, and all these people on crosses. And I remember kind of thinking, part of me was thinking I shouldn't be doing this, but part of me was, well, this is what I've been told to do, you know, so I had to just follow along and do it, you know. Not unlike some soldiers in these countries that are hurting their own citizens now just because they're told to do it, you know. But on my deathbed, that's where the lesson, the whole life came in. I remember I was on a table about this big, well, kind of like this, only a little higher, and I was laying there dying, and my daughter, who looked like she was in her 30s, had this hair down to here, straight hair, and I was swearing against Caesar, and I said, you know, that guy, you know, I'm never going to ever do something ever again that I know is wrong to do just because someone tells me to do it. And I think that was my life's lesson in there, you know, which fast forward to this life, that's I've had a little trouble with authority figures, you know, kind of just wanting to, like someone tells me to do something, I just want to not do it, you know, kind of thing. Kind of makes it understand that. So anyway, got to the past life, and then, and the reason I'm telling this is because some people that come to these things, they go, oh, I'm unhypnotizable. I just know that I've tried a few times. I don't think I can do it, you know, that kind of thing. What I found out now is I've done hundreds of these sessions, and I've gotten so tough now that if somebody gets stuck, I just don't give up. It's like I have, instead of one, as we were taught here, you know, one induction kind of thing, I have like 5 different ones. And because I found out not one size fits all. So if somebody kind of gets stuck, or we get a little bit, we get to a wall, then we just go, let's just relax, and I'm just going to back up a little bit. And now we do this way and this way and this way. And usually by the 3rd or 4th thing, if I have someone that's tough like that, eventually their subconscious just goes, oh, what the heck, you know, let's just do it, you know, and they just quit fighting it or trying to analyze it, and they just relax and let it happen. The good news is about 80% of people that go through this experience the very first time have a completely wonderful, beautiful, life-changing experience. The other 20%, what I do is I have my fee in half if they want to try again, and usually in a couple months they'll come back. And most of the time, people that come back for a second session, of that 20%, most of those are successful. It always leaves about 5 or 6 or 7%. I had one woman that she just refused to give up, and 4th time, she's the only one to come in the 4th time, and she just had all the bells and whistles the 4th time. But what had happened is between the 3rd session and the 4th session, her mom had passed away, and she was so close to her mom. They were just talking all the time, you know, and that her mom passed away, and I think it just opened her up to be more vulnerable, you know. So she had a beautiful conversation with her mom on the other side, which was great. So what I'm just saying is hypnosis is all hypnosis is getting your body to relax. Everybody's in hypnosis twice a day. It's more, see, I always thought it was this twilight zone thing, you know, like they show in the movies, you know, where you're doing all this kind of stuff and doing stupid things and everything, but it's not. Scientifically, if we had you hooked up to a machine, we'd be watching your brainwaves. Pretty much everybody here has heard of alpha, beta, delta, theta, right? Or theta, delta. And hypnosis, what they're finding out is like right now, our brainwaves are really close together like this. And as you begin to relax or meditate, you get into an alpha state, and you can see alpha waves start coming in. And then as you get really relaxed, then some theta waves start coming in. Well, where we found out, and this is why it's a natural thing that everybody can do, is that right as you get to that state of theta waves, I keep you in that state, otherwise you just fall asleep. A lot of people do fall asleep during this process, but I know they're asleep because I'm talking to them and they're just not answering me. So I just tap you on the hand a little bit and say, can you hear me? Can you hear me? And you just nod your head, and then we continue. Okay, so that's how it happens. So this is such a natural process, and hypnosis, or you know, it has a fancy name for it. It's just when your mind becomes relaxed, your conscious and your unconscious selves kind of come up like here. During the day, it's like if I was trying to talk to your subconscious, it'd be like you're across the street. And I'm talking to you here, but and I'm yelling, hey, you got to stop smoking, you know, or lose that weight or whatever. But when you get relaxed and you get in that state, it just gets closer and closer. And then their conscious, subconscious, or your super conscious is just like this, you know, you can just talk to them that way. So the process of hypnosis, if you don't think you can, I've had 100 people say that, and then no problem at all. You know, it's not that big a deal that way. And it's so great that when you can do that, because you can have this wonderful experience. As you say, it's about 90% successful within 1 or 2 sessions. And the sessions are about 4.5 to 6 hours on an average. The hypnosis part is about half of that. And the first half of it is going over the homework that I've sent you that you've prepared so that you have a good session. So it's good not to just go, oh, let me just do this tomorrow. You want to think about it for a little while because if any of you today sign up you don't even have to decide if you want a session today, but just so we can talk more, okay? And you just come up here and we'll just talk more and see, and if it's right for you, this is something you can talk anybody into. There'll be something inside you that just is going, yeah, I got to do that. I got to, you know that feeling sometimes when you got to do that. I've talked to some people, 5-6 years ago, and then they'll call me up and they'll go, oh, Regan, you probably don't remember me, but I think I'm ready now, and some people want to go tomorrow, whatever. So if you decide to do a session, I send you homework, 3 things that you're going to do. First thing is you're going to write a list of questions that you want to have answered about, what's important to you in this lifetime, okay? And with everybody, it's different. We're always going to ask some real important questions, like getting clarity on your life's mission. Like, why did you decide to come down here and be born? Why did you decide to come down and be in this body? Why did you come down and decide to have certain challenges in your life? We're going to ask those things, but you'll have questions that are unique to you about your relationships. Oh, my husband's retired now. Why do I have to be around him so often? Kind of thing, or things that are important to you, and that could be, and that's because when you're on the other side, so far everybody I've done, the hundreds I've done, got to go before their own special counsel. They're all unique to you. The council knows everything about you. There's no condemnation. There's nothing of a negative nature that happens at all. It's like if you want anybody to see your faults and all the crap that you've done in your life that have been wrong, and you don't want to be judged for it, but someone that loves and understands and all that, this is the place to be. So people can be very vulnerable there because you can't hide anything, and this council that you get to see, sometimes there's an average is about 4 to 6 usually, but I've had people who have 12 or 24. One I had, a couple months ago, she was actually a council member that had decided to come down and do more work, to come down in the physical body. So they were her cronies. So she just, instead of being like before, most people describe it as kind of like they're like this and the council's like here. And sometimes it's kind of horseshoe. Sometimes they're elevated, sometimes they're on the same level, but it's general, and almost 90% of them, I always say, okay, what's it like there? Like, what are the floors? What's it look like? And most of them are, and it's like being in a Greek temple or something, like marble floors and walls. And sometimes there's no ceiling, but they're in kind of like a temple kind of thing. One I had recently, the council members all showed up as dwarfs, and they're sitting in beanbag chairs. And it come to find out, my client, she's a lover of children. Her whole thing, she's not comfortable around adults at all, but only around children. So, and we asked, why did you show up this? And she said, well, to make her comfortable, so she felt comfortable. She had an amazing talk with them. It was great. So there's a council, and they'll answer anything. You can ask about your love life, about your relationships, about your job, your future, and that sort of thing. And sometimes you'll get specific answers, which is really neat. A lot of times they'll say, well, we'll tell you a little bit here, but we've got to figure it out, because that's where the growth comes, is in the challenges we have. It's like if you just went to school and they just gave you the answers to the test questions on the first day, you're not going to learn anything, right? But a lot of times, I'm just thinking, that's funny, these things just come to me now as I said that, and I remember a woman coming, and she'd always been with these men that were drug and alcohol, and she would be drinking too much, and she just got so tired of it. She says, why can't I find just a man that just loves me for who I am, that I don't have to get high with, that I can just whatever. And she asked the council, did they see anybody out in her future? And they said, you already know him. And she's entranced, and she goes, nah, I don't know. She knows she doesn't know anybody that she would even consider. Well, here's what happened. About 3 weeks later, she's a coordinator, entertainment coordinator at a yacht club. And she walks by this guy she's known for like 10 years, and there was that little look, She's been with him now for 4 years. They come over for dinner sometimes. And she goes, Regan, he says, that blew me away when I finally, after, all of a sudden we're getting serious and everything. And I go, they told me you already know this guy, and I've seen him all this time, but there wasn't that something that was there. So he's a great guy too. He's a great guy. And so now she's out of that, and it was really good. She came back for a second session because in the interim, her daughter had died. And they ruled it as, they didn't know if it was murder or suicide, but they said probably suicide. The gun was involved. So she says, no, my daughter was happy. There's no way she would have, killed herself or anything. So when she was at dinner before, I says, well, is enough time passed? Would you like to go see if you can talk to your daughter? And she goes, yeah, let's do it again. So long story short, on the other side, her daughter shows up, says, Mom, it was an accident. She says, I threatened to leave him. He went and got a gun and he was going to kill himself, and we wrestled over it, and I got shot and got killed, And she says, you don't need to tell him about it, because the police were looking at him as a suspect for a while. Says, no, it's not his fault. So, probably to prove that, we have to have a couple other people go there and ask the same question, because maybe that's what we're, there's a little bit of who you are, a little bit of imagination mixed in with all this. And so sometimes you have to kind of pull it apart a little bit, but there's so many things that happen that your mind just says, there's no way I could have made that up, or the emotion that comes with it is so strong. And so the love that you feel over there and everything that you're going through, most people, I would say after almost all the sessions, a little bit of that creeps in, and some people go, did I just make that up? Is it my imagination? But there's something about it though that becomes real. I had that experience, but not with this, because I'd already learned to trust. When I was in my 20s, I was singing a spiritual world, HU, it's an ancient name for God. And I was just given that and said, look, just sing this and start having soul travel experiences. And so I was like a young in my 20s. And so I would, every night, be singing it and everything, nothing would happen, but I'd feel good, And then one night I did it, I closed my eyes and I was out of my body in another world. And I was seeing 360 degrees and I felt like buckets of love were just being dumped over me. And I was seeing these, it was like the sky was yellow and there was like these, looked like wheat fields, like a golden, and there was these magnificent trees. About every acre, there was like a sentinel, big, strong, something tree, and they just had so much beauty and power. And then all of a sudden, my awake or my body self was going, oh my God, I'm out of my body, and then I was back in my body. It was like this. I wrote it all down, and so I had told that stories at spiritual conventions and things like this, but after a while, I keep thinking, that was 50 years ago. Maybe I just made that up, or it was my imagination or something. So I said, God, why can't I have some really cool experience, like something I can, like this, something that's here that I can touch, because I'd known people that were meditating, they'd open their eyes and there would be a teacher in bodily form in their room that they were able to talk to. And I go, now that, I can't say I imagined. That was right. The guy was right here and I touched him or shook his hand or whatever. A few weeks later, I'm an entertainer at the time and I'm doing a ventriloquist magic show at a fair for 4 days. And I befriended the guy who was the show after me, who was a storyteller in the Columbia State Park. And he was dressed like a miner. And he had the guns and the beard, and he would have these beautiful stories he would tell. We became friends, and when we were done with the fair, he says, why don't you and your wife come up and visit us? So I said, yeah. So I got my wife, and a few weeks later, I went and visited, spent a nice weekend. He and his wife didn't talk about anything spiritual. I'm getting in my car, and as I'm opening the door, I feel a hand on my shoulder. And I turned around, and Carl was his name. I said, what's up? And he says, Regan, you're going to think this is weird, but I have to ask you this. He said, it's about he called it your dream. Now, this thing about the yellow sky I had like 30 years before. And instinctively, I said, what color was the sky? He said, yellow. Oh, I started looking down, and he said, I said, what was I looking at? He says, you were looking at these beautiful trees that way. I started to faint. He had to hold me and carry me back inside on his shoulder, set me down. He says, Regan, I don't understand this, but I seem to be the keeper of the meaning of this particular dream that people have. And he says, people will come. He says a few weeks ago, he was telling his stories that, in making horseshoes, and, as an old miner. And afterwards, someone from another country came up to him and says, sir, I says, you think this is weird, but I think I have to ask you something about dream. And then he says to them, what color is the sky? And they said, yellow. So it seems to be this thing that's kind of a wake-up call that some people have, soul. That's a common experience that people have. So anyway, from that day forward, these things that happen is we call metaphysical. You know, in the dream state, you have something special that happens, or you get a reading from a medium and somehow it rings kind of true or something. And I've just learned just to go with it, you know. So when I had my experience over there finally, like, okay, it's my second time, I get to the past life, and then I'm stuck for a while in just blackness. And like, so the part of me that's aware that's going on, I'm going, I said, well, at least I got to the past life, you know, but, and so the facilitator and that other facilitator that had more years experience said, just let Regan float in the black for a while. And they told me, he says, well, just kind of float around. And if you see a light anywhere, just mention it. So I'm just floating in it going, you know, okay, what's going on here? It was a beautiful place. It just felt calm and relaxed. All of a sudden I saw a pinpoint of red in the distance. I said, I think I see a pinpoint of red. They said, well, just kind of float over to it. And then like in a nanosecond, I was out the other side and my guide was right there. His name was Rebazar. Well, thank you. He spent the whole time with me there. And so I'm thinking, once my guide was there, I'm going, oh man, okay, I'm doing it. I'm good. This is great. And then I had the most spiritual experience of my life in there for the 3 hours that I spent over there. But I'll just give you two of the highlights because everybody has their own highlights. But one of them was a simple thing that they told me. I'm before the council and I asked about how am I doing? Like, what was my mission? My mission was to come down and to learn kindness. Okay. Because apparently I hadn't been so kind in other lifetimes. That was my goal this time, was sort of selflessness, kindness. And I said, how am I doing? And they said, well, you're doing pretty good. Just don't get all high and mighty, because there's always another level of it, you know, which is neat. Like, so you can always be more kind, you can always be more helpful. And then next to, this was a Chinese gentleman, I call him Late C. And when he would look at me, his eyes, I can see him now, and you think you're in a comedy club or something. There's so much love coming in there that he just I don't know, he just makes you want to do the jig or something, you know, because there's so much love coming from. And then next to him, they had, my other council members all had hoods on, so I couldn't tell what they were. And next to Late C on this side, the hood went back and it was a woman, a master. And she said, Regan, I'm really proud the way you've been developing your feminine characteristics. You know, in other words, that I was overbalanced, you know, too masculine, and I needed to let a little feminine come in. And when they did that, I went, yes, I knew it. I'm doing good. You know, like that made me feel good. And that happened. I told someone the story by me today where I found out through a synchronicity thing that I had, anyway, I was at a spiritual convention. I befriended someone. We're walking into a store, and she just looks up and she goes, oh my God, you got to read this book. And just at random pulls this book out and gives it to me. And it says On the Breath of the Gods. And it was a book channeled to a young lady that was about God's intentions for men and women to get together, the true meaning of relationships, because things have gotten so messed up in this world with what relationships are supposed to be. So long story short, I'm in the middle of a thunderstorm and storm in the back of a rental car next to the 18th hole where my dad taught me to golf, because I'm visiting in another state. And it's thundering and lightning, and I read this and it says, men and women are both born both masculine and feminine. And the problem with a lot of men nowadays is they don't develop that feminine side of themselves. And when I read that, I started screaming at the top of my lungs in the back of a car. I jump out and it's thundering and lightning, and it's like in a movie. And I'm just getting soaked and I'm screaming. And part of me is going, what are you doing? You look like a fool, Regan. But I couldn't help that. 3 days later, I met this woman at clown school where I was going to be a teacher there at clown school at the University of Michigan the following year. And they hired me to do this summer program for people that want to be professional clowns. First person I walk in and see, I ended up marrying about 5 months later, and she had 4 daughters. So guess who got feminized? 10 years with all this crazy women stuff, like that. And so, but that shows you just how spirit works. And everybody here, you have stories, something like, we're like, you wouldn't be here if you hadn't had some things happen before this, It's like this journey that's got you here today. And so this is just one more thing to tell you how to get a bigger piece pretty quick. Instead of getting a little pieces to your puzzle, having a life between life session, it's like a whole bunch of pieces start filling in. Like you've got to this point now where it's time. And most of the people that do these sessions are like 50 and over, and it's like, it's almost like we had to go to school, and now it's this age and we get middle age, and now it's time to get out and really do our mission or whatever we need to do, So we're getting some younger people, but most of the time it's people who have been knocked around quite a bit, bruised and bumped, and now they're finally going, I need to find out, why I need to get clarity on what I'm supposed to be doing here. What am I supposed to be doing to be a light worker? Because we're all light workers because we come down to do some good, either for ourselves to learn something in this lifetime or to help others. And when you get clarity, it makes all the difference in the world. So I'm done with the council and I said, is there anything I've overlooked? And they said a sentence to me that I didn't remember until I listened to my recording, because we record all this. And they said, you could be a better grandfather. And that's all they said. And we moved on to something else. And I didn't even remember that. So I listened to the recording and they said that, and I realized I have 9 grandkids, but I never had grandparents. So I thought I'd just show up at Thanksgiving, give them a hug and take off, and apparently not, because I listened to that advice and I started building relationships now for the last 9 years with my grandkids, and it's made my life amazing, and I realized all I was missing. So to me, having that session, it was worth the price of admission just to get that one piece of wise advice. It's something they saw that I was not seeing for myself. Okay, so that's what they could do sometimes, just these little things. I had a client in this area right here. She works in one of the local hospitals here, and doctors rotate, 3 doctors, and one of the doctors was very emotionally cruel to her all the time, and she had no history with this doctor. He would just take her aside and whisper in her ear how horrible the nurse she is, that she should just retire and get out of this, and that she gets in trouble because she spends too much time with patients. They're just saying, come on, you got to move along. We got to make some money here, and she refuses to do that sometimes. And anyway, so her question before the council, the first question she says is, why is Dr. blah, blah, blah so mean to me? And they said to her, you were very cruel to him in another lifetime. And she's entranced, and she goes like this. She goes, we talked about that afterwards. She says, Regan, when they said that just kind of hurt, because I know I'm not that kind of person now, but here's the magic that happened. I checked it about 6-7 months later. I just, she called me and wanted to say something. She said, Regan, about 2 weeks after I had that session now, ever since the doctor comes in, it's like I'm invisible to him. He never says anything bad to me. And it's like that bad stuff he ever did before just never seemed to be there. So what we figured was, because of course she didn't talk to him and say, hey, I'm sorry you're mean to me because I was mean to you in another lifetime, because the doctor probably has no clue of that, whatever. But I think something shifted in her, that she had that realization, and something of her took responsibility maybe. And so the target was off her back, kind of like that. So these are the greatest things that can happen over there. Healings can happen. Now, I could talk about this for 10 hours, and we only have just a little bit. So I'll try to hit some of the high points, and then when I talk to you individually or something, we can talk more, or whoever's interested. I'm certified with Dolores Cannon School of Quantum Healing Hypnosis. A lot of people know Dolores's books, right? She's got some really whoppers out there. I mean, whoa, she's had some sessions of this. As you start to read her book, she always warns you and says, well, be prepared. A lot of your sockets are going to blow reading this. But she says, I'm just the messenger here, I'm just saying that, what's happened. She knows a lot about the alien agenda and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, I was real curious about that. So I got her training, I got certified there, and her protocol and Dr. Newton's protocol were so similar that they just blend perfectly. So my sessions are a little longer than normal because the third thing you're going to do, I'll tell the second thing in a minute, skipping to the third. Third thing you're going to do is write any health issues that you have. And sometimes it's worth having a session just to get clarity on why you're so damn sick sometimes, because, and they're honest with you. A lot of times I'll tell you, a lot of times our sickness and everything are caused because we're having trouble with forgiveness, we're having not enough self-love, and we've damaged our body, and they'll tell you how to repair it if it's possible. And I've even had a couple of spontaneous healings that have happened where they thought the person had learned their lesson and everything. They said, yes, we'll do a healing. I remember the very first time I did this, and I think they were trying to show me the power of this because the very first client was amazing. She walked in with a cane because, her hip was frozen, and it had been that way for months. And come to find out, talking to her, she was getting ready to retire. Okay. And when she's on the other side there, and they asked her, why does she have this hip? And they said, that's because you're afraid of moving forward. Okay. They said, you're going to retire, you're going to lose your family at work because she had some people she's close to. People don't realize that when you retire, you've got some people there that are sometimes closer to you than regular family, and you're going to lose them. You're not going to see them all the time, And then she says, and I'm going to have to be with my husband all the time now, and joking. I said, he's a wonderful man, but man, I ain't making him breakfast every morning, or lunch or whatever it was. And so they had a nice conversation. I was just silent in this part. She's talking to them. And then she spoke up and says, okay, we're done talking. And then her guide told her, and then she told me, says, I think I understand everything now, and I don't think I'm afraid now. And then so I asked for a healing. So she's on my therapy couch, and she's moving around. All of a sudden, a big old loud pop, and her hip just went right back in place. And she walked out going, that was weird. It was like that. Okay. So things like that happen. Another client of mine, she's 84 years old. She had stage 4 rectal cancer, and she was packing her bags. And it's been 3.5 years now. She writes every once in a while with a smile emoji, says, I'm still here, Regan. I'm still here. So, who knows, what this is. So the second thing, besides your health issues, the second thing that you do is you write a list of the cast of characters that have shown up in your life's play, okay? Pretend you're in the audience and you're watching your life before you, and from behind the curtain, in Act 1, these people come and then they go off. And some people are in every chapter almost, moms and dads, brothers, sisters, but some people just kind of come and they go, like a boat floating by, but they have an impact on your life. So you just write down the good, the bad, and the difficult. I used to say the ugly, but just say the difficult. The ugly, And the reason is, when you're on the other side, and this is the thing that I loved about this research that we found out that shocked me the most was, not only can you have conversations with loved ones that have passed on over there, but to me, more importantly, excuse me, you can have conversations with the higher selves of people that are alive in your life today. So husbands and wives get to talk to their higher selves of each other over there. I've had many parents talk to their teenage kids on the other side and try to find out how, what about the boundary setting? Do they need to be real strict, or do they need to let them, not be so tight or whatever? A lot of times they'll find out that so many of these people that you feel you have to care give and you have to do this and that for, you need to just leave them alone because they're on their own path. And, you want to save them, you can't. You just have to let them do their thing. One of my clients, this is so funny too. You got to take this in a humorous way because she meant it humorously, but she's caring for her mom who has Alzheimer's. Okay. She's the oldest sister. And all the other kids said, you take care of mom. We all hate her. Yeah, they know and like their moms, and you got to stuck with her. So she's with her mom now, and her mom's got the Alzheimer's, and it's just very difficult for her a lot of time. So she's on the other side. She sees her mom's higher self, which is just fine, like this. She says, Mom, when are you going to die? She said, Mom, come on. You got to give me a break here, And the mother says to her, she says, daughter, I'm not leaving for a while yet because I'm teaching you a lot of things. I'm teaching you about forgiveness. I'm teaching you patience, and this is going to be a good thing for you. Oh my gosh, that changed her whole attitude about taking care of her mom, because she talked to the mom's higher self over her. I had a couple come to me, they've been in couples counseling, and they were like this, even though they loved each other. And so the counselor there said, well, I've done all I can for you guys, and you guys are immovable. He says, I know this guy named Regan, if you're open to something a little strange. So they came to me, and what I did is I said, okay, we're gonna just find out what's going on here between you guys, because I know you love each other. They said in the temple that they went to, they had 3 beautiful kids. they said they're the last one in the temple that everybody would think would ever get a divorce or something, you know. But she felt that it was time for her to move on. She just had this inner thing. She says, I love this man, but I just got to move on, you know. And he's like, oh, no, we got the perfect family. And we no. So he went to the afterlife the first time, talked to her by himself. The next day, she came in, I had her go, she talked to his higher self. And then we came back and shared, you know, notes. Well, what happened to him over there? Because in this process, you're going to go to a past life most of the time. Some people are so evolved, they get kind of a trance and then boom, they say, oh there's a guide here or something. And then we go there, we don't go to a past life. But more likely than not, we have you go to a past life because you have a memory of that. And you have a memory of what happened afterwards, like who was there to take you back home, okay? So I'm kind of going in a circle here a little bit, but when you see yourself pass away, you know, we talk about that life and I'll ask you, what was your lesson learned in that lifetime? And then as you see your funeral or something, and then we'll say, are you ready to go back home? Sometimes people say, no, I need to stay around for a while because my daughter's grieving so bad or something, you know. And we've got this whole chapter in Michael Newton's second book, Destiny of Souls, which is about all the different ways that, like us, when we pass over, we may decide to stick around for a little bit to make sure people that are grieving are okay. And then, so I'll just be quiet. I'll say, okay, I'm gonna be quiet. You just, you know, go see your daughter and try to get through to her somehow that you're okay. And when you're done, let me know. And then I'm just quiet for a while and they'll say, okay, I'm done. And then I'll say, what did you do? You know, most of the time we found out the most easiest way to get through to you that they're okay is in a dream, because you're relaxed and more receptive. Some of you may have had things happen like that before. And you could be having a nonsense dream and all of a sudden there's mom or dad or whatever, and just waving at you or just something. But it's something that gets you to say that it's more than just a dream. You know, they go, oh, that's mom. I've been in funerals with relatives before, and people aren't even that spiritual will say, I can just feel dad's here, or I can just feel something, you know, like there's something going on. And they are, you know, as we're finding out in this research, a lot of souls do that. Some souls are like, no, they're all right. I'm ready to go back home. So then I'll say, let's rise higher above that and turn around. And I'll say, when I count to 3, look around, tell me who's there to take you home. 1, 2, 3. And they'll just like, oh, and it'll be your guide or whatever, where you get to meet face to face. Guides show up in all different forms. Sometimes all you're seeing is a ball of beautiful energy, you know. And I'll say, well, what, you know, but I'll say, is that your guide? And they go, yes. In that state, it's normal. You know, in this state, we'd be like, oh, there's an orb in the room. It's kind of scary. But there, when you're in that state, you're in a soul state yourself. So you're seeing another soul. So, you know, we'll start talking to this ball of energy, and the ball of energy will give us his name or her name or its name, because sometimes it's just, you can't tell. And they proceed to be with us. About half the time, though, they do come in some sort of form, bodily form, you know, and I think that's because when my client, it probably depends on what my clients are comfortable with. When they're in bodily form, I always say, well, describe him or her to me. And some people, like with me, Rebazar, he was about 3 or 4 feet away the whole time, and I was here. He was always on my right side, but it was kind of like a little cellophane was here. And I couldn't see him as crystal clear as like I'm seeing you guys right now. But in that state, it was I didn't even question it, you know, but thinking of it in my mind when I came back. And that's what, when I had this most beautiful session and I came out of it, for the first few hours, I felt kind of disappointed a little bit. And that was because the things that happened weren't like I pictured that they were going to be from reading all the stories and all the books and things like that. But then when I woke up in the morning, I just was, oh, wow, you know, and I'm thinking that's what made it real to me, because I'm thinking I wouldn't have made that up. You know, if I was going to make up and see my guide, I want to see him right here and shake his hand, and he's going to be as clear as could be, you know, not that way. And that's the thing that happens in sessions. There's usually a few things that happen and you just go, well, can't make that up. A gentleman last year came and his guide's there, and I said, well, describe your guide. He goes, he's a shark fin. He was this big, huge shark fin, you know, and we was communicating with the shark fin. Well, the guy's a marine biologist, okay? So he was talking, you know, in the language, and because we asked, I said, why does your guide show up like that? And I said, oh, just so you feel comfortable, you know, in that way. So, you know, it's interesting. People, the Christians that have come to me before that kind of trying to like explore a little bit, you know, a lot of times Well, actually, every one of them, when they're before the council, I'll ask, can my client have a conversation with Jesus? And they always say yes. And you should see the tears coming down their eyes. Oh my gosh, it gets me emotional sometimes because, and generally he does the same thing with people. He holds them or he's touching them in some way and they just feel unexplained love and kindness and everything. You know, Buddha, this one Christian, she says, well, I've been a Christian my whole life, but I've been studying Buddhism lately. And I says, you know, it'd be okay to see Christ, but I'd rather like now I'm more interested in seeing Buddha. Buddha shows up and he's this ball like about this big as she's describing to me, purple and blue, this energy, this is vibrating. I said, ask Buddha a question. I said, ask Buddha if he's reincarnated. And Buddha says, part of me is everywhere, you know? And I went, wow, that's pretty cool. And then she's standing before him. He shoots like right from where his forehead would be here, like a tube of purple, like shoo, this tube right into her. And so she's in trance there and she's going like this. Oh my God. You know, like this, when she came out of it, we're talking, she goes, man, my body is still trembling, you know, from the love that she felt from Buddha, you know, that way. People ask over there, you know, what's this, like the council said, hey, I'm here now. What's the best religion? I'm going to go home and start doing it, you know, and they'll say, well, if you need one, pick one, it's okay, you know. But they said the one true religion is love and kindness, okay? And however you find that, if you find that in a group or you find that in a certain religion that lifts you up, that makes you a better person, then that's maybe what you need. And sometimes people, for whatever their mission is here, they need to have a particular religion and that viewpoint to help them to do whatever their mission is. So, you know, like that. Suicide. I've had a number of people come to me because they've had relatives that have committed suicide and it's been devastating for the people here. I'll tell you just one case that was so beautiful. Well, okay, I'm not going to say how her husband died. It's kind of traumatic, but so it took us a while. We had to go here and here and here, but we didn't give up. You know, like I say, I never give up. I said, we got to find him. Finally, we found her husband, and he was sequestered. It had been about 8 months since he passed away, since he killed himself. He was sequestered in a room by himself. And there was an angel that was outside his room. And we said, is he in there? And they said, yes. And I said, well, my client is grieving so bad. Can we talk to him for just a little bit? And they said, yes, but only for just a few minutes. So he came out, and the first thing he did, he just apologized to her like crazy. He says, look, sweetheart, it wasn't about you at all. He says, we've been many lifetimes before, and I hope you allow us to do it again. He says, but I had some abuse that I had suffered as a child, and I never told you about it, and it just overcame me one day, and I just couldn't take it anymore. Okay. And then the angel came up and said, that's all the time you can have for him. And then he said, why? And they said, well, we're taking him somewhere. So her she was a Christian, you know, this woman, her husband did that. She's going, oh no, they're taking him to hell or something like this, you know. And so I said, well, ask the guide, where are they taking him? And the guide says, we're taking him right now to a place to show him what his life could have been like if he hadn't killed himself. Oh, you know, I went, wow, that's just love, you know, that's like something, you know. So it does appear that people, my daughter, Candace, I'm asking, I think Candace would say it's okay to share her story. She shared a little bit on Facebook about this. So she had a man she dearly loved, had some PTSD from Afghanistan, from the military, is drinking, and he started to become violent. And so with her daughter, she says, I love you so much, but I can't stay married to you because you're not getting help, you're refusing to get help, and we can't bring her daughter because she divorced him and he killed himself. So she's beside herself completely and my granddaughter is, 7 years old, she's thinking, what did she do? Because he just had brought her back from the summer from Minnesota to California. He got off the plane and he went back and she came home, and that night he killed himself. So, 7-year-olds thinking about, oh my God, what did I do? Whatever, so they're still in therapy. So my daughter, very Christian, doesn't believe in this kind of thing, but she was saying, you know what, Dad, I know what you do. I need some answers here. Can I do it? So we tried. She got to the other side, Her mom, who's still alive, was there, and her sisters were there. And her husband was back to the soul group, but it was like a room kind of like this, but he was in the very back, and he was sitting in a chair facing the wall, and everybody else was out here. And they said he just returned to the group, but he's still sitting back there facing the wall. So she went over to him, and he's like right at the wall here, and she's like, you know, why did you kill yourself, you know? And he just, everything she'd ask him, he just kept shaking his head. And so my ex-wife, Connie, came up. Her soul part was there, consoling the daughter and just saying, he's just not ready yet. He's just not ready yet, you know. So hopefully in 6 months we're going to try again. You know, I told my daughter, I said, we'll go. Maybe he's had more time to do that. So it appears that when people commit suicide, that to reintegrate into the afterlife, there's a little work to do, or there's a lot of stuff they have to do before they're like fully back there. So just some of the things that we found out. Okay, so I did set an alarm this time too. Let me see here. Okay, we've got just a couple more minutes now. So there's so much to this. Each session is similar, but that's why after doing hundreds of sessions now, they all mix together with me here, but because they're all having a similar experience, but yet it's unique within that similar experience, because you're all unique in yourself, you know, where you're at in your walk. You all have different things you want to accomplish or want to do. But when I went the second time over there, it was on business. 28 of us, Michael Newton Institute therapists, we swapped sessions with each other to ask about COVID and the vaccines. That was right in the middle of COVID. And that's when we started doing these online, and we found out the success rate online is the same as in person. I prefer in person, especially like if I need to decide that. I'm in Marin County, so I'm pretty close here. I had someone come in from Florida and some of Connecticut in the last few months because they didn't want to do online. They wanted to do in-person ones. Oh, I got to tell you this quick. This one guy in Florida, he said he had a hard time being hypnotized when he tried before. I said, come on, let's just give it a go. I says, when you book your flight, stay an extra day just in case, because if you don't have luck the first time, then the next day we'll do a second session, because I know in second sessions it's a world of difference for some people. Anyway, he's a nurse, but he's a musician more than anything. That's his life thing. He's in some bands that he gets paid pretty good, and he's with different bands because he's such in demand, you know. And so he's got it now where he can nurse 3 10-hour days a week, and then he's got 4 days to do, you know, travel and to do his stuff. So I happened to think when he was before the council, I said, do they have a place here where drummers can get inspiration for being good drummers? And they said yes. And then in a nanosecond, he's in this room, probably twice as big as this way time, and he's in trance, but he's going, ah! I said, what's happening? He says, it was like it was 100 people playing, and they all have some sort of percussion instrument, and they're all playing at the same time. You imagine how that is. Just hear one drum, imagine hearing 100 drums, or like this. But I said, well, wait a minute, they're all doing different things. And he says, oh, they're all hearing the music they need for their particular, you know, whatever they're doing. So apparently in that state, you're not hearing everybody else, but he was. So I said, is there a teacher here that, you know, teaches on the soul level or on the soul, maybe when people are dreaming, you know, they go and they have lessons. They go, yeah. So he showed up and he hands them. It was so cool. I said to my client, I said, what's he doing? He says, he's handing me these light drumsticks. And they were like lightsabers. And there were 2, and he handed them. So he's in trance, and he takes them, and he goes, whoa. And then we asked them if how your drumming is. Are you missing anything? And they told him, they said, look, just picture water flowing. They said, you have to have that in your heart. You can't be you know, you can't be too technical, whatever. You have to just let it flow. You know, like you had this picture of that. And then he took he hands it back to the guy for a minute. And the guy takes the drumstick and infused it up this arm, and took the other drumstick and infused it in this arm here. So when he came out of that, he was going, whoa, I can't wait until I get to play again, you know, just to see what will happen. So, and okay, last story about these places of higher learning. I could tell mine. Okay. Anyway, a lady came to me. She's in her 50s now. She's a professional dancer. And she's upset because all the younger girls are getting all the parts now. She's not. before the council, and she says, "What's up?" Whatever. And they said, "Time to be a teacher," and she's in trance, and she's again going, whatever. But she's been looking for a salsa partner so they can compete, and she's been auditioning guys, and nobody has just been up to her caliber, So I said, this is the thing, is we try to take this as far as we can. I says, "Do they have a teacher that teaches salsa there?" And they go, "Yeah." And so he shows up, and I said, "Can my client have a dance with him?" And so they said, "Sure." So I said, "Okay, I'm going to be quiet, have a dance." So she's hearing this most beautiful music. I'm quiet for about 10 minutes, and she's in trance, and she's just her smiling and everything. And she was done. She says, "Oh my God, I'll never find somebody as good as that here." She says it was the best salsa dance she ever had, in heaven. Artists that have gone there, most of the thing with the artists, they teach you to stop being so technical, to paint as if you're a child having a good time, in that. I got to go for one for music, and my guide says, and all of a sudden I found I'm on a riser about this high, and the audience is this way. And he says, "Anytime you want to create music," he says, "I'm going to create an anchor for you." He didn't call it an anchor, but I knew what he meant. He had a fishing pole with a bunch of hooks on it. So I'm standing here, and Rebazar is next to me here. He says, "When you want to write music," he says, "just think of what I'm going to do now and memorize this." And he goes, cast into the audience. And when he came back, there was notes on all the hooks instead of fish. And he says, just that anchor will put you, spiritually back in this place where, can create. I ended up, after I wrote like 18 songs, I don't even know how to write. I don't know what happened. I can't even remember half of them now. And I just got my first royalty check recently for $98. They played some of my songs 22,000 times, and I got $98, in that way. So there's so much that can happen that way. Okay, I got to say this to finish with this. I'm coming back down to earth, and from space, the earth is so beautiful. It's just quiet, and it's just, you can see the light and the dark. My guide's next to me still, because we just left wherever it was I was, but he was still with me. And then he says to me, "Are you sure you want to do this work?" And I knew instinctively he meant this work. And I hear, I think I said the F word really loud. And I go, "Yes," and I'm just thinking, I just said the F word, my guys heard, but that was so deep inside here that I just screamed it, And so we're getting a little closer to earth. And now, because I just decided and committed myself to do this work, all of a sudden I'm in trance, but I'm starting to feel, all this emotional pain, and I start to feel like I'm going to cry. And he stops me again. He says, "What you're doing now is you're starting to feel the emotion of the earth." And I thought about it that time. If I look down at the earth now, how many people are going through crisis right now? How many people are in pain? How many people? There's a lot of awful stuff going on earth, And he says, if you're going to do this work, you got to do 4 things, or your physical body won't be able to handle the energy and you'll die. So I said, "Okay, let's talk about it for a minute." I backed up a little. Let's talk about this for a minute, So he told me, because he says it's all good energy, but it's energy. And sometimes at my age and everything like this, you can just handle so much, whether it's good or bad, like too much of a good thing. He says, do 4 things, and this will help you guys too. And you don't have to remember this exactly, but the concept of this. As you wake up in the morning, as you open your eyes, the very first thing you want to do is declare yourself as a vehicle for spirit. And I heard a prayer in my mind. Oh, also too, he's showing me in my mind's eye, I'm seeing an hourglass, fills with sand, and and I'm seeing myself, seeing clients and clients and clients, and the sand is filling up and nothing's going through to the bottom. And I realized if the sand gets to the top, that's it. I won't be able to handle it. So I'm seeing that the whole time. Somehow that image is what he was showing me in my mind. He says, and I heard a prayer in my mind that says, as you wake up, bless this day and those that I serve, as I keep 1 foot in heaven and 1 foot planted firmly on earth to accomplish my mission. Okay. And as I saw myself saying that prayer, I started seeing sand going down into the bottom. And then he said, do as many random acts of kindness as you can. And in my mind, he showed me a picture. I'm walking into a 7-Eleven store and someone threw a Snickers wrapper on the ground. That's my favorite candy bar. So that's why it was. And so I just saw myself without thinking, picking it up, putting it in the trash. Saw some sand going down. Okay. He said, spend more time in nature. He said, that's God's gift to all of us. And we all kind of know that instinctively. That's why you go to the beach, you see hundreds of people. They don't exactly know why they're there, but they need to be there because that's a balancing. that's helping us all. So I saw sand going down, you know. And the fourth thing he says, do something practical. He says, talk to a lot of the other therapists and find out their grounding techniques, because he says that's most important, that you ground yourself so you can just let people's issues come and go through you and not stick to you. Okay, that way. And then he was back here and I was back down to earth. Oh, but what happened was then, as he said that, no, we did a sidebar. Oh gosh, got to make this short because of time. But it was the most important thing that happened to me in my experience of the 3 hours and 33 minutes over there. I had a dream when I was in my 20s. I was in a plane crash and I was a survivor. There's half a dozen of us survivors in a big jungle or something. And we get out of the plane and all of a sudden we feel this evil presence, and like Godzilla or something, or King Kong or something like that, or something evil was going to get us. And all of a sudden the evil was getting close to us and we had to run away from it. So we run up this mountain. It was almost like a cartoon mountain, you know, going, and I got to the top and this evil is chasing me, and I know it's just going to kill me any moment. And then as I got to the very top, had nowhere to go, there were some clouds, and up from the clouds came like a Pillsbury Doughboy hand, you know, like, you know, kind of like, and I knew instinctively I could jump to safety, but something in me says, or I could turn around and face this fear. And I decided I'm going to face this fear. And as I started to do this, it's like someone put a pause button, you know, like on those old recorders, pause. But anyway, I woke up then, I shook my wife awake, and I said, oh my God, I think I just passed some sort of test about facing my fears, and I wrote it all down. So now 34 years later, this has been 40 something years later, I have this coming back, and all of a sudden, it's like the pause button came up on this. I found myself on that cliff again, the hand was coming up, and I said to the facilitator, oh my God, this is like from a dream I had way, way back about a thing about facing my fears. And the facilitator said, well, jump to safety. And I said, no, you know, I'm in trance, so I'm going crazy. No, I'm going to face my fear. And I turned around, and 2 inches from my face was a man smiling at me. Yeah. And I went, and he says, I forgive you. He says, I love you, I forgive you. And he hugged me. And then I looked behind him, and down this mountain, about as far as I could see, were people lined up. So I got to stand on that cliff. And one by one, they came up, they all said the same thing. I love you, I forgive you. I love you, I forgive you. So anyway, and the last one was this little girl, about 8 or 9 years old. And I didn't put together, but I think that was my daughter in that lifetime, because she had the same long hair down to here, only now she's 8 years old. And my Regan self, who's not whatever I was in that other lifetime, I'm this cute, beautiful little girl with angelic eyes, and I'm thinking, what did I do to her? You know, that I had to be forgiven, you know. So anyway, that was done, and then I came back to earth. And I think what happened is that for me to do this work, I had to go through that, and I had to have all that baggage lifted from me from all those horrible things I did in past lives, so that I could act as more of a clear channel for this work. So anyway, there's so many things that can happen. Sometimes they're not as dramatic as some things happen to me, but you always kind of get what you need for whatever your next step is. So now, if anybody wants to discuss this further, just put your name down here in the next 2 weeks. I'll call you, and I can tell you open dates. Oh, cost is $500. It can be paid any way you want, even if you want to spread it out over payments or something. Luckily, I'm at the point in my life where I'm financially stable, and so I don't make a lot of money doing this. I do about 3 a week is all, you know, which living in Marin County that's starvation wages, but it's what I'm supposed to be doing. So if anybody needs any help that way, you can do that. So thank you very much. Guys are great audience. And so many nice people. It's good.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Yes.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame Expo. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday, February 1st and 2nd at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, San Francisco Airport. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Burlingame